A mysterious figure emerges from the shadows, his face hidden by a wide hat, but a chilling smile is visible. The young swordsman he's chosen stands ready, raising a newly acquired blade to the sky. He examines the weapon, a sense of grim determination on his face. This will change everything. But as he gazes at his reflection, the eye of a dragon stares back, ancient and powerful. The master reveals his gift, the power of a dragon to help him bear the karma he received from the white tiger. This power, however, comes with a single, life-binding condition. The boy's eyes flash gold, already feeling the change as he considers this final request from his late master. A slight smirk crosses his face. He could ignore the pact, but he knows he won't. A new day dawns, the sun's rays breaking over the mountains, signaling a new beginning. He stands in the morning light, hand on his head, astounded by the unbelievably high level of power now coursing through him. With his new power secured, he makes his way through the quiet morning forest. He can't help but sigh, finding the entire situation deeply annoying. He reflects on a promise his late master made, long before he was even a disciple. An old vow now forces the next generation into a brutal duel to the death, and frankly, he wants absolutely no part in this inherited conflict. He thinks the masters should settle their own grudges instead of dragging their students into it, but his thoughts are cut short by a voice calling out, noting that he's late. He looks up to see 4 figures standing in the path ahead, waiting for him. There stands his opponent, flanked by a hulking bodyguard and another master. His eyes narrow. This isn't a fair duel, it's an ambush, and a grim feeling washes over him. The rival's master breaks the silence, condescendingly asking if he's the disciple of Jojinso. Paiwolryo lets out a heavy sigh. There's no backing out now. A promise is a promise. His weary expression hardens as he looks up and confirms his identity, but his eyes narrow, focusing on the woman with the group, questioning his opponent's motives. His rival, Cheon Sowi, introduces himself with a smug grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. The woman beside him is stunning, but Paiwolryo notes she seems completely uninterested in the posturing. Sowi then asks if she's his woman, a ridiculous question that only deepens Paiwolryo's annoyance. He can't help but size up this opponent, who came to a duel to the death, dressed in fine clothes, flanked by a bodyguard, and even bringing a woman along. A wave of pure dislike washes over him as his hand instinctively finds the hilt of his sword. A sly grin spreads across Paiwolryo's face. He believes this will be resolved quite easily. He throws out a proposal to his opponent. How about the loser grants the winner's wish? Cheon Sowi glares back, stating the obvious: in a duel to the death, the loser dies. But Paiwolryo calmly explains that's exactly why the wish must be stated before they begin. Sowi scoffs at the absurdity but indulges him, demanding to know what he wants. In response, Paiwolryo draws his sword, a confident glint in his eyes. He levels the blade not at his rival, but directly at the woman Sowi brought with him. Utterly confused by this gesture, Sowi asks what on earth he's trying to do. With a determined grin, Paiwolryo reveals his price for victory. Just one day. The woman is left completely stunned, her face flushing with disbelief and shock. Sowi's side is seething, their collective aura turning blood red with fury. The insult is too much. He completely loses his composure, his face twisting in rage. With a furious roar, he stomps the ground and launches himself forward. Paiwolryo just smirks, knowing he's successfully gotten under his opponent's skin. Sowi's master and bodyguard are suddenly thrown back by a powerful, unseen force. But Paiwolryo remains perfectly still, calmly waiting with his sword at the ready. In a flash, Sowi transforms, his entire being glowing red as he charges in. His footwork is a blur, eating up the distance between them in a split second. He's already airborne, bringing his blade down in a devastating overhead strike. It's a terrifying technique, designed to close any gap and end the fight instantly. But Paiwolryo meets this ferocity with an overwhelming power of his own, a golden aura exploding around him. His eyes shift, glowing with a draconic light, a sign of a perfectly refined, masterful technique. From Sowi's perspective, this attack is an unstoppable force, a sure kill move born from desperation. The sheer pressure of his martial skill radiates outwards, a wave of pure killing intent. He pours every last ounce of his being into the glowing red blade, believing this is his only chance. Winning is no longer the point. This is a strike meant to end everything, right here and now. He's certain that if this devastating blow connects, it means certain death for his opponent. However, for a true master like Paiwolryo, such a straightforward attack is almost laughably simple to read. He sees it for what it is, an obvious, emotionally charged swing, a truly pathetic sword technique. And with a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly parries the desperate blow, revealing the immense chasm in their power. A sharp ring of steel echoes as the golden blade effortlessly holds back the attack. The disciple's face contorts in disbelief. His ultimate move was stopped cold. With his opponent's guard broken, the protagonist presses his advantage without a moment's hesitation. A cold smirk plays on his lips, his golden eyes glowing with absolute superiority. and in the next instant, his sword finds its mark, piercing straight through the disciple's chest. The spectators watch in horror, their faces draining of all color. But shock quickly turns to rage as a sinister purple energy erupts from the sidelines. The rival's master, his face a mask of fury, draws his own blade. Beside him, the hulking bodyguard channels the same dark power into his fist. The protagonist whips his head around, caught completely off guard by their sudden killing intent. The bodyguard unleashes a devastating punch, a guaranteed kill shot aimed right at him. The blow connects with brutal force, the protagonist's eyes widening in pure shock. He's sent flying backwards, crashing straight through a wall as everything fades to black. Consciousness slowly returns, and he finds himself staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling. A gentle voice calls out, and he sees his female companion watching over him with a calm smile. He groans, struggling to sit up in bed, his body screaming in protest. She offers him a bowl of dark liquid, but all he can wonder is how he's even alive. He eyes the bowl with suspicion, wary of drinking something from a near stranger, but she simply explains that it's the highest quality medicine she could find. He figures if she wanted to poison him, she wouldn't have bothered saving him in the first place. With his doubts settled, he throws back the bowl of medicine without hesitation, but the intensely bitter concoction makes him immediately gag. She watches with concern, asking if his internal injuries are making it difficult to drink. He quickly recovers, putting on a strained smile and insisting it was just the taste. Trying to lighten the mood, he adds that it's an honor to be nursed by such a beauty. His charm seems to work, as she finds his comment rather amusing. He then gets back to business, asking where he is, and she reveals they're in a residence under Sir Huairang's care. The protagonist's eyes widen as he asks if she means the renowned Cheon Sowi. She nods. He's genuinely stunned, remarking that sparing the loser of a deathmatch is considered a great dishonor. But she just smiles cryptically, asking why he isn't the one who's angry about it. He thoughtfully considers her point, asking if she means the dishonor of being spared. Or, she counters, is it because an outsider brazenly interfered in their deathmatch? But he offers a cold, pragmatic view. The dead have no words, and the loser is as good as dead, tricks or not. To his utter bewilderment, this grim philosophy just makes her burst out laughing. She quickly composes herself, apologizing before asking about the state of his body. He clutches his chest, admitting that the Elder's strike left him with some very serious internal injuries. Since news of his awakening must have spread, he asks if anyone else has visited. Her only response is a silent, enigmatic smile that tells him absolutely nothing. He immediately picks up on her hesitation, asking if it's a difficult topic to discuss. Changing tracks, he asks why she's helping him, only to learn she never sensed any real killing intent from him. She explains that his sword technique against Huairang was too precise, more like a placement than an attack. He's stunned by her perception, realizing she must be a master to have seen through his movements so easily. Their conversation is suddenly cut short as the door slides open, announcing an unexpected visitor. A senior martial artist enters, noting that our hero must be recovering well since he's up and talking. He then asks the young woman to leave them, wanting a private word with the injured fighter. As she gets up to leave, the protagonist quickly asks for her name before she disappears. Turning back with a gentle smile, she finally introduces herself as Sioranji. The name sends a jolt through him, his expression one of pure, unadulterated shock. The door slides shut, leaving him alone with the newcomer and his racing thoughts. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the senior artist waits, while our hero tries to process this stunning revelation. The senior artist breaks the silence with an awkward cough, clearly trying to find the right words. Our hero impatiently asks him to get on with it, prompting the man to admit he came to apologize. But the protagonist isn't satisfied, twisting the knife by mentioning how humiliating it must be to lose to a rookie. The man flails, trying to explain his entourage acted on their own before admitting he was just too arrogant. He covers his face in shame, confessing he never imagined he could lose to someone he saw as a mere novice. With a dismissive wave, the protagonist says that since it was an issue between masters, they can just let it go. The senior artist seems relieved by this, accepting the truce and turning to leave the room. But just as he reaches the door, a sly grin spreads across our hero's face as he calls out. An admission of defeat isn't enough, he declares. The loser is now obligated to grant his wish. The senior artist freezes in his tracks, turning back with a wary and utterly confused expression. He reminds the defeated man of their deal with a triumphant, cheeky grin. His wish is simple. Bring him Lady Seo for just one day. But suddenly, a harsh voice cuts through his fantasy, filled with sheer annoyance. The senior artist reveals he's been lying there unconscious for 3 entire days. He stands over our hero, declaring that he's used up his time and has no more excuses. The protagonist struggles to his feet, barely able to process the lost time. He turns to the senior artist, his face a perfect picture of disorientation. The man simply mocks his confused expression, finding it utterly pathetic. With a final disdainful remark, he turns and walks out of the room. Left alone on the bed, our hero sits in stunned silence, the reality of the situation sinking in. But just then, the door slides open to reveal a new face, who seems impressed to find him already meditating. The protagonist, still confused from his long rest, looks up and asks who this stranger is. With a wide, perhaps overly friendly grin, the man introduces himself as Najio. He gestures towards the door, suggesting they take a walk since someone important is waiting. With little choice, our hero gets dressed and follows Najio down an ornate, lantern-lit hallway. He finally has a moment to ask what Najio meant by him being the man in the rumors. Najio just laughs, explaining that when you defeat young Master Cheon, word gets around fast. He adds that this place is now full of people itching for a chance to fight him. Slapping a hand on his shoulder, Najio probes, asking how he really managed to win that fight. Our hero plays it cool, saying it was just luck and that he provoked his opponent into making a fatal mistake. Our hero continues his humble act, claiming he only saw some fast footwork and swordplay. But Najio isn't buying it, his sharp grin revealing his disbelief that someone could break a divine sword by chance. He calls him out, pointing out that if he could see the technique, it wasn't just simple luck. Their little chat is cut short as they arrive before a massive, intimidating set of doors. With a firm knock, Najio announces their presence to the branch leader. The title hangs in the air, and our protagonist finally understands the weight of this meeting. A deep voice from within grants them entry, and the heavy doors begin to part. As they open, a sinister, bloody red aura spills out into the hallway. Seated at the head of the room is a man exuding an overwhelmingly powerful presence. This is the branch leader, and his piercing gaze promises this will be anything but a friendly chat. Najio steps forward, formally presenting the protagonist to the man on the throne. He notes the boy's poor condition and asks the branch leader to please withdraw his crushing demonic energy. With a slight smirk, the leader obliges, mockingly noting how difficult it must be for the injured boy. The protagonist swallows hard, the intense pressure of the room still palpable. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to another figure, an old woman sitting beside the leader. She peers at him with sharp, knowing eyes, asking if he's the one who survived a blow from the Black Elder. The name triggers a flash of memory, and the protagonist realizes she means that monstrous old bodyguard. The branch leader confirms her suspicion, adding that their first aid only managed to stabilize his condition. The old woman correctly deduces that they came specifically to seek her treatment for the boy. The branch leader admits they had no choice, as only she can heal the unique wounds inflicted by a jiangshi. The air grows thick with unspoken tension as the two men lock eyes. The branch leader then cuts through the silence, asking if he's the one who taught Huya, to which the boy simply confirms. This casual response sends the branch leader into a quiet rage, his face twisting with fury. But the protagonist holds his ground, stating that while they share a master, they are also enemies, and he owes him no formal respect. The leader scoffs at his nerve, questioning how much he could possibly know about their master's affairs. For a moment, the boy looks down, admitting his master did teach him not to be reckless. The branch leader presses his advantage, demanding to know why he would disrespect the very woman who is about to save his life. With renewed conviction, our hero explains the harsh reality of the martial world. Today's ally is tomorrow's enemy. Incensed, the leader declares that their master would have disciplined him for such insolence. The boy just looks away, his expression softening as he notes that he'll never know, because his master is no longer alive. The branch leader scoffs, doubting their master would ever be angered by such trivial words. But the boy's weary eyes tell a different story, one of loss and certainty. The scene shifts to a high-ranking elder, who gravely asks if the legendary Joe Jinso is truly dead. With a heavy heart, our protagonist confirms it, revealing his master passed 8 years prior. The elder absorbs the news, the weight of the revelation settling over the entire hall. He then changes the subject, asking how it's possible for the boy's sword to see the future. The young warrior explains it's a special heart technique taught by his master, one he has now perfected. The narration then delves into the world's power system, starting with the two main branches of martial arts. It showcases the vast spectrum of techniques, from sinister demonic arts to volatile fire arts. Finally, it classifies powerful elemental abilities like thunder arts as a type of internal technique. And of course, there are the traditional sword arts, a staple of any warrior. These, along with fist and hand arts, are all classified as external techniques. But for the truly enlightened, martial arts evolve beyond the physical body. They merge their mind and spirit with their chi, creating the legendary heart technique. The elder scoffs at this, finding it hard to believe Joe Jinso ever mastered such a thing. But our hero smirks, clarifying that his master didn't just master it, he created it. The elder's interest is piqued now, demanding to know the name of this unique technique. In response, the boy's eyes flash, transforming into the golden, slitted pupils of a dragon. He stands tall and announces its name, the Dragon Eye Heart Technique. The elder slams his hand down, utterly stunned by the audacity and the power in that name. The branch leader scoffs, questioning if the boy even comprehends what the Dragon Eye truly is. He explains it's the eye that perceives the foundation of all things, a power you're born with, not one you can learn. But our hero calmly clarifies that his master's technique doesn't create something out of nothing. It simply awakens the potential that is already dormant within a select few. The elder strokes his chin, a flicker of belief in his eyes. A creation of Jojinso, it might just be possible. Then, his entire attitude shifts, as he suddenly demands that Pai Wolryo join their sect. The boy is completely blindsided, realizing with a jolt that this is why the man hadn't killed him. The branch leader confirms it, admitting that he wants the power of the Dragon Eye on his side. Pai Wolryo is still reeling, his mind unable to process the offer. A sect? The terrifying reality finally sinks in as he understands he's in a place teeming with powerful masters. Still completely lost, Pai Wolryo finally turns and asks Senior Na where on earth they are. Najio casually reveals a name that stops the boy's heart. The Luoyang branch of the Qianma divine cult. The words echo in his mind, and his eyes widen with pure, unadulterated terror. The Qianma divine cult, the infamous demonic sect. He struggles to understand how his master could be connected to them. Then a far more horrifying realization dawns on him. His master's mortal enemy is a demon from this very cult. The branch leader ignores his turmoil, calmly offering him a deal. Join them, and his power will at least double. But Pai Wolryo finds his voice, standing his ground and refusing to join a demonic sect, no matter the circumstances. A cold look crosses the branch leader's face as he reminds the boy that his life hasn't been spared, not yet. He explains that the internal injuries from Huno's attack are fatal. Without treatment, he won't survive the day. Clutching his chest, Pai Wolryo makes his choice, declaring that he would rather die than serve his master's sworn enemy. The branch leader lays out the simple choice: join them, and their elder will treat his fatal wounds. But if he refuses, a dark, menacing aura flares around him, making it clear there's no reason to prolong his life. This oppressive energy floods the entire room, bearing down on Pai Wolryo. He grits his teeth, struggling to even stand under the immense pressure. A sharp, debilitating pain shoots through his chest as his internal injuries flare up. He can barely stifle a groan, his body on the verge of giving out. His vision begins to blur, strength fading fast under the combined assault. Unmoved, the branch leader begins a lecture, reminding him that the Qianma divine cult is the pinnacle of the dark martial world. As Pai Wolryo collapses to his knees, a memory suddenly flashes through his mind. He recalls the one and only other time he ever came face to face with a master from this demonic sect. His eyes glow with that familiar golden light, the memory of that day still vivid. He remembers how it started. A sudden ambush, him and a companion completely surrounded. It was not a pleasant meeting, as dozens of blades glinted with murderous intent. The assassins rushed them in a frenzy, a chaotic clash of steel erupting under a blood-red sky. He fought back instinctively, his sword a blur as he parried their relentless attacks. But for every one he blocked, another two took its place, the pressure mounting with each second. He battled desperately, managing to take down one of the attackers in the brutal melee. But even as he fought for his life, he knew these men were nothing, just pawns sent to wear them down. An endless tide of bodies. His companion was a storm of motion herself, her own blade carving a path through their attackers. She parries a blow with effortless speed, her blade a silver arc in the chaos. With a fierce smile, she carves through another attacker, reveling in the bloodshed. Her eyes burn with a terrifying intensity, a predator enjoying the hunt. Blood splatters across her face, but her grim satisfaction only deepens. The protagonist recalls watching her, seeing a horrifying beauty in her swordsmanship. Suddenly, her blade erupts in a sinister, violet aura, her power surging. She unleashes this new energy, becoming a terrifying phantom of death on the battlefield. He remembers the silence that followed, the ground stained red with her work. In that moment, he was certain he would be next, that his death was inevitable. But she simply stood among the fallen, her gaze cold and empty as she spared him. Her final words echo in his memory, her blood-soaked face reflected in his eye. The protagonist whispers a name from the past, the taste of his own blood on his lips. Elsewhere, a young warrior named Sujin kneels before a council of elders. Najio watches on, identifying the exhausted but determined young man. Sujin's mind races, counting the monsters he's faced since arriving in this place. He recalls the story of two legendary rivals from a decade past, whose strength was perfectly matched. One of them joined the heavenly demon cult, becoming a master of immense power. Now, Sujin stands before the branch leader, wondering if he too can find that strength here. But the protagonist smirks, his form shifting as he muses if he is just another martial artist bound by fate. The branch leader's face darkens instantly, demanding to know what was just said. Sujin calmly repeats himself, declaring he is just another martial artist, bound by the predictable cycle of fate. He explains the greedy nature of warriors, who would risk death for a secret manual or betray friends for a legendary sword. With a confident smirk, he points out the obvious truth. No true martial artist would ever refuse an offer from the great Qianma divine cult, but he acknowledges that most warriors do reject them. for one simple reason. They are afraid of the cult's overwhelming power. With his conviction laid bare, Sujin stands before the leader and announces his decision to join. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across the branch leader's face, a sign of silent approval. He looks at Sujin, pleased, calling it a wise and correct decision. The leader then passes the responsibility onward, entrusting the young man's future to one of the elders. An old hooded woman seated nearby lets out a quiet, knowing cackle, accepting her new role. She then presents her ornate staff to Sujin, whose confident demeanor falters into surprise and uncertainty. His eyes widen in disbelief, realizing this might not be a staff, but a giant needle. The old healer confirms his suspicions, explaining his special injuries require more than simple acupuncture. With a surprisingly gentle smile, she tells the tense young warrior not to be nervous, and without another word, she points the staff forward, unleashing a torrent of brilliant blue energy. A shockwave of power slams into Sujin, forcing a cry from his lips as it courses through him. He staggers back, trying to stifle a gasp as the foreign energy floods his system. Every fiber of his being seems to scream as the potent healing magic rewrites his old wounds. Just as quickly as it began, the treatment is over, and the branch leader announces their business is done. Sujin catches his breath, feeling the immediate change, and offers a respectful salute for their kindness. The leader pauses at the doorway, his part in this initiation now seemingly complete. Sujin is completely stunned, stammering that the healing he just received felt like pure magic. But the branch leader calmly corrects him from his desk, calling it an extreme form of the left path. The very name of that path makes Sujin recoil in disbelief. The leader explains that the old woman has transcended its limits, becoming a grandmaster of sorcery. This new information sends Sujin reeling. He'd always considered the left path a crutch for the untalented. The branch leader dismisses his internal crisis with a blunt denial, unbothered by his confusion. But Sujin can't let it go, realizing that from the leader's perspective, it's all the same path. The thought suddenly strikes him: if that was the left path, what did that make his own techniques? His entire worldview shatters as he questions the very foundation of his martial arts. But the leader cuts through his existential dread, tossing him a scroll and telling him to worry about it after the test. Still reeling, Sujin picks up the scroll from the floor. He holds it tightly, demanding to know what it is. The branch leader explains it's a simple test to prove his abilities. With a hand on his shoulder, Najio adds his own chilling clarification. He cheerfully informs Sujin that failure just means death, nothing more. Sujin is floored, protesting that they promised he would live. The leader, however, has already lost interest and dismisses him with a flick of the wrist. Najio tells him there's no choice but to accept it, shoving him toward the exit. Thrown outside, Sujin stumbles and quickly unfurls the scroll. As he reads the contents, his face pales, realizing this isn't a test, it's a death sentence. Utterly exhausted, Sujin can only look up at the sky, the weight of the mission crushing him. He wanders aimlessly under the pale moonlight, eventually arriving at the city gates. Following the crowds, he makes his way through the bustling, lantern-lit streets. He finds himself at a brothel, seeking any escape from the grim reality he now faces. While resting his head, the scroll's instructions replay in his mind. The mission is assassination, and the conditions are insane. The target must be a member of the White Path with a recognized master title. He stares blankly, the sheer impossibility of the task washing over him. The thought is paralyzing. He doesn't even have a title, so how could he possibly kill a master? Yet, snapping out of it, he shows a flicker of concern, asking if her knees are going numb. The woman just smiles gently, telling him to rest more, offering a brief moment of peace. Giving up on sleep, Sujin sits up, the commotion outside too much to ignore, as he confirms the woman's name. Yewa. She smiles gently, explaining the noise is from the crowds gathering to see the famous 4 flowers of Luoyang. He offers a small compliment, finding her pretty enough herself, but his curiosity is piqued. He wonders just how special these 4 flowers could possibly be to draw such a massive crowd. But Yewa clarifies it's not just them. They're here for an even bigger spectacle. The 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. The name hits Sujin with the force of a physical blow, his eyes widening in sudden understanding. He recalls the lore. A White Path tradition where the most promising young warriors are given prestigious titles. These are the future leaders of their sects, and by some incredible twist of fate, all of them are currently in Luoyang. A cold realization dawns on him. This isn't a coincidence at all. The impossible mission suddenly makes a terrifying kind of sense. The deputy chief wants one of them dead. Yewa accepts his words with a warm, appreciative smile. Sujin, clearly not used to this kind of company, gets a little flustered. She then pivots, asking if he's ever seen the legendary 4 flowers of Luoyang. She explains they're said to rival the #1 beauty, a title that leaves Sujin completely baffled. Yewa smirks, making a playful jab about how men are always obsessed with pretty faces. She then reveals this famed beauty belongs to the Golden Branch and Jade Leaf of the Huanglong Wu clan. Her reputation is apparently known across the entire realm, with a younger sister said to be just as gorgeous. But this talk of prodigies triggers a much heavier thought for Sujin. The 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. He knows what this means. 13 of them in one generation is unprecedented. A clear and present danger to the heavenly demon cult. The impossible nature of his mission suddenly clicks into place, and he impulsively asks for the clan's location. She tells him of the Huanglongwu clan, a legendary family born from the fusion of royal blood and martial arts. Their history is ancient, and they are the undisputed rulers of northern Luoyang. As Sujin walks their streets, he takes in the scale of their power, realizing they rival the 5 great families. He knows this is the place he must begin his search for information. He approaches a weathered old man, who seems to know his purpose instantly, asking what he needs. Caught off guard by the directness, Sujin can only mutter an apology for his mistake. The old man sizes him up, guessing he's an outsider from the beggars sect, but then reveals they have no power here. Sujin turns back, stunned. The man questions why heads seek the criminal underworld where it famously doesn't exist. A jolt of panic runs through him. He's made a critical, amateurish error. He quickly recovers, sits beside the man, and asks for intel on the clan, only to be met with a simple question. Has he got money? Sujin admits he has no coin, but offers a different kind of payment. Is there anyone who needs to disappear? The old man erupts in laughter, delighted by the kid's brutal honesty, and finally agrees to listen. With the floor now his, Sujin asks for intel on the clan's #1 beauty and her movements. The informant's eyes narrow, immediately assuming Sujin is after the legendary Heavenly Yin Pulse. But Sujin has no idea what that is, forcing the old man to clarify. The beauty is the Heavenly Yin Pulse. The term means nothing to him, and his genuine confusion is written all over his face. This ignorance flips a switch in the old man, who now dismisses him as just another idiot smitten by a pretty face. Deciding he's completely wasted his time, he gets up and calls for his men to take out the trash. From the shadows of the alley, a gang of thugs emerges, brandishing their weapons. Sujin stands his ground, his expression hardening, completely unimpressed by the welcoming party. Unfazed, Sujin calmly adjusts his sash, preparing for the inevitable. But just as he's about to move, a thought seems to strike him, stopping him in his tracks. His eyes flare with a golden draconic light as a sudden intense memory flashes through his mind. Snapping back to reality, he scratches his head, recalling that one of their swords did catch his eye. He turns to the gang of thugs, a cold look in his eyes, informing them that they started this fight. A whirlwind of motion and the sounds of pained cries fill the alley for a brief, brutal moment. And just like that, it's over, with bodies littering the ground and one man held up by his throat. The last thug standing can only stammer out a pathetic plea, begging for his life. He trembles, holding up a sword that offers him 0 protection. Sujin's eyes, however, aren't on the man, but on his weapon, noting that it looks quite usable. He lets the man drop, his sword clattering to the ground with the others. The last conscious thug scrambles away, screaming as he makes a break for it. But Sujin pays him no mind, instead crouching down to examine a discarded sword. He lifts the blade, satisfied that this new weapon should last him for a good while. The sword then finds the old informant's neck, who immediately starts to bargain for his life. Sujin silences him, demanding to know when the Huanglongwu clan's #1 beauty will be leaving. The reason for his interest is a rare and fatal condition known as the Heavenly Yin Pulse. Those born with it rarely live past 20, a fate he now waits to intercept. Their only chance to extend their life is a secret ritual under the full moon, guarded by the clan's elite. Sujin watches the procession approach, realizing these won't be opponents to underestimate. He steels himself, knowing that he is, at his core, just another helpless martial artist. One driven by a ruthless nature that would betray anyone for a chance at true power. With that grim acceptance, he grips his new sword, the time for waiting over. His eyes flare with golden, draconic energy, his purpose forged in fire. Survive and grow stronger. And with that, he explodes from the tree line, a blur of motion against the night. The Wu clan guards are stunned, yelling in shock as this lone assassin appears from nowhere. Sujin gives them no time to form a defense, charging straight into their ranks. The first blade that comes his way is met and deflected with contemptuous ease. He weaves between them, facing down another guard ready to strike. His sword flashes with a crimson light as it clashes against steel, kicking off the fight. The guard is stunned, unable to believe Sujin can withstand his strike. But individual strength means little when he's completely surrounded by the rest of the unit. They move as one, a flurry of blades closing in to overwhelm him. For a moment, Sujin freezes, realizing he's severely underestimated his opponents. Their coordinated assault is relentless, a wall of steel he can't seem to break. Pushed into a corner, his frustration boils over, and his draconic eyes flare with golden light. With a defiant roar, Sujin launches himself into the air, changing his tactics completely. The panic is gone, replaced by the cold, calculating focus of a true predator. He uses their own numbers against them, crashing down on one guard to break their formation. Twisting through the air, he flows between their desperate strikes, turning the tide of battle. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, his first kick sending a guard reeling backwards. Forgetting the sword entirely, Sujin drives a fist straight into another's face. The sheer, unrefined power of the blow rattles the man to his core. He lands perfectly, ready to meet the next blade without a moment's hesitation. Sujin closes the distance in a flash, a blur of speed they can't possibly track. With his draconic eyes blazing, he parries a desperate swing with ease. He breaks through their guard, using his free hand to punish any opening. Another brutal punch connects, the impact echoing through the mountain pass. One after another, the so-called elites are treated like absolute fodder. Even a sneak attack from behind is useless as he effortlessly counters it. With the fodder dispatched, his glowing eyes fix on the last standing guard. But suddenly, a massive wave of brilliant blue energy erupts from the darkness. He instantly recognizes it as sword energy, realizing this situation just got a lot more troublesome. A second, faster beam slices through the air, aimed directly for his neck. It's so quick that it cuts a lock of his hair clean off as he dodges. He drops into a low slide, grabbing his sword from the ground to prepare for a real fight. Crouched and ready, he glares ahead, anticipating the true enemy's next move. With an explosive push, he launches himself forward to meet the challenge head-on. The attacker is revealed. The hulking bodyguard, now wielding two massive blades of pure energy. Steel clashes against aura as their weapons meet in a blinding, concussive flash. Sujin's eyes glow with irritation. He finds his opponent's powerful sword energy incredibly annoying. The sheer force of the bodyguard's attack sends him sliding back across the ground. But as he regains his footing, another combatant rushes in from the side. Sujin notes the man's reckless energy, certain that such a wild display will reveal a weakness. He dodges the telegraph swing with ease, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The new attacker screams, bringing his sword down in a desperate, killing blow. Sujin, however, is perfectly positioned to parry the clumsy strike. He flows with the momentum, turning the block into an immediate counterpress. A brief pause in the action, Sujin standing ready with a fresh mark on his face. His opponent glares back, vowing to kill him and avenge his fallen disciples. The master unleashes a furious sword technique, a desperate flurry of attacks aimed to overwhelm. Sujin feels the pressure, recognizing his opponent's power, but decides it's time to shake things up. A cruel smirk spreads across his face as he taunts the man for only getting serious after two of his disciples died. The vengeful master continues his relentless assault, believing he just needs to wait for an opening. But Sujin calmly observes, knowing that such a powerful display of internal energy can't be infinite. The master's strategy is simple: wear his opponent down and strike when his energy is depleted. But the reality is the complete opposite, as he's the one gasping for air, realizing his own stamina is fading fast. He resolves to end this now, preparing a single, decisive blow with what little he has left. With a final roar, he throws himself forward in a powerful lunge meant to be the killing strike. Sujin's eyes widen in realization the attack is empty, a desperate swing with no internal energy behind it. The perfect opening has arrived. With a sharp clang, the desperate attack is stopped dead in its tracks. Sujin catches the blade with his bare hand, his golden eyes staring down his foe. In the very next moment, he drives his own sword straight through the master's gut. The man chokes on his own blood, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. In his dying moments, he can only regret running out of internal energy. He's convinced that if he had anything left, Sujin would be the one on the ground. The last surviving disciple watches his master collapse, completely paralyzed by fear. He scrambles backward, brandishing his sword while begging Sujin to stay away. But his terrified pleas are met only by a swift, merciless slash. With the battle finally over, Sujin lets out a heavy sigh, weary of the bloodshed. He now stands before a lone carriage, his sword still dripping with the blood of its protectors. His glowing eyes fix on the door as he wonders aloud why its occupant hasn't fled. A voice from within replies, cold and defiant, revealing she stayed only to see him die. Sujin scoffs, mocking her for putting so much faith in guards who were completely useless. She tries to defend their loyalty, but he cuts her off with a simple, brutal truth. Weakness is not a virtue. With the battle concluded, he tells her it's over and demands she come out. The carriage door creaks open, the sound echoing in the silent, blood-soaked clearing. A woman emerges, disheveled but carrying herself with an air of unbroken dignity. It's Yahello, her face a mask of exhaustion, sorrow, and simmering hatred. She finally stands before him, the very person he fought through an entire retinue to reach. With blood still dripping from his blade, Sujin asks a simple question: why didn't she run? Yahello looks back, claiming her entire life has been a wait for death. She's done running. She holds his gaze, not with fear, but with a strange, weary acceptance. His draconic eyes narrow, trying to comprehend her utter lack of panic. Her expression is unreadable, a subtle challenge in her calm demeanor. And in that moment, Sujin realizes she truly is the famed #1 beauty of Luoyang. His battle-hardened focus begins to waver as he takes in the sight of her. Then, as she starts to untie her robe, his mind starts to wander. The outer garment slips from her shoulders, pooling silently at her feet. All thoughts of the battle vanish, replaced by some very distracting, lecherous ideas. The last of her outer garment pools around her ankles. She stands before him, her question hanging in the tense night air. Is he, she asks, just like all the others, here only for her body? The accusation catches him completely off guard, snapping him out of his trance. He's disgusted with himself, ashamed to have harbored such vulgar thoughts. And in that moment of clarity, his sword lashes out with lethal purpose. With the deed done, he feels his mind is finally clear of distraction. Yewa collapses to the ground, her life slipping away beside the ornate carriage. The grim reality sets in. He has just killed the precious child of the Wu clan. He has to get to the branch as fast as possible, before an execution order is issued. But as he prepares to flee, a cold voice cuts through the silence, and his dragon eyes flare with alarm. A blade presses against his back. A woman has appeared behind him without a sound. Hes in disbelief, even with his heightened senses. He couldn't detect her presence at all. She casually drapes an arm over his shoulder, congratulating him on joining the heavenly demon cult. Her embrace is far too close for comfort, leaving him completely paralyzed. He realizes she must be one of them, an assassin from the very cult he just joined. With a sly smile, the woman introduces herself as Orchid Lu. She leans in, mockingly asking if he's frightened by her sudden appearance. He tries to push her away, demanding answers, but she simply states this is his next order. Before he can react, she grabs him, her playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. With a swift movement, she strikes a vital point on his neck, sending a crippling shock through his system. He collapses, gasping as a paralyzing agent spreads through him, while Orchid Lu simply chuckles at his state. She mocks him for being a novice, finding it cute that he fell for such an ancient trick. She then begins to stage the scene, repositioning the bodies of the thugs he just defeated. Leaning down to the helpless Sujin, she tells him to listen closely, as they're on a tight schedule. She dictates his new reality. He was training here when guards from the Huanglong Wu clan found him. He's to claim they attacked first, and this bloody scene is the result of his self-defense. His consciousness fades, only to be violently brought back by a splash of cold water to the face. A man in the Wu clan's uniform looms over him, asking if Hes finally coming to his senses. Hes completely surrounded, and as they demand to know who he is, he realizes the cult's trap has been sprung. The leader of the group cuts straight to the point, demanding to know where his sister is. He slams a foot into Sujin's gut, telling him to speak clearly before he gets put down for good. Coughing, Sujin can only ask who this supposed sister even is, completely lost in the situation. The man reveals he's searching for Jin Suilin, the famed #1 beauty of Luoyang. The name sparks a flicker of recognition, and Sujin asks if he is the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon leans in, seeing the knowledge in Sujin's eyes and offering a quick death for answers. He scoffs at the idea of mercy, revealing that Sujin hasn't just killed guards, he's ruined a vital marriage negotiation. Sujin's mind races, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The guards are dead, but the target is missing. His thoughts drift back to Orchid Lu's voice, calmly explaining the false narrative she had crafted for him. The memory of her words echoes, confirming the perfection of the trap he's now caught in. Sujin calmly asks what will happen if he genuinely doesn't know the answer. The Golden Dragon's face twists with rage, promising he has ways to make him remember. The scene shifts, bringing them to the imposing headquarters of the Huanglong Wu clan. Sujin is forced to his knees, his arms bound tightly behind his back. He looks up, defiant as ever, even as he's held down by the clan's guards. He's presented like a prize before a full assembly of clan elders and warriors. But a powerful-looking man, the branch leader, demands to know why his cult member was arrested without reason. The Golden Dragon tries to lay out his accusations, only to be silenced by a senior elder. With the room now quiet, the branch leader turns to Sujin, calling him Di Wol Yo, and telling him to explain what happened. And so, Sujin begins his side of the story, claiming it all started at his usual training spot. He explains that when he asked for privacy, they suddenly attacked him with lethal intent, leaving him no choice. The branch leader cuts him off, asking a completely different question. Does he know the #1 beauty of Luoyang? Sujin is stunned but insists he has never seen the woman in his entire life. The branch leader seems to think this is all a misunderstanding but still presses Sujin for evidence to support his claims. Hearing this, the Wu clan's elder smugly declares they have 4 witnesses. But the branch leader is unimpressed, asking if they have any actual physical evidence, not just their own clansmen. His sharp question leaves the Wu clan representatives completely silent. The Golden Dragon, one of the so-called witnesses, begins to sweat, his confidence crumbling. The branch leader then addresses them directly, stating that while he respects their clan, he won't stand for unreasonable demands. The elder erupts in fury, outraged that their accusation would be called unreasonable. The branch leader calmly reminds the elder exactly how he earned his fearsome title. Enraged, the old man's aura flares as he challenges the branch leader to a duel to the death. But the branch leader simply raises a hand, signaling for him to calm down. He instead summons a man named Cheon Seoi to step forward. This newcomer smoothly intervenes, explaining a duel between leaders would mean all-out war. With a smug grin, he suggests they wager something else instead. He offers the entire future of his branch, asking if the Wu clan can bet their own future to match. The Golden Dragon steps up, swearing to his father Hell cut out the culprit's heart himself. But the elder isn't interested, coldly asking why he should accept such a one-sided proposal. Seoi then makes a final, intriguing offer. They will also find the #1 beauty of Luoyang. The elder of the Wu clan listens, his expression unreadable as he weighs the audacious offer. But Seoi adds one final, critical condition. If his side wins, they will take Pai Wolreo with them. After a moment of thought, the elder gives a single, decisive nod. The terms are agreed upon. The Golden Dragon immediately turns to his father, vowing that he will not disappoint him. With the deal struck, Seoi motions for the young warrior to follow him, their mission now clear. As he leaves, the Golden Dragon shoots a venomous glare at Sujin, promising to deal with him upon his return. Sujin merely smirks, his eyes flaring with a golden light, completely unbothered by the empty threat. The elder sits in silence, watching them go, left alone to contemplate the massive gamble he just made. Elsewhere, the branch leader sips his tea, unfazed by the violent flashes of battle that erupt around him. He calmly pours another cup, perfectly serene amidst the chaos he has set into motion. An old warrior named Pi Wolreo can only watch, a deep sense of dread settling in. In the next instant, blades clash with a furious, metallic scream. A teacup shatters, followed by the sickening spray of fresh blood. The fight is over as quickly as it began, leaving only one victor standing. A blood-soaked figure emerges from the chaos, his duty fulfilled. It's Najio, battered but unbroken, his gaze fixed on his objective. He strides forward, leaving a grim trail with every single step. And with a heavy thud, he presents a gruesome trophy to the old man. Pai, Wolreo, and his attendant can only stare in horrified disbelief. It was all by the branch leader's command, who now summons the defeated elder. Pai Wolreo can only accept the cold, hard truth of his utter defeat. Najio simply bows to the branch leader, his bloody work now done. But the old man's followers are enraged, screaming that they can't let their young master's killer just walk away. With a trembling hand, Pai Wolreo orders his men to stand down, his voice barely a whisper. Supported by Cheon Seoi, the exhausted Najio is led away from the tense scene. The branch leader watches them go, his expression a mask of cold, calculating victory. Pai Wolreo's attendant is left frozen, his face a canvas of pure, unadulterated horror. With the bloody affair concluded, a tense quiet falls over the estate. Sometime later, Najio awakens, his wounds bandaged as he recovers in bed. Barely conscious, he looks to the woman at his side and asks if she is Lady Seorinji. With a slight smirk, Seorinji officially welcomes him as a new member of the Heavenly Demon cult. Sujin, still weak from his ordeal, struggles to sit up and asks how long he was unconscious. She informs him a full day has passed, bringing a tray with a bowl of porridge for him. He wryly notes that he's spent most of his time in Luoyang completely knocked out. He points out that he's seen her 3 times already, but she quickly dismisses him, saying she has matters to attend to. As she turns to leave, he calls out her name, trying to get her to stay a moment longer. Seorinji stops in her tracks, turning back with an inquisitive, almost annoyed expression. But before either can speak, a figure appears in the doorway, wondering if something is wrong. It's Senior Najio, and he greets Sujin, explaining that he has some things to tell him. Najio's eyes fall on the untouched food, chiding Sujin for neglecting his recovery. But the young man was simply lost in thought. Sujin smirks, telling his senior he's glad he came, because he has a lot of questions. Najio seems perfectly willing to listen, asking what he wants to know. Without missing a beat, Sujin demands to know why he was drugged and set up right after completing the mission. This question throws Najio off. He assumes Lady Seo must have explained things, but Sujin drops a bombshell of his own. He never even met Lady Seo. Now it's Najio's turn to be confused, asking why Sujin killed the #1 beauty of Luoyang. Sujin calmly clarifies the massive misunderstanding she was the mission target all along. The realization hits Najio like a lightning bolt. He can't believe she was the target from the very start, but the shock quickly melts into amusement as he bursts out laughing, finding this turn of events fascinating. He explains that Seorinji was supposed to give Sujin the details, but she never made contact once she realized who the target was. Sujin lets out a wry laugh, finally understanding the cascade of miscommunications. He recalls his first mission scroll, which ordered him to kill any titled righteous martial artist. Najio explains that when they heard Sujin was investigating the Huanglong Wu clan, they made an assumption. They thought he was some reckless fool, aiming to take down the Golden Dragon himself. And so, they decided to use him as a disposable pawn, a fact that Sujin quietly processes. Najio admits they never expected him to target one of the legendary 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. He reveals the cult's grand plan, to thin the herd by eliminating 3 of the dragons, including Golden Dragon. Their cult sent assassins after him while he was traveling, but the mission repeatedly failed. With each attempt, the Golden Dragon only grew unbelievably stronger, leaving their agents in the dust. His hidden skills far surpassed their estimates, and he became arrogant, reveling in his victories. But Sujin is stuck on one detail. If Golden Dragon was so powerful, how did Cheonseoi kill him? Najio clarifies that Cheonseoi isn't weak. He's a master who killed the legend in less than 2 breaths. After 3 failed assassinations, the cult had to back off to avoid an all-out war with the Huanglong Wu clan. Sujin realizes that Golden Dragon's death should have triggered that very war from the clan's leader, the Sword Lord. With a knowing smirk, Najio confirms the war never happened because it was orchestrated that way. He begins to tell a common story of jealousy, where the Sword Lord felt threatened by Golden Dragon's rapid growth. But the plot thickens. The Sword Lord's legal wife was known to be unvirtuous, and the child they had together wasn't even his. A dirty little secret their branch uncovered. With this kind of information, their branch leader, Seo Hwanyang, is the one who paints the big picture. Changing the subject, Najio casually asks if Sujin has met one of their other agents, Orchid Lu. Sujin seems a little overwhelmed, as Orchid Lu greets him with a surprisingly familiar hug. As Najio heads for the door, he offers a final piece of advice. He warns Sujin that there's a group he should absolutely avoid: the 4 Flowers of Luoyang. With a casual wave, he reveals Orchid Lu as their leader and tells Sujin to get some rest. The warning, delivered so casually, leaves Sujin completely bewildered. Suddenly, the implications of Najio's words hit him with full force. He throws open the door, rushing to catch the senior martial artist. He demands to know why the 4 flowers are considered targets to be avoided. But his question dies on his lips when he sees someone else standing right there in the room. A face from a bloody memory flashes in his mind, the face of Ju Sogun. Ju Sogun greets him with a knowing smile, remarking that it's been a long time. Sujin is completely stunned, stammering out a question of how he could possibly be here. The man from his past, Ju Sogun, simply stands there with an unreadable, confident air. He seems pleased to be remembered, but then addresses Sujin by a different name entirely, Pai Wilreo. The connection suddenly clicks for Sujin. He knew Ju Sogun was part of the Heavenly Demon cult, but never the Luoyang branch. Ju Sogun casually explains he was away on business and only just heard the news, so he came to find him. He then looks Sujin over with false concern, asking if he's doing all right. Sujin looks down at his own bandaged chest, a moment of tension filling the room. But then, with a soft rustle, the bandages begin to unravel and fall to the floor. He tears away the rest of his top, revealing a perfectly healed body and declaring he's already recovered. Ju Sogun flashes a confident smile, remarking on how quickly Sujin recovered. He then extends an invitation to the training ground, saying everyone is eagerly waiting for him. Sujin is immediately suspicious, wondering why anyone would be waiting for him there. The scene shifts to a vast, completely empty training ground, confirming his doubts. He arrives and scans the deserted area, his confusion mounting. Sujin turns to his guide, pointing out the obvious lie: not a single person is here. But Ju Sogun simply walks past him, ignoring the question entirely. He approaches a weapons rack at the edge of the training grounds. Turning back with a knowing smirk, he reveals his true purpose for bringing Sujin here. He raises a wooden practice sword, the unspoken challenge finally hanging in the air. And with that, Ju Sogun grips his wooden sword, ready to make his point. He wastes no time, swinging it directly at Sujin's head, without a single word of warning. But the moment he moves, a golden, draconic power flares to life in Sujin's eye. He doesn't even flinch, his own immense aura igniting in response to the sneak attack. A colossal wave of purple energy erupts from Sujin, easily stopping the blade in its tracks. The two now stand opposite each other, the initial ambush completely neutralized. Ju Sogun can't help but crack a smug grin, clearly impressed by the power he's provoked. Sujin calmly picks up his own practice weapon, seemingly unfazed by the sudden hostility. He comments on his opponent's rather unique way of requesting a duel. Ju Sogun just chuckles to himself, confirming that this is simply how he operates. The two warriors take their positions in the empty training grounds, sizing each other up. Ju Sogun's smug grin radiates absolute confidence in his own skill, but Sujin's golden, draconic eyes are locked on him, analyzing his every twitch. With his practice sword at the ready, the challenger seems eager to begin. A tense silence falls over the arena as they wait for the first move. Ju Sogun's gaze is sharp and focused, waiting for an opening. Sujin returns the stare, his concentration just as intense. Then, in a bizarre turn, the tension breaks as they both erupt into hearty laughter. Ju Sogun correctly guesses that Sujin prefers a defensive, counter-attacking style. So, to keep things fair, he declares he won't use his signature ghost sword technique. He explains that his ghost is a technique that doesn't stop until someone dies. Sujin is completely thrown off, asking him to clarify what he means by a ghost. With a sly smile, Ju Sogun confirms it, adding to his bizarre and unpredictable demeanor. Sujin, trying to make sense of it all, asks if this supposed ghost is a woman, but his opponent just laughs, dismissing the strange talk as nothing more than his personality. And with that, the friendly banter ends, as Ju Sogun suddenly lunges forward to attack. Sujin's draconic eyes gleam as he offers a curt apology for what's about to happen. His dragon eye activates, meticulously analyzing the path of the incoming strike. But it's not a sword coming at him, it's a banner, a completely unorthodox weapon choice. The sweeping attack forces a split-second decision. Abandon his sword form to escape or face it head. A confident smirk spreads across Sujin's face. His dragon eye has found the perfect counter. Instead of retreating, he firmly plants his feet, digging into the ground to brace himself. He swings his entire sword, scabbard and all, using it as a blunt weapon. His grip tightens on the sheathed blade, preparing to meet the unusual attack with an equally unconventional defense. Ju Sogun's own smile widens, intrigued by this surprisingly bold response. Sujin puts his entire body into the swing, aiming to parry the banner pole's strike. The two makeshift staves are about to collide with immense force. His golden eyes gleam, locked onto the exact point of impact. A shockwave of purple energy erupts from the clash, sending Sujin sliding backward. The raw power slams into him, and Sujin grits his teeth, trying to hold his ground. But the force is overwhelming, sending him sliding backward in a shower of purple energy. His golden eyes, however, are perfectly calm, analyzing the flow of power. Instead of fighting the momentum, he twists his body, turning the push into a spin. He's momentarily surprised by the sheer strength behind the casual swing, but Ju Sogun gives him no time to recover, leaping forward to press the attack. He brings a foot down hard on Sujin's shoulder, trying to pin him to the ground. Sujin expertly uses the stomp to launch himself backward, flipping away to create distance. He lands perfectly, absorbing the impact and resetting his stance in an instant. A confident smirk spreads across his face. This is getting interesting. No more games. He decides it's his turn to attack, lunging forward. He unleashes a powerful overhead swing, daring his opponent to take the hit. Their weapons collide in a shower of sparks and raw energy. Sujin grins, his golden eyes glowing as he presses his advantage. He can feel the excitement building. This is a real fight. But Ju Sogun's expression hardens as he swings his pole, now glowing with purple light. It's a devastating technique, a perfect fusion of internal and external energy. The wave of power slams into Sujin before he can even react. He's thrown to the ground, tumbling across the courtyard in a heap. Yet, Ju Sogun looks on with admiration, realizing it's the first time anyone has defended against that attack so perfectly. Sujin catches his breath, realizing he only dodged that last attack by expertly riding the force of the impact. Ju Sogun reflects on his technique, a state where his internal energy moves as fast as his thoughts. He questions Sujin, finding it impossible to believe someone could be so strong without any internal energy. But Sujin just smirks, claiming if he had such power, he wouldn't have dodged, he would have blocked the attack head-on. Ju Sogun presses further, assuming that without internal energy, Sujin must not know any formal sword techniques either. Sujin's answer is cryptic. His master only taught him swordsmanship, nothing more. But Ju Sogun finally understands, recognizing the pure, unadulterated essence of the legendary formless sword in Sujin's style. He knows he can't use an amateur technique against a master of the formless path. So, with a newfound resolve, he announces he will be using his demonic arts. A predatory grin spreads across Sujin's face as his eye glows golden, eagerly accepting the challenge. Ju Sogun firmly grips his weapon, his resolve hardened and ready for a true battle. The two warriors face off, the distance between them crackling with unspoken tension. Sujin's eyes ignite, his pupils narrowing into golden slits, burning with draconic power. In his mind, Ju Sogun visualizes the terrifying, shadowy form of his demonic arts. He channels this dark power, his very presence twisting into something far more sinister. But Sujin, completely unfazed, declares that he'll be the one to attack first. Before he can even move, however, the ground begins to shake beneath him. A violent pillar of purple demonic energy explodes from Ju Sogun's body. The raw, chaotic power floods the courtyard, swirling around its master in a maelstrom. Yet even against this overwhelming display, Sujin takes a single, confident step forward. The chaotic purple energy contracts into a single, violent point. Ju Sogun channels this immense power, raising his banner pole high. It transforms into a colossal, crackling blade of pure demonic ki. The air itself seems to hum with destructive intent. He glares down at Sujin, ready to unleash this devastating attack. The massive energy blade swings down in a terrifying arc, but the attack never physically lands its all in Sujin's head. His golden eye reflects the phantom blade an instant before impact. He realizes too late that this is the dreaded mind combat. The mental shock sends him to his knees, as Ju Sogun mockingly asks if he saw death. Sujin gasps for air, his mind and body reeling from the phantom blow. Ju Sogun smirks, revealing that he'd been waiting for half an hour. While Sujin stood still, they were already locked in a final battle within his mind. He pats the younger warrior condescendingly on the back, the gesture a clear sign of dominance. Sujin is horrified, the memory of the illusory blade still fresh. He admits that in that illusion, he was killed instantly by Jusogun's sword. Still dazed, he asks who actually won their mind combat, but Jusogun explains a crucial rule. Once engaged, neither of them could truly attack the other. Sujin processes this, recalling how he glimpsed death through that mental assault. His opponent nods, suggesting that the harrowing experience was a lesson in itself. Sujin remains seated, absorbing the profound weight of that phantom death. Suddenly, his eyes flash a brilliant gold, the pupil narrowing into a reptilian slit. His hair floods with a pale light, as a new awareness washes over him, a state he believes might be direct insight. The world snaps back into focus, but Jusogun is gone completely. He's startled back to reality, stumbling backward onto the stone floor. Scrambling up, he demands to know who this stranger is and where his opponent vanished. The man studies him with a curious intensity, asking if he's a man named Pai Wolryo. Caught completely off guard, Sujin can only stammer out a hesitant confirmation. The stranger smiles, introducing himself as the leader of the heavenly demon cult's first generation in Luoyang. Sujin can only stare, realizing he's just landed in a situation far more complicated than he could have imagined. The leader adds with a smug grin that he is now Sujin's direct superior. Sujin can only blink, completely baffled by this sudden claim of authority. Without another word, the man turns and simply tells him to follow along. But Sujin isn't having it, stopping him to demand the name of his new superior. The man casually introduces himself as Park So-yul, as if it should be obvious. The name strikes Sujin as bizarre, and he doubts if it's even a real surname. Park So-yul chuckles, admitting his name is a little on the odd side, but he turns the tables, a sly glint in his eye, saying he's not the only strange one. He asks how Sujin, who has heard has no internal energy, passed the academy's test. The leader pieces it together. No energy, yet able to learn any art and resist demonic influence. Park So-yul suddenly bursts out laughing, a moment of startling clarity hitting him. Sujin, completely bewildered, turns and asks what he could possibly mean. With a sly grin, Park So-yul poses a truly insane question. What if he learned demonic arts through yin-yang unification? The very idea stops Sujin in his tracks. He can't believe what he just heard, shouting back in disbelief about the forbidden technique. But Park So-yul casually waves it off, telling him not to worry and to hurry along. They arrive before a stern-looking elder, who immediately scolds Sujin for being late. Sujin quickly apologizes, claiming he was simply too engrossed in his training. The elder seems to accept this, then immediately pivots to the grim business at hand, addressing the Hao clan's branch leader. The branch leader confirms the terrible news. One of their elders and his guards were recently slaughtered by a man named Pai Wolryo. The scene shifts to a flashback, with Pai Wolryo questioning a gate guard about an old man and his entourage. The guard looks back, confused, trying to place the memory. His mind flashes to a terrifying moment the old man at sword point, realizing his life was over. Pai Wolryo's men had been demanding information about a woman who had left with the Wu clan. Back in the present, the guard is pale with shock, the memory flooding back. He tries to defend himself, stammering that it was strange for a Hao clan elder to look like a beggar. But the man he's reporting to is completely unimpressed by such a pathetic explanation. The guard finally grasps the gravity of his failure that old man was a real elder. The branch leader cuts him off, demanding to know the exact date of the murder. His subordinate confirms the timeline. It happened 3 or 4 days ago. The high-ranking elder of the cult turns to one of his own, asking about Pai Wolryo's whereabouts during that time. Elder Park steps up to answer, claiming the man had been in closed-door training for a month straight. The young disciple standing nearby is stunned, realizing the cult might actually be choosing to protect him over the Hao clan. But the Hao clan's representative scoffs, completely dismissing the flimsy alibi. He poses the obvious question. If Pai Wolryo was in seclusion, who was the man at the Wu clan? His voice booms with righteous fury, pointing out the impossible timeline. How could he have left the Wu clan just 2 days ago? He gestures to the entire assembly, demanding someone explain the glaring contradiction. But the high-ranking elder isn't fazed. Instead, his eyes turn cold as he accuses the Hao clan of spying on his cult. The representative's confidence shatters, the sudden pressure causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He stammers, trying to defend his clan by saying they weren't spying, just searching for their lost elder. He clenches his fist, weakly claiming one of his disciples just happened to see cult members at the Wu clan. The high-ranking elder, however, is completely unfazed, calmly suggesting someone is trying to sow discord between them. His gaze sweeps over the Hao clan delegation as he continues, speaking of spies working in the shadows. Then, with a cold, knowing look, he suggests those very spies are disguised as Hao clan members, advising them to clean house. The representative explodes in fury, calling the accusation complete nonsense. But the elder's face turns menacing, his aura flaring as he delivers a chilling ultimatum. Find the spies, or the cult will. The representative's eyes dart to the young disciple, utterly baffled as to why the cult would risk so much to protect this one boy. Under the crushing pressure, the branch leader finally breaks, sighing that he will discipline his own disciple as a potential spy. He and his subordinates kneel, offering a formal apology for ever daring to doubt the heavenly demon cult. His own men are aghast, shouting at their leader that such a groveling apology is completely unnecessary. The branch leader silences his protesting men, offering a deep, formal apology for the entire Hao clan. With their tails between their legs, the humiliated delegation turns and exits the hall. The great doors slam shut, sealing the end of that particular confrontation. The elder watches them leave, making a mental note of the Hao clan's growing power, an issue for another time. For now, he returns his focus to the throne room, ready to address the real reason they're all here. He raises his voice, commanding the attention of every last cult member in the hall. The elder points to a man kneeling in the center, telling everyone to burn the face of Pai Wolryo into their memory. Nearby, the young disciple is still standing, until a senior cultist urgently whispers for him to kneel. Confused but not wanting to cause trouble, the boy awkwardly lowers himself to the floor. Now, the entire hall is kneeling in unison, reverently awaiting their leader's command. The elder's voice cuts through the silence, posing a formal question directly to Pai Wolryo. The young man, still kneeling, immediately responds with the required phrase, showing his submission. Hess then reminded of the heavenly demon cult's absolute law, the strong rule, and the weak obey unconditionally. The elder's final question hangs in the air. Is he prepared to be reborn as a demon god? Pai Wolryo's eyes burn with zealous conviction. With the boy's loyalty confirmed, the elder prepares to assign him to one of the cult's divisions. But before he can speak, a new voice cuts in, and a man raises his hand to claim the new recruit for himself. The elder looks on with a hint of surprise, questioning if he truly intends to accept the boy into the prestigious First Division. The man confirms his decision but adds a condition. He will be the one to choose Pai Wolryo's cultivation method. With a confident smirk, he gives a respectful salute, having gotten exactly what he wanted. The declaration is made from the throne, and just like that, Pai Wolryo is officially assigned to the First Division. Now a member, Pai Wolryo stands among his new comrades, looking a little lost. A senior cultist approaches, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The man confirms the news, a bit surprised that he actually made it into the First Division. He admits he was planning to take the boy himself, but laments that Elder Park was just a bit quicker. Completely in the dark, Pai Wolryo asks what exactly the First Division does that has everyone so concerned. The senior stares back, stunned by the boy's absolute cluelessness. He grabs Pai Wolryo by the shoulders, unable to comprehend his ignorance. Shaking him in disbelief, he demands to know if he truly knows nothing at all. His expression turns grim as he reveals the truth. The First Division handles everything, no matter the task. Pai Wolryo repeats the words, the weight of their meaning slowly starting to dawn on him. The senior begins to list the insane, often contradictory missions the division is forced to undertake. He recalls his most frustrating assignment, to assassinate a woman who turned out to be the mistress of the North Sea Ice Palace. The memory alone gets him worked up, thinking back on the 2 grueling months it took just to approach her. Seeing the man's agitation, Pai Wolryo nervously tries to get him to calm down, a bit overwhelmed by the intensity. The senior takes a moment to collect himself, the bitterness of the past still fresh. But his mission was a success, leading to the destabilization of the entire ice palace for the cult's benefit. He scoffs, explaining that if the order was straightforward, it'd be impossible. They are simply slaves for dirty work. The grim reality sinks in for Pai Wolryo, who can only hope his own fate will somehow be different. Later that night, Pai Wolryo makes his way through the silent, imposing halls of the First Division. He carefully follows the directions he was given, searching for his new quarters. Arriving at a door, he assumes he's finally found the right room. He slides it open and steps inside, expecting to find it empty. But a woman is already standing there, her back turned to him. He recoils in shock, completely startled by the unexpected presence. His eyes flash with a reptilian glow. He hadn't sensed a single thing, not even a whisper of an aura. Stunned, he glances back at his paper, now certain he's made a mistake. But the woman turns to face him, calmly confirming that this is, in fact, Master Pai's room. Still reeling, he asks who she is, wondering if she's one of the famed 4 flowers. The woman simply stares back, her expression utterly unimpressed. He scoffs, questioning why a master is acting like a maid, but she calmly informs him she's been ordered to kill him if he steps out of line. The threat lands perfectly. He activates his dragon eye, but even then, he can't gauge her skill at all. This woman is his watchdog. A tense silence hangs in the air as he begins to understand the true nature of his new position. Trying to break the ice, he mentions that he just met the 2nd Division leader. He remarks that the entire division seems to be filled with terrifyingly skilled assassins. The crushing reality dawns on him. The heavenly demon cult can dispose of him whenever they please. Humbled and defeated, he gestures for her to leave, having finally understood his place. Just then, a man with a relaxed demeanor appears at the door, asking Pai Wolryo how he's settling in. Recognizing the man's status, Pai Wolryo immediately offers a respectful greeting to the First Division leader. As his imposing attendant bows and departs, he maintains his formal posture before his new superior. The leader watches her leave for a moment before turning back to the recruit, casually asking for his name. When Pai Wolryo answers, the leader points to himself. Completely baffled, they share the exact same name. A slightly awkward cough breaks the silence as the leader recovers from the strange coincidence. He then changes the subject, producing a familiar sword and asking if it belongs to the young man. A memory flashes through Pai Wolryo's mind of wielding that very blade, a symbol of his former power. His eyes light up as he eagerly confirms the sword is his, a piece of his old self finally returned. He grips the familiar hilt, but a flicker of unease immediately crosses his face. Something is wrong. The blade feels hollow, its sound completely alien to him. The leader explains that their techniques are absolute, killing everything they touch, even a sword's spirit. He was told they restored the blade as much as they possibly could, but the grim truth is delivered with a hand on his shoulder. The spirit of the sword is dead. Pai Wolryo lets out a sigh, a moment of genuine disappointment for the weapon he once cherished. But then his mood shifts entirely, a cold smirk appearing as he states he prefers domination over harmony anyway. The leader is stunned, questioning his choice, only for Pai Wolryo to admit he sometimes kills living swords himself. This brutal philosophy earns a hearty laugh, and the leader declares he can't wait to cross blades with him one day. The First Division leader chuckles, agreeing that a duel between them would indeed be something to see. He postpones the challenge, however, until after Pai Wolryo has studied, presenting him with a thick blue book. Pai Wolryo's eyes widen with excitement, immediately guessing it must be a martial arts manual. The leader clarifies, handing him a second book. One is the cult's law book, the other a guide to the branch personnel and roles. Holding the two books, Pai Wolryo eagerly asks what the third item is. It's a map of the branch, the leader explains, adding that the branch leader himself will choose Pai Wolryo's martial arts. Humbled by the gesture, Pai Wolryo clutches the book and offers a sincere thank you. The leader claps him on the shoulder, dismissing the thanks and joking about the weeks of reading he's just assigned. But then his tone turns serious. He wasn't just there to drop off books, as a new order has come down. The leader reveals Pai Wolryo's mission: bring back 2 treasures from the Huanglong Wu clan. Still thinking like an outsider, Pajrosase, Ei Wolryo innocently asks for details about these treasures. The leader's smile vanishes, disappointed by the recruit's response. His entire demeanor shifts, radiating a menacing aura as he asks if this is a challenge. It suddenly clicks for Pai Wolryo, who snaps into a salute, finally understanding his mistake. The leader turns, warning him to get used to this, because others won't be nearly as forgiving. Pai Wolryo holds his pose, taking the harsh lesson to heart. This, the leader explains, is the fundamental nature of the heavenly demon cult's orders. If you don't understand, you are expected to figure it out on your own, no questions asked. And this is the group he's meant to join, the Maho Squad, also known as the Dragon of Demonic Yang. They are the cult's one and only intelligence unit, led by the infamous Elder Samu Jo, the extremely evil demonic brain. With his orders in hand, Pai Wolryo sets off, walking through the sprawling, labyrinthine halls. But as he reads the instructions, a cold sweat breaks out. The path is ridiculously complicated. He looks around, his confidence evaporating as the identical corridors mock his sense of direction. Panic begins to set in as he realizes he is completely and utterly lost. But then, a faint sound cuts through his anxiety, his sharp senses catching something amiss. He whirls around, eyes wide, finally detecting a presence that had been there all along. A woman stands there, her expression unreadable as she notes his impressive shadow concealment technique. Pai Wolryo confronts her, asking if she's been tailing him, and she confirms it without a hint of hesitation. He tries to play it cool, admitting with a grin that he's looking for the Majo squad and got a bit lost. It seems this is exactly where the mysterious woman was heading as well. She wordlessly leads him down the correct path, her silence adding to the mystery. He offers a polite thank you, but the moment she has his back turned, she vanishes completely. A jolt of shock runs through him. He didn't even feel her presence disappear. He calls out into the empty corridor, asking if she intends to keep tailing him. His eyes flare with a draconic light, activating a powerful perception technique to find her. But to his disbelief, he finds nothing, realizing her stealth is far beyond his senses. Giving up the search for now, he reaches his destination and slides the doors open. He's immediately met with the sharp voice of Elder Samu Jo, who scolds him for such an impolite entrance. Pai Wolryo quickly apologizes, explaining he's here for mission details, and addressing the man as squad leader Ji Huachu. The squad leader is mildly surprised, noting that this newcomer has already done his homework on names. With a respectful salute, Pai Wolryo says it's only natural, since he's here to ask for a favor. The squad leader initially dismisses him, stating that his low clearance level restricts what he can be told. He reconsiders, however, and reveals the mission. The Huanglong Sword Lord has gone missing. The title rings in Pai Wolrio's mind, a flash of the legendary, golden aura-clad master appearing in his thoughts. He's visibly taken aback by the gravity of this news. The squad leader then adds another piece of information. The Divine Object Lord was looking for him and is waiting at the main gate. Confused, Pai Wolrio turns back, admitting he has no idea who the Divine Object Lord is. The squad leader looks at him with utter disbelief, shocked that he doesn't know the master of the cult's sacred treasure. Pai Wolrio mutters to himself, trying to play it cool, as if it's perfectly normal not to know every big shot in the cult. He then makes his way through the sprawling, magnificent headquarters of the Heavenly Demon cult. Finally arriving at the main gate, he stretches out the tension from his meeting. A voice suddenly calls out, noting that for someone from the Luoyang branch, he doesn't carry the air of a demonic practitioner. A man in a strange fox mask approaches, correctly guessing his identity as Pai Wolrio. His unsettling appearance immediately draws the wary eyes of all the nearby disciples. Completely bewildered by this odd character, Pai Wolrio cautiously asks who he is. The masked man calmly reveals his title. He is the Divine Object Lord. The name finally registers, and Pai Wolrio, remembering his orders, asks what business the Lord has with him. His purpose, the Lord explains with an unnerving casualness, is simply to follow him around. Pai Wolrio flatly refuses, but the Divine Object Lord couldn't care less, stating his permission isn't required. The word orders catches Pai Wolrio's attention, and he presses for an explanation, his patience wearing thin. He questions if the branch leader ordered this man to assist him, but the Lord makes a sharp distinction: not assist, just follow. The strange nature of this command leaves Pai Wolrio completely bewildered and frustrated, and when he asks for details, the masked man simply states that he can't say, deepening the mystery. A flicker of gold in Pai Wolrio's eyes shows his senses are on high alert, his distrust peaking. He relents for now, telling the Lord to understand that it's impossible for him to be trusted. Turning away, he announces his plan to meet someone at the north gate, intending to grab food along the way. The Lord then offers to treat him, revealing himself to be a senior from the prestigious First Squad. This new information stops Pai Wolrio cold. This strange minder holds a far higher rank than he ever suspected. Later that night, the two of them find their way to a quiet inn. The masked lord keeps his promise, treating Pai Wolrio to a meal. A steaming bowl of noodles is placed on the table before him, and without a moment's hesitation, Pai Wolrio begins to eat. The Lord finds this amusing, remarking that he seems to be a person without any suspicion. He points out how easily Pai Wolrio ate the food, asking if he ever considered it might be poisoned. With a confident smirk, Pai Wolrio replies that since the Lord is mentioning it now, it obviously wasn't. He then asks if the Lord truly considers his simple action to be so bold. The Lord corrects him it wasn't bold, it was foolish, and he wonders why the branch leader would accept someone like him. But Pai Wolrio's smile only widens as he asks if his minder can sense anyone else's presence nearby. The masked man is momentarily confused by the question, so Pai Wolrio shifts tactics, asking if the infamous Four Flowers of Luoyang are with him. The Lord nonchalantly admits he knows one of them, Ju Ha, a high-ranking assassin who operates alone. Pai Wolrio's smirk returns, pointing out that she was with the Lord but took no action, which he sees as confirmation of his identity. The Lord just laughs, remarking that while others see him as a genius, he sees Pai Wolrio as nothing more than a cunning fox. Unfazed, Pai Wolrio cuts to the chase, asking a simple question: what is his minder's real name? The Lord deflects, stating that he cannot be anyone other than the Divine Object Lord. This response puzzles Pai Wolrio, who asks if the object is so important that it completely erases one's identity. With absolute certainty, the Lord explains that once a demonic path member holds the object, they have no other identity. Pai Wolrio is left speechless, finally grasping the immense weight and commitment that comes with the title. The Lord casually suggests that if Pai Wolrio is so curious, he should study the Heavenly Demon cult's laws. But as Pai Wolrio begins to question this, the friendly meal comes to an abrupt end. In a flash, the Lord lunges across the table, violently shoving Pai Wolrio to the floor. An instant later, something unseen slices through the air where his head had just been. A deadly, ornate dagger embeds itself deep into the wooden pillar behind him. He recognizes it with dawning horror. The legendary shadowless dagger, one of the martial world's great secret weapons. Shaken, Pai Wolrio can only stare, realizing how close he was to death as the Lord looks on. The masked man then reveals his true purpose, admitting the branch leader gave him a direct order. His mission was not just to observe, but to counter-ambush anyone trying to assassinate Junior Pai. The pieces click into place for Pai Wolrio. He was used as bait, and he smirks, catching the Lord in a contradiction. The Lord admits his earlier confidence was misplaced. He didn't realize they were dealing with a shadowless dagger wielder. Just as Pai Wolrio begins to grasp the sheer danger of their foe, the Lord suddenly grabs him. For the second time in as many minutes, he violently hurls the young martial artist across the room. Pai Wolrio slams onto the floorboards, completely blindsided by the sudden maneuver. But now he sees why the attack wasn't for him. One of his loyal men slumps over, a dagger buried in his chest. The intricate hilt is unmistakable, a thin, nearly invisible wire trailing from it into the shadows. His heightened senses flare, but even he is utterly baffled by what just happened. The Lord stands over him, explaining this is the work of the Shadowless Sand, a truly apt name for an unseen attack. He moves behind Pai Wolryo, revealing the chilling truth. The assassin uses not one, but two shadowless daggers. These daggers are controlled by the sand, and the legendary floating sword technique is merely the basic skill required to use them. Pai Wolryo is in shock, marveling at the clean trajectory and lack of wasted movement. The Masked Lord calls this technique one path, one kill, a perfect description for the assassin's deadly efficiency. Pai Wolryo wonders if they can track the dagger when it's retrieved, a desperate but logical thought. But the Lord explains that the shadowless sand is a divine object that holds energy, so retrieval is unnecessary. He grimly admits they were lucky before, only dodging because they actually saw the assassin throw it. Now, standing back to back, he warns that they can only rely on their energy sense to survive and must hold out. Their real plan is to buy time for a hidden ally, someone even the dagger wielder cannot detect. A sliver of hope appears on Pai Wolryo's face. He finally understands their strategy. Just then, the dagger rips itself free from the corpse with a violent clatter. It zips across the room in a blur, burying itself deep into a wooden pillar as the hunt resumes. With a desperate clang of steel, Pai Wolryo swings his sword, parrying the invisible projectile. The Lord is stunned, he could see it, but Pai Wolryo reveals he can't. He's just reading its path. He explains that even a hidden blade follows a single, deadly trajectory. One path for one kill. His masked companion tells him to stop overthinking it, and just focus on blocking that one dagger. Pai Wolryo's eyes glow with concentration, his senses straining as the dagger zips past his head. The weapon circles back, aiming for his blind spot, forcing him to spin and block with his own blade. Just as he swings, the Lord screams a warning for him to duck, spotting a flaw in the defense. In a split-second maneuver, Pai Wolryo leaps over his ducking ally, narrowly dodging the attack. They land back-to-back, swords at the ready, as his blade clashes with the dagger in a shower of sparks. The tip of the blade grinds to a halt right beside his ear, the danger reflected in his glowing reptilian eye. The deadly vibration hums right beside Pai Wolryo's head, the invisible blade impossibly close. But he's not relying on sight alone. His dragon eye feels the subtle shift in the air. His pupil narrows into a reptilian slit, and suddenly, the unseen becomes visible to him. Through his enhanced vision, he traces the dagger's glowing path, instantly calculating its target. It wasn't aiming for him at all, it was going straight for the divine object lord's neck. With no time to shout a warning, Pai Wolryo plants his foot on the wooden floor. He spins low, unleashing a powerful kick aimed directly at his own ally. His foot connects perfectly with the flat of the Lord's sword. A brilliant, unconventional parry. The shadowless dagger is sent flying, its perfect assassination attempt utterly shattered. The two warriors reset, side by side. Their sense, a figure materializes on the second-floor railing, crackling with a furious blue aura. The legendary shadowless dagger hovers menacingly, returned to its master's side. The assassin glares down, demanding to know how they possibly deflected his perfect, invisible strike. But before he can get an answer, a cold blade presses against his own throat from behind. A woman, Orchid Lu, has appeared from nowhere, thanking him for coming out on his own. With the upper hand, she asks him a simple question. What is the weakness of hidden blade users? He grits his teeth, forced to admit that it is, of course, close combat. But his compliance quickly burns away into rage, as he recalls his sect's tragic history. He spits that they discarded all other weapons to eliminate that very weakness. A burst of energy erupts, forcing Orchid Lu's blade away as she realizes her prey is far from helpless. He lunges forward, not with a hidden blade, but with overwhelming close-quarters combat. A wave of blue energy erupts from his stance, aimed directly at Orchid Lu. The impact shatters her guard, sending her stumbling back in disbelief. He's a whirlwind of palm strikes and kicks, proving his boasts were no empty threat. Orchid Lu is thrown hard against the wooden railing, completely overpowered. She loses her footing and is sent plummeting towards the ground below. The assassin watches with a confident grin, his victory seemingly assured. But to add insult to injury, he launches two daggers to finish the job. Helpless in midair, Orchid Lu can only watch as the blades close in. But at the last possible second, Sujin intercepts, her sword clashing against the daggers. The shadowless assassin stumbles, clutching a deep wound in his side. He points a shaking finger, screaming a warning to Pai Wolryo to never be alone. But his warning is cut short as masked assassins leap into the fray. A crimson blade arcs through the air, aimed right at his neck. He desperately dives to the side, barely dodging the lethal attack. But a swift kick connects, sending him crashing through the building's window. The masked attacker lands smoothly, having successfully dispatched his target. From the floor below, Pai Wolyo casually asks if he can handle it from here. The masked subordinate confidently replies that this is his duty. And with that, he vaults through the broken window to finish the job. The scene shifts, leaving the chaos behind for the streets of a bustling city. Here, Pai Wolreo and his companion, Orchid Lu, walk through the crowd as if nothing happened. He seems completely unbothered, but she finds herself in a state of deep reflection. She just survived an assassination attempt, yet feels a strange absence of tension. She wonders what kind of life he must have lived to be so composed in the face of death. He suddenly turns to her, asking if she didn't just lead him to that alley to make the ambush easier. She admits it was part of the plan, a necessary step to complete their mission. He then questions the methods of the heavenly demon cult, asking if they always operate so independently. Orchid clarifies that only the first squad does, leading him to ask if they even use each other as pawns. She looks him dead in the eye, asking why else he thinks she would be accompanying him. Pai Wolreo is visibly stunned by her cold, matter-of-fact admission. He realizes her true purpose was never to protect him, but simply to monitor him. She explains the sect's core, unspoken rule. Absolute loyalty is everything. Skilled fighters who aren't born into the cult are always seen as disposable tools, eventually to be discarded. Her words trigger a painful memory of being interrogated, threatened with a swift death. She brings him back to the present, asking if he didn't join the sect fully prepared for this kind of life. She tells him that his recent battle is the only reason anyone cares. New recruits die all the time. He lets out a weary sigh, the weight of his situation finally sinking in, and asks if he'll be used again. An awkward, heavy silence hangs between them, her lack of an answer saying everything. Clenching his fist, Pai Wolreo finds a new resolve. His only mission now is to survive. With his new mission, clear survival, Pai Wolreo is led away from the fortress. He follows Orchid Lu and another woman out through the main gates. Their guide, a solemn woman, seems to be taking them to a specific destination. As they enter the woods, a young swordsman joins their quiet procession. The four of them continue their journey deeper into the wilderness. They finally arrive at a misty clearing, and he wonders if this is the meeting place. Suddenly, a dark memory flashes through his mind, a carriage under guard. He remembers the brutal image of a woman being stabbed clean through the back. His face drains of color as the horrific scene from his past plays out again. The vision fades, revealing two figures waiting for them in the desolate landscape ahead. He snaps out of his vision, startled by the sight of the woman standing before him. The man with her, Najio, calls out impatiently, asking why Pai Wolyo is just standing there. But Pai Wolreo can barely breathe, his mind screaming, how is the number one beauty of Luoyang alive? His own companions are completely lost, wondering what he's even talking about. He shields his eyes, trying to make sense of the impossible figure standing in the distance. The shock is so profound it leaves him completely drained and speechless. Finally, the waiting party decides to close the distance themselves, their footsteps echoing in the silence. She stands before him now, the woman from his past, and he has to ask if she is truly alive. Najio scoffs, reminding him that he should know better, since he's the one who put a blade through her heart. The woman, however, calmly explains her survival is the work of a certain old lady Manet, promising he'll understand soon. He shouts back that he'll follow soon, needing a moment to process as he retreats. Rejoining his own team, his female companion immediately asks if he's okay. Pai Wolreo waves off her concern, claiming to be fine despite his rattled state. The masked man tries to move on to the mission, but Pai Wolreo demands a situation report first. His companion begins the briefing, bringing up the sealed Huanglong Wu clan and its legendary sword lord. Pai Wolreo recalls hearing that the sword lord went missing, but now learns it's because he's searching for his daughter. The connection is instant. He's talking about the number one beauty of Luoyang, and the masked man confirms it. A look of pure disgust crosses his face. The man abandoned her, so why look for her now? But the masked man reveals the truly urgent part. The sword lord knows she's here and is already on his way. Pai Wolreo finds the man's reasoning completely bizarre, and his companion agrees it's hard to follow. The masked man reveals a shocking truth. The sword lord was suffering from chi deviation. Pai Wolreo is completely stunned, the term throwing him for a loop. His associate insists it's the only way to explain how a righteous master could go so insane as to suspect his own wife, and ultimately order the death of his son and daughter. But the regret from this tragedy, combined with the demonic energy, forged a twisted enlightenment, pushing him into the legendary harmony realm. Pai Wolreo can barely process the words. Reaching the level of a transcendent through a demonic corruption? It sounds impossible, but the masked man confirms it's true, all based on the Majo Squad's investigation. The harmony realm is a divine state, a power that breaks human limitations and, when achieved, shakes the very foundations of the world. The full, terrifying implication of facing such a being finally hits Pai Wolreo. With this power, the masked man concludes, the Huanglong clan's influence won't just cover a city, but entire provinces. Pai Wolreo puts it all together. They're trying to kill the Huanglong sword lord before that happens. His companion explains the Sword Lord's one weakness, an obsession with the #1 beauty of Luoyang. He's desperately trying to find a sliver of hope after the horrible things he did under demonic influence. The masked man confirms the plan. The branch leader decided to eliminate him while he's still new to the Harmony Realm. But the operation is urgent, so he must leave to prepare the legendary Heaven-Earth Net. The name alone shocks Pai Wolryo. Using a technique of that caliber on the Sword Lord is a massive gamble. The masked operative then formally requests Pai Wolryo's help, preparing to relay the branch leader's official word. Looking flustered but determined, Pai Wolryo tells him to proceed. The order is clear. Use Luoyang's #1 beauty as bait to draw the Sword Lord's attention. She is to be the core of their trap and must not be harmed, ensuring they claim both his life and his legendary sword. With his orders delivered, the masked operative vanishes, leaving Pai Wolryo to his task. But doubt immediately creeps in. He realizes he lacks the skills to be effective bait for this trap. His gaze shifts to the woman, wondering how she possibly survived a fatal stab to the heart. She stands there, an unnerving presence, making him question if she is even truly alive. Later, under the moonlight, Pai Wolryo waits alone in a desolate forest, preparing for the next step. Suddenly, his senses flare as he detects a powerful figure approaching his position. The sound of footsteps crunching on the ground confirms he is no longer alone. A powerful, fiery aura washes over the area, signaling the arrival of a true master. His eyes widen in alarm, the sheer pressure of this newcomer putting him on edge. An old man emerges from the darkness, asking if Pai Wolryo is the one who sent for him. The man's face is cloaked in shadow, but his piercing golden eyes glow with terrifying power. His hand rests calmly on the hilt of his sheathed sword, a silent promise of his strength. As the light reveals him, it's not an old man at all, but a young warrior with silver hair. His intense, golden-eyed gaze locks onto Pai Wolryo, sizing him up in an instant. A name echoes in Pai Wolryo's memory, the legendary Golden Dragon. The newcomer carries himself with an authority that far surpasses his youthful appearance. But no, Pai Wolryo realizes, this isn't the Golden Dragon, but his successor, the Huanglong Sword Lord. Quickly composing himself, he offers a formal and respectful greeting to the master. The Sword Lord's gaze, however, drifts past him to the unconscious woman slumped against a tree. He notes that if the heavenly demon cult is involved, then Pai Wolryo must be in serious trouble. Pai Wolryo kneels, confessing that as punishment for failure, he lost all his internal energy. He claims this drove him to betray the cult, all for revenge against the one who ruined him, Qian Xiaoyi. With a pained expression, he insists Qian Xiaoyi sabotaged him out of pure jealousy. The Huanglong Sword Lord calmly assesses him, noting that his body is indeed empty of power. Pai Wolryo explains that since he's a dead man anyway, his only wish is to see Qian Xiaoyi fall. The Sword Lord agrees to kill his son's murderer but is suspicious of this sudden alliance. Pai Wolryo presses his point, begging him to ensure Qian Xiaoyi dies no matter what. A flicker of understanding crosses the Sword Lord's face. He sees the cunning in this plea. Pai Wolryo quickly reframes it, calling his manipulation the strength of his desire for revenge. But the Sword Lord's sharp, unwavering gaze shows he is not so easily convinced. Meanwhile, another serious matter has caught the attention of a high-ranking master. He's examining a woman named Rina, whose life force is in disarray. Her chi and blood are completely blocked. He questions her companion, who explains she was perfectly fine when they first set out. It seems a unique and powerful acupoint seal is slowly killing her, a technique so advanced even he isn't sure he can break it. The companion admits he found her this way after she was imprisoned in the north. The master bluntly points out the grim reality. If she can't be cured, then this whole journey was for nothing. Her companion's face falls, the weight of that failure crashing down on him. But then, without another word, the master kneels and lets the ailing woman climb onto his back. He stands up, carrying her with ease, and simply tells her stunned companion that it's time to move. Hez not giving up, Hez going straight to the source, ordering the young man to lead the way back to the north. As he walks, the master reveals his plan. He can sense her pursuers and intends to let them know exactly where she is. Her companion is horrified, warning him that the elite members of the demonic path will be there. He insists it's impossible for one man to face them, especially while carrying an unconscious woman. The master just offers a confident smirk, casually saying they'll figure it out when they get there. They continue down a path through a forest that has fallen eerily silent. He points out that the animals are all hiding, a sure sign of a massive, hidden human presence. He wonders aloud why a force of over 100 would be lying in ambush in such a remote area. The companion realizes with dawning horror that they've walked into the infamous Heaven-Earth Net, but the master has no intention of leaving. He's going straight to the heart of the trap to find its commander. The young man is stunned, asking if it's even possible to break through such a legendary formation. The master simply smiles, explaining that having reached the Harmony Realm, his power is now limitless. His companion is completely baffled, unable to comprehend what that even means. It means the master clarifies that his effortless mastery far surpasses this petty ambush, even while carrying Rina. He playfully asks if the young man thinks he's just being arrogant, and the boy is too stunned to reply, but he promises they'll soon discover who is truly arrogant, him or the heavenly demon cult lying in wait. Finally, understanding the scale of power he's with, the companion bows, ready to witness this mastery firsthand. The old warrior just laughs, adding a chilling little warning that he can't guarantee the boy's survival. Then his expression turns serious as he tells him to watch closely. With a smooth motion, he draws his sword, and it erupts in a blinding torrent of golden energy. The companion's jaw drops, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer power radiating from the blade. His blade glows with an intensity that seems to set the very air on fire. He grips the hilt, containing a sun's worth of power, right in his palm. With the unconscious girl still on his back, he raises the sword high into the air. But instead of striking his foes, he brings it crashing down on a massive, ancient tree. The golden light cleaves straight through the trunk in a single, effortless motion. It slices the wood perfectly, the top half almost vaporizing from the sheer energy. A shockwave of dust and debris explodes outwards from the devastating impact, and from within the smoke, 3 masked assassins leap forward, completely undeterred. The master holds his ground, finding it strange that only 3 would dare to face him. His thought is answered by a coordinated assault, their blades erupting in dark, violent energy. Their blades converge, weaving a chaotic vortex of dark, murderous energy. But their target remains perfectly still, his golden sword held firm as he protects the girl. He meets their combined assault not with a swing, but with a surge of his own power. The 2 opposing forces collide in a violent, screeching impact. The 3 assassins press forward, certain their pincer attack will land, but he simply unleashes a defensive nova of pure golden light. A swirling fortress of protective chi erupts from his body, an impassable barrier. The blast sends the assassins flying, their formation and their confidence utterly shattered. One of the attackers remembers his orders. The number 1 beauty of Luoyang was to be unharmed, and it dawns on him this man wasn't just boasting. He protected her without a single flaw. But the grunts were just an appetizer. A new threat suddenly drops from the sky. He effortlessly carves through his own allies, a blur of crimson light and dark intent. The Golden Protector intercepts the attack, his golden blade clashing against the sinister red energy. He lands hard, the sheer force of the blow cracking the ground beneath his feet. With the unconscious Rina still secured on his back, he glares at the newcomer, demanding an answer. The assassin calmly assumes a battle stance, his twin energy blades humming with power. He takes a slow, deliberate breath, clearly unimpressed by the Protector's display of power. A smug grin spreads across his face, thanking the Protector for delivering his prize right to him. The Protector isn't rattled, his gaze steely as he asks again if this man was the one who sealed Rina's acupoints. But the assassin just scoffs, deflecting the question with a taunt as he prepares to strike. The assassin launches a furious assault, his crimson blade tearing through the air with overwhelming force. But the Golden Protector meets the attack head-on, his radiant sword a bulwark against the tide of red energy. Elsewhere, Rina's companion is in disbelief, realizing Senior Na's power might rival even the Huanglong Sword Lord. Back in the fight, the 2 warriors are locked in a brutal clash, their auras exploding outward. The assassin's jagged, chaotic energy grinds against the Protector's pure, unwavering golden light. With a smug look, the assassin easily parries the blow, clearly toying with his opponent. He immediately counters, swinging his blade in a wide, vicious arc aimed to kill. The Protector sees it coming, but with Rina on his back, he has no room to evade. He realizes with grim certainty that the attack is completely unavoidable. Gritting his teeth, he twists his body, taking the full force of the blow to shield her from harm. The assassin smirks, revealing his yin-yang demonic sword technique, his blades glowing with sinister power. He scoffs, leaping back and mocking the Protector for falling right into his trap. Bleeding and furious, the Protector glares back, disgusted by the arrogance of this mere demonic underling. But his rage is about to be unleashed, as a brilliant golden aura explodes from his body. His blade hums, charged with an incredible amount of pure, righteous energy. With Rina still on his back, he unleashes a single, devastating swing forward. A massive wave of golden light rips through the landscape, annihilating everything in its path. When the dust settles, a massive canyon has been carved into the earth from his one attack. But his expression is grim. He realizes with a chilling certainty that there were more of them nearby. And at the far end of the chasm, the assassin stands with 2 new demonic swordsmen, their auras swirling for the next assault. He grits his teeth, realizing this fight would test even the legendary Huanglong Sword Lord. Vicious demonic energy whips around them, forcing him to guard Rina while on the move. With the assassins closing in fast, he has no choice but to create some distance. The Crimson Assassin soars through the air for a finishing blow, but the Protector scoffs. He's not falling for that again, instead meeting the attack with a brilliant golden counter. The assassin's confidence shatters, replaced with grim respect for his opponent's true power. A roaring yellow dragon of pure energy erupts from the protector's blade. It smashes into the descending swordsman, whose demonic aura cracks under the immense force. His defense is completely overwhelmed, and the impact sends him reeling back, wounded. But the protector also feels the strain. He knows he can't sustain this level of combat for long. The assassin is stunned, wondering how his opponent still has so much energy left to burn. But the Huanglong Sword Lord isn't holding back, unleashing another blinding wave of golden power. His crimson blade strains against the overwhelming force, the impact jarring him to the bone. The clash sends the assassin reeling back, but he cleverly launches a swift, hidden counterattack amidst the chaos. The youth watching nearby remains calm, certain the Sword Lord's legendary indestructible body will negate the blow. His confidence evaporates as the crimson blade finds its mark, piercing cleanly through the old master's neck. The supposedly impenetrable defense has been shattered, and the youth can only stare in disbelief. He realizes with dawning horror that the assassin's sword aura is so potent it can't even be contained in a sheath. Both fighters drop to their knees, but the assassin smirks through the pain, knowing his attack landed. He begins to channel his dark power, preparing the yin-yang demonic sword technique to end this fight for good. The youth now stands in the Sword Lord's place, carrying an unconscious woman on his back. His golden eyes narrow, his focus locked on the kneeling assassin before him. He glances down at his palm, surprised to see a trickle of his own blood. For a moment, he seems impressed, acknowledging his opponent actually gave him a brush with death. But playtime is over. He draws his golden sword, ready to deliver a fitting end. Suddenly, a violent surge of purple energy erupts from the side. The youth's eyes widen in surprise, realizing the assassin wasn't alone. A horde of masked killers leaps into the fray, screaming to protect their master. Yet the strange purple energy intercepts their charge, tearing through their ranks in a chaotic flurry. He watches the scene unfold with a look of pure contempt for these pathetic fools. But amidst the chaos, the Huanglong Sword Lord prepares to unleash a final, desperate technique. With the unconscious woman secured on his back, he pours every last ounce of his power into his blade. He plunges the golden sword straight into the ground. An earth-shattering explosion of light erupts, a beacon of pure defiance. As the blinding energy subsides, the Sword Lord has vanished into the dust and smoke. The youth simply glances at a faint trace of blood, noting that, as expected, his prey escaped. Miles away, the Sword Lord makes his getaway, his golden sword flying off as a decoy. The young master watches their distant figures fade, a look of mild annoyance on his face. He reflects that for any other master, such arrogance would have been a death sentence. But for the Huanglong Sword Lord, it seems that very pride just bought him his life. His new companion remarks that their pursuer clearly knew the Sword Lord's identity and power. He suggests this whole affair feels like an elaborate plot, using the old man's daughter as bait. The Sword Lord confesses that he'd been suspicious of this supposed ally until this very moment, but seeing him also targeted by the heavenly demon cult has convinced him of his loyalty. The young man offers a weak, almost relieved thank you for the vote of confidence. A sinister grin betrays his true thoughts. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned. As they retreat, he identifies their attacker as Nagio, a high-ranking master in the cult. He then plants a crucial question: why would the cult set this trap without their leader? The Sword Lord, completely deceived, declares they must capture Nagio to free his daughter. His ally watches on, knowing his manipulation has taken root perfectly. But as they flee, their path is suddenly blocked by a hail of daggers. The supposed ally looks up, shouting a fake warning to the Sword Lord. A rain of countless blades and projectiles fills the air around them. The ground ahead is instantly transformed into a deadly field of steel. In fact, their entire escape route has been turned into an impossible trap. The young man, now carrying his master's daughter, desperately deflects the onslaught. He's panting, clearly exhausted from protecting them all this time. His ally watches from a distance, mocking his claim of limitless inner energy. Pushed to his limit, the youth's eyes ignite with golden fury as he issues a final threat. Done with the charade, he launches himself forward, wreathed in a brilliant golden aura. His golden sword cuts through the air, a single devastating arc aimed right at the assassins. He carves a path forward, shattering their crimson blades with pure, overwhelming power. The clash of energies erupts in a blinding explosion, wiping out the immediate threat. When the smoke clears, he's still standing, the unconscious woman held safely in his arms. But on the ground, there are no bodies, just a strange, black substance left behind. He realizes they weren't people at all, cursing the cowards who sent these puppets. With the path cleared, he wastes no time and continues his desperate escape. His so-called ally finally reappears, watching as the youth begins to falter under the strain. That last explosive burst of power has taken its toll. His energy is completely spent, and just as he's at his most vulnerable, an arrow finds its mark, piercing him from behind. But the arrow was just a distraction as another attacker lunges from the shadows. The exhausted youth roars, barely deflecting the strike with his golden blade. He screams at the cowards to stop hiding and face him like men. Just then, two more swords land with a thud, heralding a new arrival. The small group freezes, their eyes fixed on the figure emerging from the woods. And of course, it's the Crimson Assassin, back for a second round. His supposed ally can only stare, his face a mask of disbelief. The assassin admits his previous wound hasn't fully healed yet, but his smug grin makes it clear he thinks he's more than enough to finish this. The youth, however, just scoffs, mocking him as a warrior trapped by the mortal realm's limits. The Crimson Assassin then reveals his grand ambition: to kill a god, and finally shatter the wall, holding back his true potential. But the youth, still protecting the injured woman, coldly retorts that the only wall he'll be breaking is the one between life and death. The assassin just smirks, considering that a perfectly acceptable trade. With the pleasantries over, he lunges forward, his twin crimson blades hungry for blood. From the sidelines, his former ally watches in confusion, noting the assassin is deliberately avoiding any large-scale techniques. He's forcing a close-quarters battle, pinning the youth down with a flurry of precise strikes. But the youth has a surprise of his own, dropping his sword to thrust his palm forward. A blinding wave of golden energy erupts from his hand, catching the assassin completely off guard. The concussive force blasts the assassin's sword from his grasp, sending it clattering to the ground. Before the disarmed man can even react, the youth is already pressing the attack, ready to end this. With his hand still glowing, he channels another surge of golden power. He plants his foot, closing the final gap between them in an instant. He kicks up a cloud of dust, completely obscuring his next move. Then, he slams his palm directly into the Crimson Assassin's chest. The man's eyes widen in sheer terror as the point-blank energy blast engulfs him. But before he can finish the job, another blade lunges for his back. He spins, desperately blocking the surprise attack while protecting the woman he carries. Realizing he's being swarmed, he knows a simple palm strike won't be enough. A brilliant golden sword of pure energy materializes in his grasp. He raises the radiant blade high, preparing to unleash its full, devastating power. His golden blade effortlessly parries the assassin's crimson strike. The attacker's momentum carries him forward, his sword plunging uselessly into the earth. Another one leaps into the fray, a spinning blur of steel descending upon him. But the youth simply holds his sword aloft, its divine light growing impossibly bright. He unleashes a blinding wave of golden energy, a tsunami of pure power. The Crimson Assassin, knocked to the ground, realizes the terrifying danger all too late. The boy becomes a spinning vortex of light, carving a path through his ambushers. Another assassin can only stare, frozen in shock by the overwhelming technique. They try to press the attack, swarming him from all sides with their red blades. But their weapons begin to crack and shatter against his impenetrable golden aura. Even while carrying the unconscious woman, the youth's golden blade finds its mark. An assassin grunts in pain as the light pierces straight through his chest. Yet even as his life fades, he grabs the blade, trying to hold the boy in place. Seeing the opening, another killer leaps forward, his red sword ready for the kill. The youth braces for the impact, but the assassin's blade finds a different target. His eyes flare with golden fury as he feels the attack land behind him. Without hesitation, he channels a torrent of energy into his open palm. He unleashes the devastating yellow dragon palm, a soul-shattering wind of pure force. But the camera pans to his ally, whose eyes are wide with shock and agony. A crimson blade is buried deep in his stomach. He took the blow meant for the boy. The assassin's red sword drives through the protector's stomach, but another attacker is already impaled from behind. Instead of collapsing, the dying man grips the blade, a strange demonic power activating within him. His eyes flare with a terrifying, otherworldly light. With a final surge of strength, he pulls the assassin and the blade deeper into his own body. A dark, corrosive energy erupts from the wound, enveloping the killer's sword. The attacker's body disintegrates into dust, consumed entirely by the sacrificial technique. Seeing his guardian fall, the youth's grief ignites into a storm of golden rage. He gathers brilliant energy in both hands, vowing to avenge his fallen comrade. He unleashes the yellow dragon's ultimate art, the soul-shattering gale. The attack manifests as a roaring dragon of pure golden energy, ready to annihilate everything in its path. As the golden vortex rages, a lone swordsman watches the youth prepare to escape with the woman on his back. The witness draws his own blade, which glows with a familiar golden light. With a powerful leap, the youth rockets into the sky, and the swordsman vows this time, he won't get away. He can't help but wonder if the boy's monstrous power is even human. Without a moment's hesitation, he breaks into a desperate sprint. He runs past the mangled bodies of the assassins who stood in the boy's way. The path ahead is a grim trail of slaughter, but he presses on, undeterred. Reaching a cliff's edge, he scans the horizon for any sign of his target, and as he focuses, his own eyes begin to shimmer with the same brilliant, golden energy. Miles away, the youth is still carving a path of destruction, a lone golden warrior surrounded by a sea of fallen foes. With his ally providing cover, the golden youth cuts through waves of assassins. He continues his desperate escape, the unconscious woman still secure on his back. But for every one he cuts down, more seem to leap from the shadows, surrounding him. He scoffs at their persistence, seeing them as nothing more than pathetic creatures. With a roar, he unleashes the yellow dragon's earthquake technique. A devastating explosion of golden light erupts, annihilating everything around him. But in the aftermath, he clutches his stomach, feeling his inner energy flow unnaturally. He can't understand it. With Vajra invincibility, poison and acupoint attacks should be useless. As he stumbles forward, weakened and confused, a figure appears through the smoke. The pursuing swordsman grins, having finally caught up to his exhausted target. The youth's golden eyes burn with resolve. He knows he has to end this now. But his opponent just laughs, declaring the end of the yellow dragon family with twin blades of crimson energy. He leaps forward, a blur of red light intent on finishing the job. Pushing past his exhaustion, the young heir vows to kill the man standing before him. A brilliant sword of pure golden ki materializes in his hand as he prepares for a final, desperate clash. But just as the red blades descend, two figures suddenly blur past him to intercept the attack. It's reinforcements. The muscular bodyguard and the crimson assassin move to protect their charge. They absorb the full force of the blow, shielding the youth from the deadly strike. Landing between the two combatants, the protectors stand ready, their own dark aura pulsing. The pursuing swordsman's smirk vanishes, replaced by a look of grim recognition. He knows exactly who these men are, but these two aren't here to just defend. They immediately launch a vicious counterattack. The bodyguard's fist, crackling with dark energy, slams right into the golden light. The swordsman is in utter disbelief. His attack was completely neutralized. He's instantly forced onto the back foot, desperately deflecting their relentless assault. The two protectors are a blur of coordinated strikes, battering him from all sides. A horrifying realization dawns on him. He's not fighting mere experts. He's facing two supreme masters. The bodyguard gives him no time to process, already charging up another devastating blow. At the same time, the crimson assassin closes the distance with impossible speed. His hand glows with the same sinister purple key, ready to deliver a finishing strike. The swordsman's confidence shatters. Two supreme masters, a peak master. He finally understands. He's walked right into a trap. The crimson assassin unleashes his attack, a torrent of sinister ki meant to end this fight instantly. In a split-second decision, the swordsman grabs the unconscious woman. Using the motion to pivot out of harm's way, the assassin's fist smashes into empty ground, shattering the earth as his prey narrowly escapes the lethal blow. Just then, a loyal ally appears, catching the woman so the swordsman can finally fight unburdened. But the escape wasn't clean. He collapses to a knee, a dark, corrosive energy already eating away at his side. He glares up, his eyes burning gold with defiance, refusing to let a mere Dantean injury stop him now. The two supreme masters watch this display with cold amusement, utterly confident in their overwhelming advantage. Pushing past the pain, the swordsman ignites his blade with a final, brilliant surge of golden power. But as he counterattacks, a second golden warrior appears, deflecting the bodyguard's assault with blinding speed. It's the very youth they were sent to protect, now a spinning vortex of righteous fury, ready to enter the fray. The youth doesn't let up, twisting in midair to bring his golden blade down with righteous force. His sword crashes against the bodyguard's fist in a shower of sparks. The hulking master meets the attack head-on, his dark purple energy erupting to counter the blow. Their powers clash in a violent explosion, the shockwave tearing through the battlefield. Elsewhere, the swordsman finally falters, clutching the festering demonic wound in his gut. The bodyguard stands impassively over the broken form of the Huanglong sword lord, another master already defeated. His partner, the crimson assassin, simply smirks, enjoying the futile resistance. Deciding he's waited long enough, he draws his own blade, igniting it with a sinister red demonic power. The young warrior immediately senses the new danger, his golden aura blazing in defiance. With blinding speed, the assassin lunges forward, his demonic sword technique aimed to kill. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the yin-yang explosive demonic sword. The young warrior parries the blow, but the assassin's corrupting power is overwhelming. A spray of black blood erupts from his mouth as the demonic energy floods his system. It's a direct hit. A swirling vortex of dark ki now festers deep within his core. With the boy defeated, the assassin reveals his true thoughts. The kid was just bait. An ally, watching in horror, desperately sends a warning using sound transmission. He screams for his comrade to dodge, realizing a hidden attack is already underway. From the shadows, another masked killer makes his move, launching a deadly projectile. A golden blade, wreathed in sinister red energy, soars through the air, the true killing blow. But the intended target's eyes flash open, their golden draconic pupils glowing with power. But the warning was a second too late. The transformed youth is already on him, swinging a blade of pure crimson malice. The swordsman, however, is ready, his own golden eyes locking onto the incoming strike with cold resolve. He meets the attack with a flash of his own golden sword, the sheer force of the parry rattling the youth to his core. In a devastating counter, the swordsman's blade severs the attacker's arm in a single, fluid motion. He gives the boy no time to process, immediately spinning into a relentless follow-up strike. The youth's desperate attempt to block with his remaining arm is utterly futile as the blade slices right through it. Now completely disarmed, the youth stares in disbelief, shocked by the man's impossible physical power. His arrogant confidence shatters, replaced by the chilling realization that he was a fool to challenge this monster. But his eyes dart past his opponent, looking for backup that has yet to arrive. He calls out to his father, revealing this was a team effort and the real fight is far from over. The Huanglong Sword Lord turns to the woman he just saved, bidding her to rest in peace. But in a horrifying betrayal, she plunges her hand straight through his back. A devastating burst of energy erupts from within him. The old master stumbles, realizing his dantian, his very core of power, has been shattered. He refuses to die there, desperately trying to flee with what little strength he has left. The ponytail swordsman watches in shock, wondering how he can still move after such a fatal blow. Suddenly, masked assassins swarm from the shadows, their one goal to finish off the swordmaster. Overwhelmed and broken, he's riddled with blades and sent tumbling off the side of a cliff. A hulking new figure stands at the precipice, calmly watching the old master fall to his doom. His body hits the water below, vanishing into the cold, dark depths. But the Crimson Assassin is far from satisfied, a scowl etched on his scarred face. He commands his men to scour the area. He wants proof of the kill, leaving nothing to chance. The next day, light shines down upon the grand pagoda of the demonic cult's headquarters. Inside the main hall, members are gathered, the air thick with the aftermath of the recent battles. A commander who looks worse for wear admits to his comrade that he feels like death itself. A third man, with long flowing hair, approaches them with a smug grin, remarking that he seems perfectly fine. But the commander instinctively flinches when the man gets behind him, a clear sign of lingering trauma. The long-haired man laughs, playfully challenging his senior's assumptions about who's stronger. He then shifts the topic, asking about the intense battle and the rumors surrounding two key figures. The commander just facepalms, utterly exasperated that his own division's efforts are being ignored. The commander vents his frustration, reporting that his unit suffered the most, losing over 50 men in the fight. But his long-haired comrade just covers his mouth, mockingly questioning if it was only 50. He argues that losing so few men to defeat a Grandmaster-level expert was an incredible achievement, not a failure. The weary commander can only grit his teeth, clearly not sharing the same triumphant perspective. The smug man presses on, asking why he looks so grim when the casualty count was unexpectedly low. Finally, the commander reveals the true source of his anxiety. They searched all night but never found a body. His subordinate is baffled, insisting that no one, not even a Grandmaster, could have survived with a shattered dantian. But the commander reminds him that they weren't just hunting a man, they were hunting a monster. He warns that Grandmasters defy all common sense, and without a corpse, they can't be sure of anything. Just then, their tense discussion is interrupted by the arrival of the formidable branch leader. The branch leader addresses his subordinates, announcing it's time to distribute rewards. The first man is commended for his success and given a monetary bonus. Another key player is acknowledged and told to report any special requests later. With the pleasantries out of the way, he calls the next person forward. Jin Pahong. A man in the crowd freezes, realizing this is the younger brother of the master they just assassinated. The branch leader then presents Jin Pahong with a sword, anointing him the new Huanggriong Swordmaster. The traitor accepts the blade and his brother's title, his betrayal now complete. A woman watches silently from the side, her expression unreadable but intense. With the transfer of power finished, the new swordmaster turns and walks away. The observer can only stare after him, disgusted by the cold reality of this family's politics. With the previous matter settled, the branch leader announces the induction of Jin Selrin into the sect. He notes that while her merit is great enough for a high rank, a technicality places her in the first division for now. Before the assembled members, she accepts her temporary station without a word of protest. Meanwhile, Di Wolyo, having seen enough, lets out a small, contemptuous laugh. He slips away from the tiresome ceremony and makes his way back to his room. Finally alone, he returns with the payment he just received for his services. Sitting down at his table, he eagerly prepares to count his reward. He opens the sack and is stunned to see it's completely filled with gold. The rumors were true, he muses with a satisfied smile. The heavenly demon sect pays very, very well. But just as he's admiring his new fortune, a soft creak from his door snaps him to attention. The door swings open, revealing a very surprised Jin Seolrin. Di Wolryo looks over, his expression dripping with disinterest as he asks what she wants. She nervously stammers that she was simply assigned this room and came as instructed. He can't believe what he's hearing, questioning if she's in the right place. But she insists, clarifying that she was explicitly told this was her room. He shuts that down immediately, informing her that this is, without a doubt, his room. Now completely flustered, she wonders aloud where she's supposed to go. Just then, Najio appears behind her, announcing that Jin Seolrin's room is right here. Di Wolreo is stunned into silence as Najio calmly confirms the bizarre new arrangement. Meanwhile, on his table lie 2 martial arts manuals, the Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang arts. Jin Seolrin plays innocent, asking where her room is supposed to be, if not this one. Najio simply points, confirming that her accommodations are, in fact, right here. Di Wolreo can only stare back, completely failing to understand the implication. With a knowing smirk, Najio drops the bombshell. The 2 of them will be sharing. The announcement renders them both speechless, their minds reeling from the shock. So now they sit in the most awkward silence imaginable, on opposite ends of the bed. Each of them tries to focus on the martial arts manuals they were given, but Di Wolreo is sweating, wondering how he can focus on a profound art with such a distraction. In his hands is the Extreme Yin Ghost Demon art, a legendary technique, and in hers, the perfect complement, the Extreme Yang Blood Demon art. As he reads, the final instruction becomes terrifyingly clear. A continuous yin-yang union is required. Jin Seolrin peeks over her own book, her expression shifting to one of dawning horror. The full, awkward implication hits her like a physical blow. She can only hang her head in mortified silence, the heat rising to her cheeks. Di Wolreo can't help but remember that this is the very woman whose heart he once pierced. And now he's expected to spend every single night with her to master this technique. He snaps his book shut, a darker thought cutting through the tension. What a perfect setup for an assassination. Without warning, he slides closer, startling her out of her stupor. He interrupts her flustered state, demanding she look him in the eyes and answer him truthfully. Completely caught off guard, she stammers, asking what he could possibly want to know. He cuts straight to the heart of it, asking if she resents him for her past death. Jin Seolrin turns away, coolly insisting that she holds no such grudge against him. He immediately calls her out, telling her not to lie, but she holds her ground. Di Wolreo finds it impossible to believe. How could she not hate the one who killed her? Her response is shocking. She claims that being killed by him was what she wanted. She looks him in the eye and repeats it, doubling down on her unbelievable claim. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes as his patience finally snaps. He suddenly grabs her, his own aura flaring as he repeats his demand for the truth. But it's not just anger. His hand drops to his sword as he senses a hostile presence. He confronts her directly, demanding she explain the killing intent pouring out of her. But instead of answering, she flips the script, accusing him of trying to violate her. Di Wolreo is completely baffled, trying to explain he just grabbed her collar in a fit of rage. He's not buying her act though, demanding to know why that would trigger her killing intent. She deflects again, making a dramatic claim that a woman's purity is more precious than life itself. This ridiculous statement just makes him laugh out loud, much to her confusion. He calmly points out the massive hole in her logic. She literally just said she wanted to die. The whole story is absurd, and he sees right through her desperate attempt to distract him. He realizes she's no hardened killer, just a sheltered girl from a powerful clan trying to play games. With her flimsy defense shattered, he drops all pretense and asks the one question that truly matters. He demands to know why Jin Seolrin killed her own father and brought ruin upon her clan. Flustered, Jin Seolrin lashes out, insisting her past is none of his business. He calmly agrees, but reminds her that as a new sect member, she's no longer just a girl, she's a martial artist. She doesn't understand, demanding to know what that has to do with anything. Losing his patience, he tells her it's time to stop acting like a child. His sharp words finally strike a nerve, and she breaks down in tears. Utterly overwhelmed, she turns and flees from the room, unable to face him any longer. Sujin appears from the doorway, questioning if his harsh approach was really necessary. He reflects for a moment, admitting he just gets angry at people who are so indecisive. Sujin decides she'll investigate the matter herself, and he simply tells her to do as she wishes. With the confrontation over, he lies back, lost in thought about their complicated new recruit. Elsewhere, in the quiet halls of the sect, a young man named Di Wolreo bolts upright, his mind clearly troubled. He pores over the martial arts manual he was given, but something isn't adding up. Unable to shake his concerns, he soon finds himself at his superior's door. After announcing his name, he is promptly told to enter. He steps inside and offers a respectful greeting to the first apostle. The apostle seems displeased, asking why he's returned in less than half a day. Di Wolreo hesitates, prompting the apostle to ask if the technique is somehow flawed. He quickly denies it, but questions why he was given an art that requires him to train with Lady Jin. The first apostle closes his book, stating that while the branch leader chose it, he can offer his own insight. He explains that on the surface, it's a test of loyalty. No sect hands its best arts to a newcomer, but there's a deeper reason. Lady Jin, with her heavenly yin body, shouldn't need more yin energy. Di Wolreo is baffled, questioning why she's even attempting to learn such a technique. The apostle reveals the grim truth: she's become a living corpse, her meridians severed and starved of yang energy. This demon art isn't about power. It's a desperate measure for her to absorb that energy from an external source. The horrifying realization dawns on Reo. He's not a partner, he's a living battery for Lady Jin. With a smug smile, the apostle frames it as a mutual exchange, where they will share the energies they both lack. However, he adds a chilling caveat. Even Reo's fully cultivated yang energy won't be enough. Upon achieving unity, she will take a portion of his power, and he fears the price might be too high. The apostle's cold gaze confirms it. If the balance is wrong, he could be drained of his very life force. The weight of his situation crashes down on Yo. Every path forward seems to lead to death. The apostle just scoffs, casually remarking that this deadly art is one of the cult's milder techniques. With a grim understanding, Reo bows, accepting his fate and thanking the man for the explanation. The apostle dismisses him, turning back to his book as if the conversation is over. But Yo stands his ground, reminding him he was told to return after fully understanding the technique. The apostle looks up, incredulous. He thinks there's no way he could have learned it in just half a day. Reo's answer is a simple, confident yes. Suddenly, his eyes blaze with golden energy, as he declares the complex art was actually quite simple for him. The apostle's smug demeanor shatters, realizing he's witnessing the legendary power of the dragon's eyes. Reo confirms it, leaving his new master utterly fascinated by this unexpected turn of events. The apostle is truly impressed, remarking that he's found another genius on par with the legendary Jutsu gun. He offers a black pill, explaining it will grant a reverse blood physique and a full 20 years of inner power. Reo accepts the gift, listening intently to the instructions. Eat it, meditate, and recite the demonic incantation. Without hesitation, he consumes the pill, ready to begin his transformation. But his new master strokes his chin, adding a final, crucial piece of information he probably should have led with. He casually informs Yo that if he can't endure the coming pain, he'll either die or go completely insane. The warning comes far too late, and the weight of his choice hits Yo with the force of a thunderclap. An all-consuming agony tears through his body, a torment so profound it makes all his past suffering feel like nothing. Through the pain, he begins to grasp the true nature of a demon, a being of pure, yet somehow controlled, madness. His consciousness fractures as he learns the final lesson. In the end, a demon is simply a madman. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place for Yo. A demon is just a lunatic with control. His body convulses as a violent, dark energy erupts from within, threatening to tear him apart. The chaotic power begins to coalesce, forming a new, demonic core at the center of his being. Elsewhere, the first apostle casually flips through a book, the picture of calm. He turns a page, seemingly unconcerned with whether his new student lives or dies. With a soft thud, he closes the tome, his part in the ordeal now finished. He stacks it away with the others, the experiment now concluded. Reo gasps for air, drenched in sweat but miraculously sane and whole. His new master looks on, pleased, and congratulates him on successfully becoming a demon. The test, he explains, was a success, proving this art could indeed create a reverse blood physique. Reo is completely bewildered, asking what exactly just happened to him. He can't feel any changes, wondering if the demonic energy was just absorbed. His new master explains that with reversed meridians, he'll struggle to learn demonic arts. The young man is taken aback, wondering if that's the only price for this power. The first apostle elaborates, promising a rapid power increase if he recites an incantation in a trance. With a satisfied smile, he dismisses his new pupil, telling him to go. Reo bows deeply, offering his thanks for the grace he has been shown. But as he turns to leave, the apostle gives him a single, chilling command: survive. He freezes in the doorway, confused by the strange order. Orders? He can only stammer, trying to understand what his master means. His new master casually admits he doesn't understand the command he just gave either. A deep sense of unease washes over Yo. The warning feels terribly ominous. Time passes, and he eventually finds himself wandering through a large, unfamiliar city. After acquiring new clothes and supplies, he takes a moment to himself. Hez earned more money than he's ever seen in his life, a small victory in his new reality. But the satisfaction is fleeting. As a wanderer, he has no real use for such wealth. Then, an idea sparks in his eyes as he realizes what he truly needs. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, his new purpose becoming clear. The scene cuts to a roaring forge, where a hammer rings out against hot steel. The blacksmith is revealed to be the ponytail swordsman, back at his old craft. A familiar customer returns, and the blacksmith immediately asks what happened to his previous purchase. Reo holds up the now broken weapon, explaining that it served its purpose well but is now dead. The blacksmith simply nods, understanding the harsh life of a warrior's blade. He asks if the young man wants the same sword remade, but Yo has something else in mind. He makes a strange request, telling the smith that he is searching for an invisible sword. The blacksmith seems to understand this cryptic phrase, connecting it to unconventional fighting styles. With a knowing grin, he suddenly presents a pair of perfectly matched twin swords. He explains that these blades are special. They resonate with each other, creating a remarkable effect. Diwalyo takes one, feeling its quality, and can't help but wonder why such masterpieces are still unsold. The blacksmith explains that those who wield twin swords are incredibly selective, but with a confident smile, he declares that these blades have finally found their master. To settle the price, Diwalyo simply places a heavy gold ingot in his hand. The smith lets out a hearty laugh, clearly more than satisfied with the generous payment. Handing over the weapons, he gives one last piece of advice. Use them well, and don't let them die. As the sun dips below the horizon, Diwalyo finds himself at the edge of a river. He approaches an old man tending to a small boat, needing passage across. The boatman seems wary, but Diwalyo simply states his need to go south and steps onto the vessel. Grumbling about heading home, the old man is given little choice and agrees to take him. The old boatman tries to make small talk about Diwalyo's northern accent, but is met with a cold dismissal. Undeterred, the old man's tone softens as he mentions that his own son was a martial artist. The past tense catches Diwalyo's attention, and the boatman explains with a heavy heart that his son passed away just days ago. As the sun sets over the water, he asks if the quiet swordsman would mind hearing his story. He begins, recounting a long and lonely life that was changed forever when an old flame returned with a child. The woman, he explains, was dying and the boy's father was already dead, so she left the child in his care and vanished. Diwalyo listens silently as the boatman says that from that day on, the boy became his son. He was nothing like the old man. Where the father was simple, the son was born with a spark of talent. With no other family, he poured all his savings into the boy, who showed exceptional skill, and joined the Hwangkyong martial family. The old man reflects on the dreamlike tale of a boatman's son rising to the top of a great martial clan. He smiles, remembering how his son proudly boasted of earning the right to protect the one he admired. Diwalyo listens to the story in complete silence, his gaze unwavering. As the boat glides to a stop against the riverbank, the old man announces their arrival, but Diwalyo is already on his feet, sensing a potent bloodlust hanging heavy in the air. In a flash, he thanks the man for the story, before plunging a sword straight through his heart. He pulls the blade free without a shred of hesitation, leaving the boatman to slump over. The old man's body is unceremoniously dumped into the river, the ripples his only epitaph. And just as the water stills, assassins burst from the trees, descending upon the boat in a coordinated ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, Diwalyo leaps from the boat to meet his would-be killers. The assassins swarm him from the river, a wave of steel and murderous intent. He lands in the shallows, his golden eyes already blazing with cold focus. They charge, thinking their numbers will surely overwhelm this single target. Blades slice through the water, aim to cut him down before he can even gain his footing. But Diwalyo meets their flurry of attacks with an almost bored expression. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, his twin swords a blur of silver light. His gaze tracks every single opponent, reading their moves before they're even made. Steel clashes against steel as he effortlessly parries their clumsy assault. In the blink of an eye, the hunter becomes the hunted, and the massacre begins. One after another, the assassins are cut down, their blood painting his twin blades crimson. Their bodies drop unceremoniously into the dark, murky water. Soon, the remaining few can only stare, realizing they are hopelessly outmatched. That's when their commander steps forward, ordering them to stop this pointless slaughter. He tells his men to fall back for support, deciding he'll hold this monster off himself. The grunts wisely retreat, leaving their leader to face Diwalyo alone. A sinister red aura erupts from the commander's sword as he vows to go all out. But Diwalyo just smirks, mockingly asking if an assassination isn't already a failure. The commander scoffs, declaring that an assassin's only job is to secure the kill, no matter the method. His eyes flare a brilliant gold, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he addresses an unseen person. He speaks to a woman who has been following him, watching as the white-haired commander's life fades. From a small boat, Diwalyo casually disposes of the bodies, remarking that he knew she'd be here. He boasts that his tracking skills are so advanced, following someone like her was child's play. His companion seems a bit flustered, and Diwalyo himself looks slightly awkward after his boast. But the moment is shattered as his eyes flare, his senses screaming that they're walking into an ambush. He leaps into action, twin swords flashing to deflect a sudden storm of hidden blades. The surprise assault knocks him clean off the boat and into the cold, dark water. Submerged, he confirms he's uninjured but knows that fighting underwater is a massive disadvantage. He quickly decides to follow the current, hoping to reach a shallower area to even the odds. But the enemy is relentless, and a sword suddenly slices through the water right in front of his face. A glowing blue arc of energy slices through the water with deadly intent. Diwalyo bursts from the surface, gasping for air right into the path of the attack. With no time to think, he crosses his twin swords to meet the strike head-on. The force of the blow is immense, and he realizes this opponent is far stronger than anticipated. The clash reveals the weapon isn't a sword, but a viciously spinning chakram. His golden eyes widen in shock. This fighting style is completely unexpected. Leaping from the shadows is his attacker, a female assassin already preparing her second ring blade. She hurls it with incredible speed, the projectile whipping up the water as it flies. Still off balance in the river, Diwalyo desperately twists to parry the incoming strike. He just barely deflects the chakram, sending it skipping harmlessly across the surface. He looks at his blade, realizing only its masterful craftsmanship saved it from shattering. The assassin, meanwhile, is genuinely stunned. No one has ever blocked her attacks so repeatedly. She can't comprehend how he's managing to keep up with her relentless assault. Diwalyo demands to know if she has any idea who she's trying to kill, but her answer is a blunt no, leaving him to question why she's even here. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she readies her chakram, claiming she'd almost forgotten her purpose. He knows he has to switch to offense before her spinning blade builds unstoppable momentum. His only thought is to buy more time, believing it's his only path to survival. Dashing across the water under the full moon, he closes the distance in an instant. Their steel meets with a deafening clang as he desperately counters her attack. Diwalyo strains, barely holding back the crushing force of her spinning chakram. The assassin, however, meets his desperate block with a look of casual confidence. Their weapons grind together in a shower of sparks, the sound echoing across the water. He knows he's being completely overpowered, his defense on the verge of shattering. With a smug grin, she tells him his struggle is pointless and he should just give up. The clash sends him staggering backward, creating a brief opening between them. She gives him a final, chilling warning: drop his weapon now, or he will die. But her threat hangs in the air, as she suddenly senses another presence right behind her. His companion has appeared from the shadows, her blade already at the assassin's throat. Diwalryo's eyes widen in utter shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. The cocky assassin is now the one frozen in fear, a blade held firmly to her throat. A muscular man steps forward, mockingly asking how it feels to be on the other side of the blade. His partner asks why he doesn't just kill her, but he says he needs to confirm something first. She offers to take care of it, but he calmly tells her not to kill the captive just yet. Instead, he turns his piercing gaze to Diwalryo and asks a single, pointed question. Who is his master? Diwalryo is conflicted. He's only known this woman for a month, and every instinct tells him to run. The man's patience wears thin as he glares at him, demanding an immediate answer. But something stops Diwalyo from abandoning her, and he reluctantly stammers out his master's name. The man scoffs, saying he'll have to check that for himself, leaving his companion confused. He isn't interested in some random name. He's here to confirm the existence of the Dragon Eyes. Diwalryo's blood runs cold. The man somehow knows about his Dragon Eyes. Before he can process it, his opponent unleashes a blindingly fast sword strike. A brilliant arc of golden energy tears through the air, aimed directly at him. Diwalryo desperately dodges, the attack carving a trench in the water's surface. He realizes with a jolt of panic that his foe vanished while he was distracted by the aura. He scans the water for ripples, finding nothing, until a dreadful premonition makes him look up. A crimson blade descends from the sky, aimed right for his head. His attacker is already upon him, sword poised to cleave him in two. He desperately crosses his twin blades to block, the impact jarring him to the bone. The overwhelming force threatens to snap his swords, and he knows his arms will break if he holds on. Hess sent tumbling across the water, the sheer force of the blow overwhelming him. Catching his balance, he can only stare back in stunned silence. The cold sweat on his brow reveals his mounting terror. This enemy is on another level. Before he can even process it, another figure blitzes toward him with a smug grin. Diwalryo desperately raises his remaining sword, his stance radiating pure caution. A single, impossibly fast strike cuts through the night. The impact is absolute, his sword shattering into useless pieces in his hand. Disarmed and reeling, he struggles to comprehend what just happened, wondering if his foe is even human. His demonic eyes flare, questioning if this is all just some grand illusion. But under the moonlight, golden wings unfurl, revealing a power beyond his wildest nightmares. A confident, almost predatory grin spreads across the winged warrior's face. Elsewhere, another fierce battle rages under a stormy sky. A lone swordsman clashes with an unseen foe, unleashing a torrent of raw power. But back on the water, Diwalryo can only tremble, utterly defeated. His opponent retracts his wings, calmly confirming that he possesses the Dragon Eye. With a blade to his neck, Diwalryo stoically asks if this is his end. But the warrior lowers his weapon, explaining he can't kill a bearer of the Dragon Eye. Diwalryo is stunned, demanding to know what kind of monsters they are. As another woman joins him, the warrior nonchalantly says they are called dragons. They walk away, their mission abandoned, as interfering with a dragon eye is forbidden. His golden eyes, the sign of a dragon, still reflect the shock of the encounter. Left defeated and adrift, his body floats as his mind tries to grasp this new reality. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the bustling, lantern-lit city of Luoyang. Diwalryo stalks the streets, his mood as foul as the mission he's been given. A piercing headache adds to his frustration, the pain making everything worse. He shoves his way through the cheerful crowds, a storm of irritation in a sea of calm. The strain is visible in his bloodshot eyes, a testament to his exhaustion. He curses his situation, having lost his escort and now being forced to do this alone. And then, the humiliating truth of his target's whereabouts finally dawns on him. Of all the undignified places, the trail ends at the city's pleasure house, the Moon Tower. Inside the Moon Tower, Wolryo slumps in a chair, his patience wearing thin. An attendant confirms he is indeed waiting for someone named Yewa. To ease his wait, the madam brings a young girl to keep him company. The girl steps into the room, offering a quiet, almost hesitant greeting. She introduces herself with a faint smile. Her name is Huxiol. His headache throbs as he scoffs internally, wondering why they sent him a mere child. But Huxiol cuts through his disdain, calmly recounting the recent death of her father. Wolryo is visibly startled, his irritation instantly replaced by shock. He looks at her, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, remarking that her life must be difficult. She dismisses his pity with surprising ease, sitting down as if it's nothing new. Wolryo is completely thrown. He can't believe this girl is so utterly unfazed by her own tragedy. She then breaks the heavy silence, looking him in the eye and asking for his name. He questions her motive, but she simply reasons that since she introduced herself, he should too. He hesitates, clearly uncomfortable, but her expectant gaze doesn't waver for a second. With a sigh of resignation, he rubs his aching head and finally gives his name. Wolryo. Her line of questioning immediately turns dark, asking if it's true he's a martial artist who kills people. His headache flares as she continues, her childish curiosity now wondering if he can actually fly. Suddenly, the madam's voice cuts in from the doorway, telling Huxiol not to bother their guest. She glances over at Wolryo, inquiring if another visitor she was expecting has already left. The madam then smirks, adding that not every guest can satisfy a woman all night the way he can. Wolryo dismisses her flattery, while the madam announces she's taking Huxiol away for a moment. But as they turn to leave, Huxiol suddenly remembers something important. She spins back around with a bright idea, offering him a taste of their brand new Huang wine. A faint, knowing smirk appears on his face as he asks her how much it costs. Huxiol proudly holds up a finger, revealing the price is a steep 1 gold tael. She justifies the cost by explaining it's a legendary, 100-year-old aged wine. Hearing this, the madam pouts, lamenting that it's sad she's worth less than a bottle of wine. She lets out a weary sigh, completely done with this whole conversation. Wolryo's smirk widens, and he offers to give her another gold tael if she stays the night again. The madam just laughs, brushing it off as a joke, though she admits it's nice to hear the offer. The madam simply offers a soft, understanding smile at his words. Wolryo sits with his back to her, the moment of levity suddenly gone. A sharp pain lances through his head, his vision turning crimson as a dark memory takes hold. He's thrown back in time, to a boatman and his son who became a disciple of the Yellow Dragon family. The memory is of the old man, proudly boasting about his boy's future. He had been so thrilled that his son could now protect the one he loved and admired. The flashback crashes over him, a torrent of agony for a past he can't escape. He grits his teeth, wondering if killing has truly become as routine as breathing for him. A part of him thinks he should have discarded such sentimental thoughts the moment he chose this path, but a dark smile returns to his face. He decides that while killing is easy, he refuses to become that kind of trash. But his dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a soft voice. The swordsman looks up, clearly flustered by the unexpected arrival. Before him stands a woman, her robes an open invitation in the moonlight. For a moment, his gaze falters, a hint of conflict in his eyes. She closes the distance between them, confident in her allure. He seems completely taken aback by her sudden appearance. She leans in, whispering a tempting offer, asking if he desires her body as well. His response is a flash of cold steel as he runs her through without a word. He pulls his blade free, thanking her for helping him clear his mind. His eyes burn a demonic red as he grins, accepting he's nothing more than a prideful young master. The scene cuts away as a door slides open with a sharp rattle. Inside, another young master sits impatiently, turning as the Moon Tower madam enters with a girl. His face immediately sours, wondering why on earth they brought this child to him again. The madam stands by as a nervous Jin Seolrin approaches, carrying a tray with a wine flask. She sits down and begins to pour, while the noble watches her with undisguised contempt. The milky white liquor fills the small porcelain cup. He lets out a deeply annoyed sigh, clearly fed up with the entire charade. Without a second thought, he snatches the cup and throws the drink back. He slams the empty vessel down on the table, the sharp sound cutting through the silence. Pointing past the startled girl, he commands the madam to stop sending her and serve him herself. The madam explains that it can't be helped. Seolrin has to work now. But the noble's deadpan expression shows he couldn't care less about their circumstances. She then has the audacity to propose he take the girl for her first night, framing it as a favor. With a pleading look, She desperately tries to seal the deal. She places a hand on Seolrin's shoulder, pushing her forward. The young woman can only offer a weak, uncertain smile. But this entire pathetic display has pushed the noble past his breaking point. Without another word, his hand shoots out and grabs the entire wine flask. He chugs the rest of the liquor straight from the bottle, his patience utterly gone. The empty flask crashes onto the table, a final, unspoken end to the conversation. He finally snaps, yelling at her to stop the nonsense and find someone else. The noble points an accusing finger at the madam, declaring he came to see her, not this child. But she just gives a knowing, infuriating little smile, confident he'll eventually do as she wants. He can't believe what he's hearing, especially when she says it's because he's a kind person. That one word triggers his rage, and he scoffs at the very idea of it. He slams his hand down on the table, demanding she make a choice right now. Completely ignoring him, the madam turns away, telling Seolrin to take care of their guest. She begins to walk off, leaving him standing there, seething at the blatant disrespect. His fury boils over. He can't believe even a courtesan dares to look down on him. And in a bloody flash, his patience runs out, his eyes igniting with a terrifying golden light. A switch flips, and his humanity gives way to a predator's gaze. In a single, merciless motion, he brings his blade across the madam's neck. A spray of crimson erupts as her head is sent clean from her shoulders. He stands over her headless corpse while Jin Seolrin watches, paralyzed with terror. The madam's face hits the floor, her eyes wide with the shock of her fatal miscalculation. The sheer brutality of the act leaves the young woman completely frozen, but the swordsman's rage has already vanished, replaced by cold, grim purpose. He realizes he can't protect Seolrin if she's a conscious witness to this massacre. With the blunt pommel of his sword, he strikes her neck in a swift, precise blow. As she slumps to the ground, he stands guard, ready for the consequences of his actions. And it doesn't take long for them to arrive, the sound of heavy boots echoing through the hall. The swordsman's golden eyes widen slightly, realizing he's stumbled into a hornet's nest. He stands his ground, completely surrounded by a sea of masked killers with drawn blades. Then, parting the ranks, their leader finally makes his grand entrance. The old man calmly remarks on the cold night, as if walking into a massacre is a daily routine. But our swordsman remains unimpressed, offering a dry comment on the exquisite reception. The leader crouches beside the madam's corpse, almost admiring the swordsman's audacity. He questions his sanity, wondering why he would ever return to Luoyang after what happened. He boasts about the sheer number of men he's deployed, all to catch this one man, and the immense cost of it all, but the swordsman's expression doesn't even flicker. The old boss sneers, remarking that if his subordinate was going to talk so easily, he might as well have just let himself be caught, and with a brutal strike, he ends him. He declares all that effort was for nothing, and now he's in an exceptionally foul mood. His rage then pivots back to our swordsman, demanding to know how he escaped the four ghosts and dragon claws. The swordsman's gaze falls upon the unconscious Huxial, realizing this is a provocation he must not fall for. He calmly connects the dots, wondering aloud if those were the groups that ambushed him back at the river. The boss confirms their reputation, still visibly fuming that even his elite dragon claws failed so miserably. Hess clearly trying to get a reaction, to find a crack in the swordsman's infuriating calm. But the swordsman just smirks, casually replying that it was no big deal. He just waved his sword a bit and they ran away. Stunned by this arrogance, the boss demands to know if this man even understands who he is talking to. The swordsman just smirks, turning the question right back on him. Who is this old man? And why is he so desperate to see him dead? The boss stumbles, clutching his bloody head, absolutely staggered by this man's sheer audacity. He roars his title, declaring that he is the hidden emissary, the master of the killing curtain who oversees all assassinations in the region. For the first time, a flicker of shock crosses the swordsman's face as he processes those infamous names. He finally understands that this one man is the spider at the center of the web, controlling all the assassins he's fought. Still, he plays dumb, asking if he was hired by someone, as if he's just an unlucky target. The boss scoffs at the ridiculous act, wiping blood from his face as he brings up the old boatman from the river. A shadow passes over the swordsman, the guilt of his bloody journey and the people caught in the crossfire weighing on him. The boss reveals the boatman's motive was simple revenge, because the swordsman had killed his son. His eyes flare a dangerous red as the pieces click into place. This entire legendary assassination guild was mobilized for a boatman's grief. The boss finally reveals his true motive, roaring about the legendary yellow dragon sword technique. The name triggers a flash of a painful memory, a vision of him carrying a dying woman. A sharp headache pierces through him as he weakly tries to claim it's all a misunderstanding. But the underworld boss is done playing games, his expression hardening with weary impatience. Acknowledging the futility of words, the swordsman's eyes flare gold. The time for talk is over. He stands alone, completely surrounded by the boss and his legion of masked killers. Yet, a chilling grin spreads across his face as his eyes burn a demonic red, his will to survive twisting into a hunger to kill. The boss points, giving the brutal command to have his men cut off the swordsman's limbs. But before the order even lands, he explodes into motion, deciding to strike first and silence them all. He charges head-on into the sea of blades. A one-man army aims straight at the heart of the enemy. The underworld boss is the first to fall. A brutal strike, sending him reeling backwards. Blood splatters across the room as his body hits the floor with a final thud. The swordsman catches the dying man, a grim satisfaction on his face as the light fades from his target's eyes. But even in this moment of victory, a cold voice in his mind reminds him to act rationally. His enforcers, seeing their leader fall, finally swarm in to carry out that last brutal order. He finds himself at the heart of a steel storm, with blades descending from every angle. But the crimson glow in his eye sharpens, a demonic power surging to the surface. He explodes into motion, a red blur twisting impossibly between the flashing swords. Yet as he evades, a sober thought cuts through the haze. He can't kill all of them. He lands, realizing a direct fight is suicide. He'll be overwhelmed long before he can win. His mind screams to escape, but his body is already coiled like a spring, ready to strike. The demonic power takes over completely, his blade lashing out before he can even think. He deflects a desperate counterattack, his crimson eyes burning with cold amusement. A vicious kick shatters another enforcer's guard, sending him flying. In the chaos, he snatches a second sword, now a whirlwind of death standing among the fallen. A twisted, ecstatic grin spreads across his face as he savors the carnage. He decides to hell with escaping. If they want a bloodbath, he'll gladly give them one. His crimson aura flares to life, twin blades glowing as he faces the terrified survivors. From the back, their commander screams in a panic, ordering his men to cut off his limbs. But the swordsman is already a blur, his blade sinking deep into another chest. Even the commander himself joins the fray, swinging his blood-soaked sword in a last-ditch effort. But the swordsman is just a streak of crimson energy, moving far too fast to be seen. He reappears in an instant, casually catching an enforcer's descending blade by the wrist. The man's bones creak under the immense pressure, his attack completely neutralized. A truly demonic grin spreads across the swordsman's face, a predator enjoying the final moments of its prey. He then unleashes a devastating dance of death, his glowing red blades cutting through the entire room. One enforcer can only watch as a blade erupts from his own chest. In seconds, he stands alone over a pile of bodies, a satisfied smirk on his blood-splattered face. Just then, the doors swing open to reveal a fresh wave of enforcers, ready to die. But they freeze, realizing the man is gone, replaced by a cold, unfeeling demon. The first enforcer to charge forward is met with a casual, almost bored block. With a demonic grin, the swordsman cleaves straight through the man's skull. Another enforcer tries to surrender and flee, a choice that only earns him utter contempt. He doesn't get far before he's cut down from behind, crashing through a screen. The swordsman lands outside, finishing the pathetic runner on the cold stone ground. He stands up, bathed in a crimson aura, that terrifying grin plastered on his face. From a balcony above, the enforcer commander screams in terror for his men to capture the beast. But the swordsman just scoffs and takes off, disappearing into the night. He leaps across the rooftops, effortlessly making his escape from the compound. His mind is consumed only by the thrill of the hunt, the joy of crushing bones with his bare hands. He hurls a final, chilling threat over his shoulder at any would-be pursuers. With that, he bolts, a crimson streak vanishing into the moonlit forest. But his frantic escape is suddenly cut short by a nearly invisible tripwire. The razor-sharp trap slices at his leg, sending him tumbling violently to the ground. He lands in a tangled heap, bound tightly before he can even react. A pair of feet steps into view, the owner calmly stating that he had warned him. The swordsman glares up from the dirt, that same manic grin plastered on his face. His ambusher reminds him of a simple piece of advice: beware being left alone. The hunter grabs him by the hair, mocking him for getting lost in his own bloodlust. Yet even now, captured and helpless, the swordsman's demonic eyes just burn brighter. But the hunter is suddenly blasted back by a violent eruption of red demonic energy. He stumbles away, shocked, wondering if his captive's power has just gone completely berserk. He can feel the strain on his own technique. His shadowless thread is about to snap. The razor-thin wire glows taut, stretched to its absolute limit by the swordsman's raw power. Realizing his trap is useless, the hunter quickly retracts the weapon before it breaks. The swordsman is now free, crouched like an animal as a terrifying aura envelops him. He rises with a manic grin, his twin swords now blazing with that same demonic red light. The hunter knows it's foolish to fight a monster head-on, but his shadowless dagger is another story. With a smirk, he unleashes his true weapon, sending it flying with blinding speed. But the swordsman's eyes glow, and with impossible reflexes, he swings his own blade to meet the attack. A sharp clang rings out as the demonic red blade easily parries the blue energy of the dagger. The hunter is stunned, realizing his ultimate technique was seen through so easily. His only thought now is to escape. But the swordsman is already closing the distance, a crimson blur of pure aggression. Panic grips the hunter as he's being overtaken, his mind racing to find a way out of this nightmare. In a flash, he sees the demonic grin up close, a hand reaching out, and he knows he's already been caught. Instead of a blade, a brutal backhand smashes into the side of the hunter's head with incredible force. The blow connects cleanly, sending him staggering sideways from the sheer physical power. He can't believe it, the madman didn't even try to block, just took the hit to land his own. The red-eyed swordsman's terrifying grin only widens, his eyes glowing with predatory delight. Before the hunter can even process what happened, a hand radiating crimson energy clamps around his throat. In a last-ditch effort, the hunter unleashes a hidden tool from his free hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a grappling line flying into the darkness. The wire yanks him backward, leaving the swordsman holding nothing but a torn piece of cloth. He lands high up in a tree, scrambling to pull in his escape line. But his pursuer isn't impressed, casually launching a devastating bolt of crimson energy. The attack slams into the tree, obliterating the branch he was just on. He hits the ground hard, the sheer terror of that near miss written all over his face. With no other choice, he scrambles to his feet and runs for his life. But his frantic escape is cut short, as a hand suddenly clamps around his ankle. He's yanked off his feet, his face a mask of pure shock as he crashes to the ground. Pinned to the ground, the hunter makes one last desperate gambit against his demonic pursuer. He unleashes a blindingly fast energy blade, certain that at this range, not even a demon could survive. But with an unnatural twist, the swordsman contorts his body, letting the attack whistle past his head. The hunter stares in pure disbelief, realizing his target just dislocated his own neck to dodge. With a sickening crack, the red-eyed demon snaps his head back into place, a predatory grin on his face. He lunges forward, his hand clamping down on the hunter's arm with bone-crushing force. The man screams, realizing in a panic that his arm is about to be completely shattered. He struggles wildly, begging the lunatic to let go, but his pleas are met with silence. Instead of releasing him, the monster bites down hard, tearing a chunk of flesh from his arm. And before the shock can even register, he follows it up with a brutal, devastating headbutt. The hunter collapses in relief over his defeated foe, believing heaven itself must have intervened. Under the cold light of the full moon, the true ordeal begins. He has to carry this monster's body through the dark, desolate forest. Exhausted, he trudges onward, hauling the unconscious swordsman over his shoulder. Each ragged breath is a struggle, the weight of his mission pressing down on him. Suddenly, his captive speaks, asking to be put down for a moment to rest. The hunter sets him down, explaining to himself that acupressure was useless on a monster with a reversed blood body. He checks the man's pulse, realizing the demonic arts have left him completely paralyzed. Seeing him as no threat, the hunter cuts his bonds, figuring he'll die from the backlash soon enough. The once terrifying swordsman looks up, weakly asking if this is the end for him. The hunter realizes with a jolt that he needs to get information before his captive dies. He starts to panic, recalling the massive risk he took smuggling this man out. He begins his interrogation, demanding to know about the cat-masked man and the yellow dragon sword technique. But the swordsman just gives a weak, mocking smile, asking if that's all he was spared for. The hunter's patience snaps, screaming that since he's dying anyway, he might as well just talk. A dark thought crosses his mind. He'll get the answers he needs, even if it means resorting to torture. Unfazed, the swordsman wonders aloud why everyone is so desperately seeking this sword technique from him. The hunter is thrown off balance by the random question from a man who has seemingly given up. His captive just stares back, his expression a complete blank. A sudden unease grips the hunter. A man who looks so defeated shouldn't be plotting, should he? The hunter reveals a critical piece of the puzzle. The killing curtain is after him because they believe he has it. His captive seems genuinely thrown, clutching his head as he asks why on earth they'd think that. Seeing his confusion, the hunter decides to lay out the whole story. He recounts the tale of the Yellow Dragon Sword Lord and his successor, a bodyguard named Huangbo Young. This successor, he explains, was supposedly killed by a fiend while on duty. The hunter's own involvement began when he took a request from a certain old man while tracking that same fiend. But the swordsman immediately senses the lies, the telltale signs of the demonic nest's manipulation, and it all traces back to that old boatman. The hunter explains that the situation exploded when the house sect revealed the old man was the successor's father. He slumps back, exhausted by the convoluted chase, wondering if it's all just a wild goose chase based on bad intel. But his patience has run out. He's shared his side, and now he demands the swordsman tell him what he knows. Having heard the hunter's story, the swordsman finally decides to talk. He confirms the cat-masked man is from his sect, a figure known as the Divine Object Master. The hunter impatiently cuts him off, demanding to know about the Yellow Dragon Sword technique. With a simple, almost casual statement, the swordsman reveals his sect already possesses it. The hunter just collapses, realizing his entire exhausting journey has been utterly pointless. He gets up to leave, disgusted with the whole situation, but the swordsman calls out to him. Annoyed, the hunter turns back, asking what more he could possibly want. But the swordsman's tough facade suddenly shatters, his body trembling uncontrollably. All bravado gone, he pleads with the hunter to find him a doctor. But the hunter coldly remarks that no doctor can fix this. It's a corruption of demonic energy in his mind. With a cold smile, the hunter points directly at his captive and declares that he is going to die today. The swordsman's face drains of all color, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated terror. A single tear traces a path down his cheek, as his tough guy facade completely shatters. The hunter bursts out laughing, mocking him for being a clueless brat who acts tough but cries at the end. He leans in, smugly adding that the swordsman doesn't have much time, and a shameful death is all he deserves. Having delivered his final verdict, the hunter simply turns and walks away, leaving the broken man on the path. The swordsman collapses, clutching his head in agony, his mind racing with the thought that he was never afraid of death. But now, faced with the abyss, he realizes that bravery was just an illusion, and the fear is crippling. A flashback hits him. He remembers seeing his comrades fall, but felt no sorrow, only a deep-seated fear for himself. He's left weeping in the dirt, consumed by the humiliating truth of his own pathetic nature. He now understands that his entire life as a warrior has been a carefully managed lie. While others struggled through the fog of war, he never once had to fight for his life. It was all thanks to the precise calculations of his dragon's eye. He walked through life with flawless vision, never hesitating, and never comprehending death. But now, for the first time, the terrifying reality of it all crashes down on him. He finally admits the truth to himself. He didn't join the heavenly demon cult for power. It was all just a pathetic attempt to run from his own crippling fear of death. The narrative then shifts to a stark memory of a father pushing his son toward a cave for safety. With a bloodied hand, the man gives his child one last, loving farewell. Then, in a jarring cut, a mysterious woman presents the severed head of Jin Seolrin, casually mentioning her own father's recent passing. She points directly at him, her voice echoing in the darkness. His mind plummets back into the past, to a helpless boy staring down a blood-soaked tiger. It was then he made his choice, believing the demonic arts could finally erase his terror. The vision warps into a hellish chorus, the woman and the head chanting his true name, Paiwol Ryo. He jolts awake with a strangled gasp, finding himself sitting in cold, dark water. A familiar face looks down on him, and he expresses shock, believing she had died. But her eyes are filled with ice, seeing right through his hollow relief. She knows he wouldn't have cared one bit if she had actually perished. The memory then rewinds to that fateful day he was found alone in the snow by an old man. The young boy reveals his tragic past. His mother is gone, and his father was eaten by the white tiger. The boy explains his father was a tiger hunter, ironically punished by the guardian spirit of the very beasts he slew. But there's no sadness in his eyes, only a cold, burning resolve as he vows to kill that tiger. The old man warns him that the white tiger is a divine spirit, and killing it would bring unbearable consequences. But the warning comes too late, as the boy reveals he's already done it, holding the beast's bloody heart in his hands. Seeing this monstrous act, the old man offers him the power of the dragon to atone for his sin, but with a steep price. The starving boy agrees to any condition, his eyes glowing with demonic power, just desperate for a meal. The memory shifts, and Paiwol Ryo finds himself questioning why a member of the heavenly demon cult is serving him as a maid. Another agonizing memory surfaces him, demanding to know why she abandoned him, leaving him for dead all those years ago. We see the perspective of the ponytail swordsman, realizing now just how terrifying he must have seemed in their last battle. He walks away with the Chakram assassin, deciding to spare his rival, shocked to discover he truly possesses the legendary dragon eyes. The jarring memories give way to a strange, seductive dream. A woman leans over Paiwol Ryo, asking why he won't play with her. She grows bolder, reminding him of desires he might have once had. The alluring vision instantly shatters, and he wakes up in a cold sweat. He clutches his chest, gasping as he realizes it was just a bizarre dream, and he's somehow still alive. Stumbling to his feet, he finds himself at the entrance of a dark cave. He looks around, completely disoriented, and with no clue where he is. Before him, a massive waterfall thunders down from the cliffs above. Beneath its crushing weight, a man with a wild red beard meditates, radiating an impossible aura. Paiwol Ryo's eyes flare gold, his entire being stunned by the monstrous power he's sensing. The man's ki erupts into a colossal pillar of raw, violent energy, tearing into the sky. Yet he remains perfectly still, the calm center in a storm of his own making. Paiwol Ryo can only stare, wondering if this absolute monster is the one who saved him. He knows better than to disturb whatever kind of training this is. Instead, he draws his own blade, ready to apply the brutal lessons he learned from death's door. He reflects on his past weaknesses, determined not to be swayed so easily again. With newfound clarity, he begins practicing his own forms with ferocious intensity. Sometime later, the waterfall crashes down upon an empty rock. Paiwol Ryo drops off two freshly caught fish, seeing the old warrior now practicing in the distance. A slight, almost imperceptible smile crosses the red-bearded monk's face. With a flare of red ki, the monk instantly roasts the fish Pai Wolreo brought him. The sudden, immense aura makes Pai Wolreo whip his head around in shock. He immediately recognizes the technique, a legendary skill used for something as trivial as cooking. The old warrior tosses him a fish, asking if he plans to train himself back into an early grave. Pai Wolreo catches it, awkwardly explaining he didn't want to disturb the man's concentration. But the monk just scoffs, calling him the real crazy one, a martial arts idiot he's never seen the like of. The blunt assessment leaves the young swordsman speechless, staring down at the cooked fish. For a moment, the red-bearded master seems at a loss for words himself. After a tense silence, Pai Wolreo turns his back and finally takes a bite. He then looks over his shoulder, thanking the man but questioning why a noble artist would ever save a rampaging demon. The red-bearded monk just smirks, finding this rampaging demon quite an interesting character. His expression hardens, a menacing purple aura flaring as he scolds the boy for doubting the very man who saved him. Humbled, Pai Wolreo bows deeply to the ground, finally showing the proper respect. The monk accepts his gratitude but immediately questions his sanity for jumping right back into training. The young swordsman simply states he couldn't detect anything wrong with his body, a claim the monk finds absolutely absurd, scoffing that no one recovers that quickly. Pai Wolreo stands, explaining he can read the flow of his own muscles and blood to check for injuries. As they both dig into the fish, the monk confirms this is how he judged himself to be fully healed. But the master isn't done, pointing out a much bigger problem than his physical state, his emotions. He asks why Pai Wolreo isn't simply rejoicing to be alive, a question that stops the boy cold. The master explains the usual cycle: joy, shame, and then bone-breaking training. But Pai Wolreo is different. The young swordsman can only stammer that he doesn't know why, he just trains whenever he has the time. With a hearty laugh, the master calls him out, saying it's not a choice, it's an anxiety that drives him, an inability to rest. Struck by this sharp insight, Pai Wolreo finally asks the question that's been burning in his mind. Who is this man? The master smirks, turning it into a test and challenging the boy to use his discernment and guess. Pai Wolreo begins his deduction, noting the man knew of his reversed blood body and still saved him, meaning he isn't from the righteous path. He continues, realizing that to reverse the demonic energy in his body, the man must possess incredibly powerful demonic arts of his own, and since he can't sense a trace of that power, he makes his final guess. Is he a senior from his own sect? The man's smile widens as he confirms the guess, revealing his name is Ga Domu, the Heavenly Killing Ground Master. The legendary title sinks in, and Pai Wolreo immediately bows, paying his respects to the senior he never expected to meet. Pai Wolreo racks his brain. The name sounds familiar from old texts, but the title Heavenly Killing is completely foreign to him. Ga Domu finds his name, Pai Wolreo, unusual, but the young man is still stuck on the master's ominous title. The red-haired master clarifies with a smirk that it's not a title, but his heavenly killing nature. A shiver runs down Pai Wolreo's spine as the true meaning of those words starts to dawn on him. The master explains it's a legendary curse, a person born to kill, completely devoid of conscience or empathy. The young man is horrified, realizing that a monster beyond all logic is the very person who just saved his life. Sensing his fear, Ga Domu laughs it off, casually assuring him that he probably won't kill him. His smile widens as he adds the chilling reason. Pai Wolreo is going to die soon anyway. He brings up the extreme yang blood demonic technique, a powerful art that once caused chaos in their sect. And with a single touch, he declares that Pai Wolreo is now the very last person alive who has mastered it. Ga Domu explains that Pai Wolreo was lucky because he just happened to be in the area. He'd sensed a familiar demonic energy from miles away and felt a strange sense of camaraderie. But Pai Wolreo isn't buying it. A natural-born killer doesn't save people out of kindness. The master smirks, easily reading the suspicion on the young man's face. Pai Wolreo tries to play it off with a forced, awkward smile, claiming he was thinking of nothing. His denial only makes Ga Domu laugh, seeing right through the poor attempt at deception. Changing the subject, he notes how the autumn sun is already drying out Pai Wolreo's failing body. Without another word, he pulls out a pouch and nonchalantly pops a few red pills into his mouth. With his cheeks puffed out, he holds one of the crimson orbs out to the stunned swordsman. Pai Wolreo can only stare as Ga Domu reveals it's a special demonic pill he made for himself. Still deeply suspicious, Pai Wolreo takes the pill, claiming with a forced smile that he'll eat it later. Ga Domu just laughs, seeing right through the act and deciding to humor him with a proper explanation. He pops one of the pills himself and asks a simple question. Why does he think the demonic energy invaded him? The master explains that those who master extreme yang techniques are vulnerable when they lack yin energy. He asks if Pai Wolreo recalls feeling exhausted and having a desperate thirst for that yin energy just before he went berserk. The swordsman is completely lost, a bead of sweat forming as he questions what that even means. Ga Domu lists the symptoms, headaches, cravings for alcohol, and thoughts of women triggering a montage of Pai Wolreo's recent struggles. And from the look on his face, it's clear the swordsman is finally starting to understand. The master points out how strange it was that he turned to drink while his partner, a master of the yin arts, was away. His technique is so severe that failing to achieve yin-yang unity for even a day or two invites disaster. It all clicks. Pai Wolreo remembers his mind being so clouded by base desires that he couldn't even think straight. The ugly truth hits him with the force of a physical blow. Ga Domu then pulls a small, red orb from his pouch, calling it a demonic pill that brings harmony. He explains it's a potent concoction made from demon blood energy, coated in ghost energy. In essence, it's a pill composed entirely of yin, the very thing Pai Wolreo's body is starving for. The master warns him that his technique is extremely yang-heavy, and with the sun rising, he's a ticking time bomb. Pai Wolreo is floored. This man dissected dozens who failed this path, yet he's showing a strange sort of camaraderie. He's almost touched, believing the heavenly killing master is sharing a self-made pill just to save him. But then a darker thought surfaces that he's just another experiment. He asks if Ga Domu also mastered a yang-biased art. The master confirms it. His own heavenly killing technique is just as skewed, and over the years, his own balance became severely distorted. He explains that simply absorbing yin energy is a drop in the bucket. He must constantly produce and consume demonic pills just to stay balanced. But it's a losing battle. At first, one pill lasted a month, but now even 4 a day barely suffice, forcing him to travel in search of a cure. He then turns his sharp gaze to Pai Wolreo, noting the extreme yang technique is so volatile that it's a death sentence even for seasoned sect members. When asked what other arts he learned to survive, Pai Wolreo innocently replies that the extreme yang technique is the only one he knows. Ga Domu is completely stunned by this revelation, calling it utter madness and demanding to know how he's even still alive. The question hits a nerve, and Pai Wolreo recalls being told he was the very first person to ever attempt this path. The master puts the pieces together. Pai Wolreo wasn't a student. He was a living experiment to test an impossible theory. A dangerous curiosity ignites in Ga Domu's eyes as he declares he must test this unique body for himself. An ominous purple aura flares around him, and Pai Wolreo realizes with dawning horror that this situation just took a deadly turn. The master clarifies his intentions, explaining the heavenly killing nature. He only helps others when there's a clear benefit for himself. Ga Domu reveals that a body that has survived a disrupted yin-yang harmony is a priceless research subject. He sees Pai Wolreo as the finest experimental material available, and with a heavy sigh, the young man prepares for what's to come. He unsheathes his twin swords, taking a defensive stance. The master just smirks, finding his opponent's resolve quite interesting. He casually flicks his hand forward, initiating the test. Pai Wolreo recognizes the move instantly, a palm wind technique. A bright sphere of purple energy gathers in Ga Domu's hand. With a sharp twist, Pai Wolreo dodges what he thinks is the main attack. But it was just a distraction. The master's hand is suddenly right in front of his chest. In a flash, Ga Domu closed the distance, mocking him for being so easily deceived. A simple finger tapped to the chest, a quiet display of absolute superiority. The realization hits Pai Wolreo hard. This is the true power of the heavenly killing groundmaster. Unimpressed, Ga Domu turns his back. He glances back with a warning. If this is all he has, his desire to keep him alive might just fade. A storm of violent purple energy erupts from Ga Domu's body. Still, Pai Wolreo refuses to be intimidated and charges in with his swords drawn. The master just smirks, impressed by his opponent's backbone in the face of sheer terror. With a determined roar, Pai Wolreo swings his blade with all his might, but Ga Domu casually parries the steel sword with his bare hand, shattering his opponent's confidence. Pai Wolreo's attack is stopped dead, his expression a mix of shock and utter disbelief. With a casual palm strike, Ga Domu effortlessly bats the blade aside. Pai Wolreo is completely stunned. He feels like a novice whose every move has been read. He considers using the dragon's eye, but knows he must overcome this trial himself to truly get stronger. Ga Domu calmly asks him what strange demonic art he's using, but Pai Wolreo insists he hasn't used any demonic power. He doesn't even know how. The master scoffs, explaining that his parry was infused with inner energy, yet Pai Wolreo's body held firm. The accusation leaves Pai Wolreo speechless. He used inner energy without even realizing it? Ga Domu can hardly believe his opponent's ignorance, asking if he was truly unaware of his own power. The master strokes his beard, a thoughtful look on his face as he processes this new information. Pai Wolreo is left completely bewildered by the sudden revelation about his own abilities. Still trying to process the master's words, Pai Wolreo decides to test them himself. He lunges forward with everything he's got, a desperate look on his face. But Ga Domu meets his two swords with a single, energy-infused hand. The impact sends a shockwave through Pai Wolreo, knocking him back hard. The master then gathers a swirling ball of purple demonic energy in his palm. Pai Wolreo can only stare in horror, realizing the true power gap between them. With a casual flick, Ga Domu unleashes the devastating blast. The force slams into Pai Wolreo, his body crackling under the immense pressure. He's left sprawled on the ground, his swords knocked from his grasp, utterly defeated. Ga Domu simply looks on, stroking his beard, his expression one of pure curiosity. He looms over the fallen swordsman, casually asking if he's dead yet. The master then begins a lecture on the nature of his attack, a palm wind that bypasses physical defenses entirely. With a smug grin, he explains that only inner energy can block it, and Pai Wolreo's demonic technique is the sole reason he's still breathing. As Pai Wolreo struggles to get up, Ga Domu identifies the power that saved him as a rare martial arts elixir field. The young swordsman is completely baffled. He knows he survived an energy attack, yet he can't feel a single trace of ki in his body. The master muses aloud, wondering what happened to all the inner energy Pai Wolreo should have accumulated before turning to demonic arts. But Pai Wolreo cuts him off, revealing a shocking truth. He never learned any other cultivation method. Ga Domu freezes, stunned by the revelation that he learned these arts with a completely empty body. A sudden realization strikes him, the final piece of the puzzle clicking into place. He beams with excitement, understanding now that because Pai Wolreo was a blank slate, the demonic technique itself became his elixir field. To test his theory, Ga Domu tells the battered swordsman to circulate his demonic energy. He explains that with his body already broken, it's the perfect time to learn, promising the demonic pill will keep him safe. Pai Wolreo hesitates, but realizes if this man wanted him dead, he'd already be a corpse. With a deep sigh, he accepts the bizarre request and settles into a meditative stance. He closes his eyes and begins to focus, a faint blue aura starting to rise around him. Suddenly, his energy erupts into a massive, swirling vortex of blue and crimson flames. Ga Domu watches intently, stroking his beard as he analyzes the raw power on display. Pai Wolreo's face is a mask of strained concentration, fighting to control the volatile energy. He slowly brings the chaotic power under his command, the blue flames stabilizing around him. Sweat pours down his face as he pushes through the pain, fully immersed in his cultivation. Ga Domu notes that Pai Wolreo's enlightenment seems born from death itself, a raw understanding of inner energy. He smirks, musing that such a path would leave Pai Wolreo severely lacking in yin energy. The comment sends our hero spiraling into a montage of his most painful memories. He remembers his past, standing over a field of bodies, recalling how he only ever wanted martial strength. That burning desire was to protect someone precious, to hold a sword up for her. He was forced to become strong as quickly as possible, honing his skills through endless battles. Every moment was a desperate struggle, a fight to survive against overwhelming forces. He fought to resist the cruel irrationality of the world, carrying her on his back. But even the incredible power he attained eventually met its tragic end. Pai Wolreo's resolve hardens. In a world of survival of the fittest, absolute power is the only answer. His path is now clear. He will control demons and seize the power he needs. With eyes glowing, he cements his resolve, sick of being pushed around by fate. Returning to his senses, he finds that Ga Domu has left him a meal and a letter. He reads the note, realizing the old master anticipated his lack of yin energy. As he finishes reading the instructions, a sudden noise catches his attention. He shoves the food in his mouth, whipping his head around to find the source. And standing before him is a familiar face, a woman he thought was long gone. He stares in utter disbelief, blurting out if it's really Miss Ju, alive and well. But her expression is less than thrilled as she asks where he's been wandering. Flustered, he tries to explain he truly thought she was dead, relieved he was wrong. She stares him down, completely unimpressed, asking how he could possibly mistake her for dead. Pai Wolreo, blushing hard, scratches his head and claims he was just out of his mind that day. He even gives her a clumsy pat on the head, which only seems to make her more flustered. A brief flashback shows his delirious state, confirming he wasn't in control of his senses. But she's not letting him off that easily, demanding to know exactly why he was out of his mind. He scrambles to explain, blaming the side effects of demonic arts and some strange sorcery. Her eyes narrow as she puts it together, asking if he means Dragonclaw, the male assassin. He nervously confirms, trying to convince her that some kind of spell literally made him lose his mind. Trying to lighten the mood, he pats her shoulder and says it's fine since she's alive, but she snaps back that it's not. Her sudden anger throws him for a loop, and he nervously wonders what he could have possibly done wrong. She clarifies that she isn't angry, but has simply remembered her duty as his watcher. Pai Wolreo, completely missing the subtext, just asks if that isn't their natural relationship. His incredibly dense response leaves her absolutely speechless. With a heavy sigh, she seems to give up, recalling she has orders to return soon anyway. Meanwhile, her master commands her to bring the boy back, by force if needed, to achieve yin-yang unity. Back in the present, she watches him, surprised he looks fine and wondering if his dragon eye technique is truly that powerful. Night falls over the pagoda, marking the end of the day. Morning arrives, and with it, a false sense of recovery. But the moment he's alone, Pai Wolreo stumbles, his strength suddenly failing him. His entire body trembles uncontrollably. He was hiding just how bad his condition really is. He gasps for breath, the mask of wellness completely shattered. His memory throws him back to a lesson, where a younger him asked a desperate question. He recalls his master's grave warning. If his energy failed, the technique would drain his very life force. Back in the present, he forces himself into a meditative state, trying to regain control. But inside, his demonic energies are a raging tempest, a clashing storm of red and blue. A sudden, searing heat floods his system, a flush of crimson spreading across his face. The strain is becoming too much, sweat pouring down as his composure cracks. Veins bulge from his neck, his body screaming under the immense pressure. And in that agony, he finally understands the true nature of the extreme yang technique. He sighs, realizing his life now hangs by a thread. All it would take to kill him is to be separated from Sujin, with his ki now stable. A faint red aura glows around Pai Wolreo's hand. He clenches his fist, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he feels his strength returning. A painful memory flashes through his mind, the sorrowful face of a woman he couldn't protect. Now, fully recovered, he decides it's time to settle some unfinished business. He walks with purpose through the lantern-lit streets as evening falls. The image of the beaten underworld boss fuels his determination. He moves swiftly through an estate, his destination clear. But his path is suddenly blocked by two imposing sect members. They order him to stop, demanding to know what he's doing here. He calmly meets their gaze, admitting he's the person they've been looking for. The two guards are left utterly stunned by his calm admission. Before they can react, a woman appears in the doorway, demanding to know what's going on. She recognizes Pai Wolreo, commenting on the sheer nerve he has to show his face here. He coolly states that the incident she's referring to has likely been resolved. Then, he offers a couple of silver ingots as compensation for the trouble. But the madam rejects the offer, smacking the money from his hand with a wave of energy. Pai Wolreo's expression remains carefully neutral as he looks at his now empty palm. Getting to the point, he asks about the funeral for the woman he came to see. The madam scoffs at the idea, informing him that the graveyard simply took her. She cruelly adds that if he wants to find her, he'll have to look for a headless corpse. The words hit Pai Wolreo like a physical blow. A headless corpse? The madam confirms it with a sickening smirk, explaining that only the body was in that room. His mind races, trying to understand why anyone would take just the head. A dark memory surfaces, a nagging suspicion that he can't push away. The horrifying possibility finally clicks into place, and his composure shatters. He drops all pretense, his voice tight with urgency as he demands to know where Huxiol is. A flashback to a gentler time, her voice calling him a kind person, only fuels his growing dread. With a surge of adrenaline, he bolts from the room, ignoring the shouts to stop him. He confronts the madam again, his face a mask of fury, questioning why she didn't just sell the child. Tossing a pouch of gold, he makes a desperate declaration for all to hear. He's buying Huxiol. The brothel staff desperately try to block his path, shouting that a customer is already inside. But Pai Wolreo is a storm of motion, brushing past them without a second thought. He bursts through the final door, his heart pounding in his chest. And there he finds her, held captive by a man who greets him with a smug smile. The little girl's eyes are wide with fear, pleading for him to help. The captor looks down on Pai Wolreo with an air of absolute superiority. He taunts him for his impatience, then calmly lights a signal flare. The flare rockets into the night sky, bursting in a shower of sparks. A signal. Pai Wolreo realizes with dawning horror it must be for the Killing Curtain assassins. His warnings to the hidden emissary were completely ignored, and now he's walked right into their trap. The present crisis triggers a memory, a different room, a different captor, but the same terrified girl. The young warrior looks at her and sees the chilling truth. She possesses the cursed heavenly killing nature. He tells his companion, Miss Ju, that the girl must be taken to the heavenly killing family to be controlled. Without a moment's hesitation, he acts, flinging a dagger through the air with lethal intent. His companion catches it seamlessly, silencing the captor with one swift motion while grabbing the girl. With the child secured, he cuts down another guard, promising to meet them later at the sect. Then he's gone, a shadow vaulting over the balcony and into the sprawling city below. But his escape does not go unnoticed. The enforcer commander spots him from a rooftop and orders his capture. A squad of sect members immediately gives chase, flooding the courtyard in pursuit of the intruder. The commander turns to a silent, hooded figure beside him, entrusting this hunt to a far more dangerous asset. The hooded figure leaps from the rooftop, a silent shadow joining the chase. Meanwhile, the swordsman sprints through the wilderness, putting everything into his escape. But the sect's forces are right behind him, a pack of wolves closing in. He finally skids to a halt, drawing his twin blades, hoping he's bought enough time for the others. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he turns to face the incoming mob. His pursuers realize who they're chasing, shouting that there's a 5 gold tail bounty on his head. Greed instantly takes over as they all charge in, desperate to claim the prize. The swordsman meets their enthusiasm with a grin, his blades igniting with a sinister red energy. He easily parries the first frantic attack, his movements far too quick for them, and without a hint of hesitation, he answers with a lethal slice across the man's throat. He carves through another attacker, his blades a blur of red light and cold steel. The bounty hunters continue their pointless charge, their greed making them sloppy and slow. But just as the slaughter continues, a voice cuts through the chaos, ordering them to stop. The swordsman pauses, his bloodlust momentarily quelled by the interruption. A new figure emerges, walking calmly through the terrified grunts with a smug grin. He notes that the rumors about their target were wrong. This man's energy is anything but weak. To prove his point, the newcomer ignites his own blade with a vibrant, powerful purple key. The red-clad swordsman's eyes widen in shock. This is true sword energy, a different league entirely. The leader tells his men to stand back. This opponent is far beyond their level. He then faces his target, offering a deal. Hand over the yellow dragon sword technique, and he can walk away. But the swordsman is tired of this question, bluntly stating he doesn't have what they're looking for. Unfazed, the purple-clad leader grins, declaring he'll simply take it by force. He lunges forward, unleashing a powerful wave of violet energy from his blade. The red-clad warrior meets the strike, but the clash of steel reveals a massive power gap. A crazed, confident smile spreads across the attacker's face. He's enjoying this. His ki-infused sword presses down, easily overwhelming the plain metal of his opponent's blade. They lock into a fierce struggle, but it's clear who has the upper hand. The leader mocks him, questioning how he can even fight without channeling energy into his sword. Done toying around, he unleashes a flurry of blindingly fast strikes to end this. The red-clad swordsman is instantly overwhelmed, forced to desperately parry the relentless assault. Realizing he's outmatched, he commits to a new form, the extreme quick sword. The purple-haired attacker simply laughs and dives in, his energy blade aimed to kill. With gritted teeth, the red-clad warrior meets the strike head-on. Their swords clash with a deafening ring of raw power against pure steel. He manages to hold the line, using both of his blades to absorb the overwhelming force. His opponent smirks, mockingly impressed that a regular sword could even withstand his ki. But the amusement fades, replaced by a cruel certainty that it won't matter for long. He pours on the pressure, intending to shatter both the swords and the man holding them. The red-clad swordsman feels his defense beginning to buckle under the relentless assault. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. He knows his guard is about to break. And just as he feared, with a sickening crack, one of his swords shatters. The sheer force of the blow sends him stumbling back, his defense completely broken. He stares at his bloodied blade, knowing the outcome is obvious if things continue like this. The purple-haired swordsman just laughs, pointing out he's down to one weapon now. A grim resolve settles in. He knows a decision has to be made right here. His opponent's grin widens, eager to see what he'll do now that he's disarmed. The red-clad warrior knows if he can't block the sword with his own, he'll have to abandon defense and rush into the enemy's arms for a brawl. But his opponent sees the desperate plan forming, promising to tear him apart regardless. He brings his ki-infused blade down to meet the desperate, all-or-nothing charge. But his opponent mocks him, sneering about the subtlety of grappling. The purple blade comes crashing down, expecting an easy finish. In that instant, something awakens within the red-clad warrior. His eyes burn a demonic gold. He doesn't retreat, he meets the strike with the jagged hilt of his broken sword. The purple blade grinds to a halt, caught perfectly on the shattered steel. His gaze is icy calm. He knows this is his one and only chance to turn the tables. He wasn't disarmed at all, he was simply wielding two separate weapons now. Igniting his red aura, he abandons all defense and lunges forward. A bone-shattering impact sends a shockwave as he slams his shoulder straight into his foe's chest. And with the opening he created, he drives the jagged hilt of his sword straight into his opponent's gut. A brutal follow-up swing with the other half of the blade sends the swordsman crashing to the ground. Spitting up blood, the purple-clad warrior can only stare back in utter disbelief. He can't understand how some demonic sect cur without proper sword energy could use a technique like mind-motion unity. The young master simply stands over him, his demonic aura flaring, and coolly asks if that's what he's referring to. He offers no more words, watching impassively as his defeated foe collapses to the dirt. His glowing golden eyes narrow, already scanning the battlefield for the next threat. But he doesn't have to look far, as a new group of enforcers emerges from the trees, surrounding him completely. Yet all this does is draw a predatory smile from him, a sight that makes even their elderly leader flinch. The old man's confidence shatters, and he desperately orders his men to attack. The reinforcements charge, swarming the lone figure with their blades ready. But just as quickly, their brave assault turns into a panicked, desperate retreat. The leader breaks into a cold sweat, finally understanding the monster he's provoked. His mind flashes to a scene of carnage, this very man standing over countless bodies. As he runs, he's already agonizing over what excuse he can possibly give for such a failure. The young master watches the chaos unfold with a lazy, almost bored smile. His demonic eyes glow with amusement at their pathetic scramble for survival. He doesn't even bother to give chase, simply watching the old man leap away into the trees. His cold, steady gaze follows, a silent promise that this humiliation is only the beginning. Standing over the fallen, the last embers of his demonic power finally begin to fade. He knows this berserker method is no longer a viable option for him. With a sigh, he pulls out a small black sphere he had been saving for just such an occasion. The scene shifts, and we find him arriving at a grand, multi-tiered pagoda. Inside, his female companion greets him, but he wastes no time with pleasantries. He immediately demands to know what happened to Huxial. She explains calmly that she contacted the Heavenly Killing family and sent the girl to them. A flicker of alarm crosses his face. He asks if she just sent the girl to her death, but she justifies her choice, arguing that a person with a heavenly killing nature could never survive in the outside world. He understands her cold logic, yet can't shake the heavy feeling of dread in his heart. She scoffs at his worry, questioning why a demonic practitioner would care about such things. Pai Wolreo is left speechless, caught off guard by her cold detachment. But before he can even process it, she vanishes into thin air, much to his annoyance. He turns to see another figure has been waiting for him just outside the building. The technique she used clicks in his mind. It was the advanced art of mind, motion unity. He recalls a past enemy, a bloody-mouthed fool who boasted of the same skill without even mastering basic sword energy. The comparison makes him realize just how skilled his companion truly is. The waiting man greets him, confirming that he knew Pai Wolreo would come this way. A calm, knowing smile spreads across the hunter's face. Pai Wolreo grins back, declaring the timing perfect, as he has new information about an enemy. The hunter's vague response leaves Pai Wolreo completely lost for a moment. He explains he was talking about an enemy who used mind motion unity without even mastering sword energy. His companion just smiles, agreeing that if that's what he calls it, then sure, that's what it was. This unnerving confidence makes Pai Wolreo pause, realizing he's missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. The blue-haired man then hints that his own power operates on a level far beyond that. He reveals his secret, a demonic art that moves inner energy using only the power of the mind. The revelation stuns Pai Wolreo, who clutches his chest and confesses that he uses the very same technique. A predatory grin spreads across the hunter's face as he suggests they confirm it with a little spar. He proposes a wager. If he wins, Pai Wolreo must teach him the legendary Dragon's Eye Mind technique. Pai Wolreo just laughs it off, knowing that such a power isn't something one can simply be taught. The blue-haired hunter smirks, clarifying he doesn't need to master the technique. He just wants to analyze it. A sudden, shocking vision flashes through Pai Wolreo's mind, his own sword cracking under pressure. Realizing his opponent might be using pure sword energy, he accepts the wager with a new sense of purpose. The hunter casually picks up a simple wooden training sword, ready to begin their spar. The two warriors face off, the air crackling with unspoken tension as they size each other up. With a confident grin, the hunter brings up their earlier mental combat. He boasts that he's already gained some enlightenment just by pondering their clash overnight. Declaring that the first lesson is about the first strike, he suddenly explodes into motion. He lunges forward, aiming a swift, precise blow with the wooden blade. Pai Wolreo reacts just in time, his own wooden sword catching the surprisingly powerful strike. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air, but Pai Wolreo holds his ground. The blue-haired hunter smirks, clearly pleased with his opponent's defensive capabilities. He questions how long Pai Wolreo has had his inner energy, estimating it's at least 20 years worth. But Pai Wolreo is stunned, realizing he only blocked that on pure instinct, not skill. The hunter's smug grin widens, sensing his opponent's internal confusion. Without warning, he shifts his grip on the wooden sword, preparing another assault. He spins, fluidly transitioning from their lockup into a powerful new attack. The hunter's movements are a blur as he brings the wooden blade around. Pai Wolreo's eyes widen, barely able to track the speed of the incoming strike. He desperately throws his hands up, trying to intercept the blow that's about to crash down. But instead of a clean block, Pai Wolreo redirects the force, twisting his body with the strike. He slides past the attack, using his opponent's momentum to unbalance him completely. The hunter is sent stumbling, his perfect form shattered by the unexpected counter. Pai Wolreo shoves him forward, proving that pure instinct can sometimes beat raw skill. He knew a simple block was useless. The hunter's deadly energy would have torn his arm off. So instead, he gambled on a redirection, and it paid off beautifully. For the first time, the hunter's smug expression cracks, replaced by sheer disbelief. He can't comprehend how his flawless technique was so easily dismantled. A faint, knowing smirk appears on Pai Wolreo's face. A silent taunt. The hunter, now thoroughly annoyed, glares back and prepares to strike again. Not giving him a moment to recover, Pai Wolreo follows up with a brutal kick to the face. The hunter is sent flying backwards, his stance completely broken by the relentless assault. Regaining his footing, he's more impressed than angry, demanding to know how Pai Wolryo saw through his feint. He wonders if it was the dragon eye that revealed his sword lacked its signature energy. Pai Wolryo calmly explains it was simple deduction based on the hunter's over-reliance on counterattacks. He smirks, noting that while a miscalculation would have cost him a leg, he was absolutely certain. The hunter laughs, remarking how enviable the dragon eye is to have unraveled his entire style so quickly. But Pai Wolryo awkwardly corrects him, admitting he didn't use the dragon eye at all. His opponent refuses to believe it, insisting such a perfect defense is impossible without it. Pai Wolryo reaffirms his claim, revealing he's trying to grow stronger without relying on his famous power. The hunter scoffs, asking if a mind technique can really be switched off at will. Pai Wolryo calmly explains it's an active choice. He's consciously restraining himself. But his opponent finds a flaw in that reasoning, noting that trying not to think about a sword just makes one think of it more. Pai Wolryo is momentarily stumped, realizing the hunter is absolutely right. The hunter elaborates that mind techniques are powerful because they're based in the heart, not just the body. He then poses a critical question. Did Pai Wolryo feel even a shred of doubt before making that defensive move? With quiet confidence, Pai Wolryo admits he didn't hesitate for a second. The hunter confirms this, saying he saw that same absolute certainty in the action. He calls this impossible for ordinary people, who always fight against their own self-doubt. But he realizes Pai Wolryo seems completely free from that internal battle, a truly different kind of warrior. Pai Wolryo processes this, realizing he truly has no memory of ever second-guessing his own decisions. The hunter claims this is the real power of the dragon eye. It eliminates all uncertainty, making internal conflict obsolete. He even suggests Pai Wolryo's mind is already so sublime that the eye's activation is almost beside the point. But as he contemplates this, a sudden, sharp pain lances through Pai Wolryo's head, making him stagger. He grips his forehead as his eyes erupt into a brilliant, demonic gold, a wave of power washing over him. The hunter simply smirks, muttering about how his opponent seems to get all the good stuff. Pai Wolryo steadies himself, his now glowing eyes locking onto his target with a newfound intensity. His opponent watches with a calm, almost lazy confidence, waiting to see the result of this sudden evolution. With a sharp grin, Pai Wolryo readies his stance, eager to test this new feeling and continue their fight. The hunter turns back, intrigued, asking if he's all right, noting he looks like he's just received a major enlightenment. With a confident smirk, Pai Wolryo thanks his opponent, explaining this spar has elevated his sight to a new level. The hunter inquires if these vision stages are just levels of the dragon eye technique, to which Pai Wolryo confirms they're the basics. Leaning on his sword, the hunter presses further, asking if he's finally going to use the real dragon eye. Pai Wolryo laughs, declaring it isn't a technique to be used, but a state of mind that's always with him now. His golden eyes gleam with absolute certainty as he graciously invites the hunter to take the first shot. Not one to refuse an invitation, his opponent's purple aura flares to life around his own weapon. He readies his stance, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he announces his attack. In a flash, he explodes forward, a streak of purple energy aimed right at Pai Wolryo. But through his newly awakened eyes, the world slows to a crawl, every detail of the attack laid bare. Pai Wolryo remains perfectly still, calmly watching the incoming strike with his enhanced perception. The purple blade comes crashing down, but Pai Wolryo meets it without a flicker of concern. His opponent grins, wondering if he can handle a 2- or even 3-pronged assault. But Pai Wolryo simply pivots on his heel, kicking off the ground to create distance. He effortlessly leans back, letting the furious attack slice through empty air. The hunter's momentum carries him forward, leaving him wide open for a counter. And with eyes glowing, Pai Wolryo seizes the perfect opening his dragon eye revealed. He unleashes a powerful slash of his own, a crimson arc of pure energy. The force of the blow sends the hunter skidding back across the shattered ground. Both fighters catch their breath, the hunter with a smirk and Pai Wolryo looking slightly strained. He feels his inner energy draining, and guesses his opponent must be tiring too. Pai Wolryo's eyes burn with an orange glow. He knows this has to be the final move. His dragon's eye flares, the pupil narrowing as he focuses on the moments to come. Across from him, the hunter grins, charging his weapon with a torrent of purple energy. He wears a look of absolute certainty, convinced his next strike will be the last. He declares this is his ghost sword, a technique that doesn't stop until someone dies. The words hit Pai Wolryo as he analyzes the hunter's strange new stance. His hand instinctively moves to cover his chest, realizing the man is aiming for his heart. With a final, vicious smirk, the hunter lunges forward to deliver the fatal blow. Pai Wolryo desperately raises his wooden sword, trying to block the overwhelming attack. The two forces collide in a cataclysmic explosion of raw, violet power. The blast sends Pai Wolryo's mind reeling, throwing him back into a vivid memory. He's a trainee again, locked in a fierce spar with another young prodigy. Their duel is suddenly interrupted by an older master, casually stopping both their swords. The two youths freeze, immediately recognizing the man as their first hall master. With a calm smile, the master addresses Pai Wolryo's rival by name. Park So-ul, a much younger Pai Wolryo, flustered, asks what could possibly bring him here. The first hall master simply announces that he has come with a mission. He turns and leads the two surprised fighters away from the training yard. They follow him into a private chamber, the atmosphere shifting from rivalry to duty. He tasks them with finding the divine object master, raising the question of what happened to him. Pai Wolryo absorbs the information. The divine master truly hasn't returned. The memory flashes to the missing master himself, a mysterious figure in a fox mask. The first hall master explains that while this order is for everyone, he's asking them to search separately. Since Pai was the last person with him, he's to forget everything else and focus entirely on this search. With a grimace of reluctance, the young prodigy accepts the heavy responsibility. The master dismisses them, and the two bow in unison, their rivalry temporarily shelved. They walk away in silence, a new, shared mission now standing between them. Suddenly, the memory fades, and we're back in the present as Pai Wolryo's eyes glow with demonic energy. He realizes his Dragon Eye mind technique has advanced so much that there's no discomfort. With a smug look, he turns to Park So-ul, casually suggesting they call their little fight a draw. Pai Wolryo notes that if his opponent had used his full sword force, the fight would have been over instantly. But Park So-ul smugly replies that if that had happened, he wouldn't have been able to perfect his new enlightenment. Pai's eyes widen, stunned that his rival claims to have mastered a new state in their single bout. With a confident grin, Park explains that his self-snow sword technique is widely misunderstood. It's not a quick sword, but an illusion sword, a trap that waits patiently to devour its prey. Pai starts putting the pieces together, admitting he also mistook that blinding speed for a master's quick draw. But then a horrifying thought strikes him, and his expression turns to one of pure shock. He realizes that one of the 3 strikes he desperately dodged felt unreal, almost too fast to be possible. Park confirms it with a laugh, revealing it's an illusion called false snow, which mimics a blade with just airflow. He explains that for an evasive fighter like Pai, illusion swords are the perfect counter, wasting his energy on phantoms. Park smugly explains that when you overload someone with information, it's hard to find the right answer. Pai bursts out laughing, impressed that his opponent has perfectly grasped the Dragon Eye's weakness. Still, Park admits he genuinely didn't expect their clash to end in mutual destruction. Pai casually declares that since they both went down, it's only fair to call it a draw. Seeing an opportunity, Park lays out 2 options. They teach each other their techniques, or they don't. So Pai makes his offer. The Dragon Eye in exchange for the self-snow sword technique, which leaves Park stunned. Park seems hesitant, muttering that his technique is a bit of a special case. But Pai explains that his Dragon Eye can fill the gaps in Park's own power, potentially leading him to transcendence. Park is shocked, realizing Pai is talking about the legendary mind's eye that can read all human hearts. With a dangerous glint in his glowing eyes, Pai confirms that is exactly what he's offering. Hearing the potential, Park So-ul's hesitation melts away, and he eagerly seals their new partnership. The scene then shifts to a quiet pagoda, bathed in the pale light of the full moon. A woman arrives at a closed door, politely asking to see Master Pai. A voice from inside the room questions her, asking if her name is Juha. She confirms her identity, explaining that she has come specifically to see him. The voice notes how late it is, pointing out that it's already midnight. Suddenly, the door slides open, but it's another woman who greets her, offering to wake Pai up. Through the doorway, Pai can be seen sitting perfectly still, seemingly in deep meditation. Juha is completely taken aback, her composure crumbling at the unexpected situation. And just then, Pai himself appears with a sly grin, asking if she waited long, causing her to blush furiously. Still blushing, Juha tries to brush off the awkward moment, but Pai Wolryo cuts to the chase, asking if she can track the divine object master, who vanished 4 days ago. She explains that finding his trail in a bustling district would be nearly impossible. Pai listens intently, stroking his chin as he considers the difficult situation. His mind conjures an image of the man in question, the elusive master in his signature fox mask. He then pictures the man fleeing, leaping across the rooftops in a desperate escape. As he visualizes the scene, the surroundings suddenly seem disturbingly familiar to him. He realizes there's only one place someone could have fled to from that direction. A grim conclusion dawns on him. This is the same path where he was once dragged away by the shadowless dagger master. The memory hits hard, a vision of being carried off, unconscious and defeated, into the darkness. A smirk crosses his face as the pieces click into place. The 2 paths are one and the same. With a new lead, he believes the forest holds the key to finding his target's whereabouts. Without wasting a moment, he strides through the desolate streets under the cover of night. He soon arrives at the entrance to the woods, a place shrouded in mist and bad memories. Pushing aside his unease, Pai Wolryo steps onto the familiar path, venturing into the darkness. But a prickling sensation on his neck tells him he's not alone. He freezes in his tracks as figures emerge from the gloom, blocking his way. An old man and his followers step forward, questioning why he's sneaking around so late. The man, Jin Pahong, grins, demanding to be led to the hidden yellow dragon sword technique. Pai simply sighs, asking the hidden emissary if he's ever going to give up this pointless chase. Pai Wolreo explains he was chasing a traitor, but Jin Pahong immediately accuses him of deception. The old man's voice booms through the forest, demanding to know how he won over the shadowless Daggermaster. With a tired sigh, Pai tells him to go find the traitor himself instead of bothering him. Jin Pahong spins a tale of trying to save a warrior who went berserk from demonic arts. He then gets to the heart of it, asking if the legendary yellow dragon sword technique was the payment. The old man strokes his beard, deciding he's invested far too much to turn back now. Pai remains silent, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his patience clearly exhausted. So, Jin Pahong reveals his plan. If he attacks, the shadowless Daggermaster will be forced to appear. Looking completely fed up, Pai insists he has no relationship with this master. But Jin Pahong is done talking and launches himself forward in a blur of motion. And just like that, Pai Wolreo's eyes ignite with a demonic, fiery glow. Steel clashes as Jin Pahong's man moves with blinding speed, forcing Pai onto the defensive. Pai smirks, a little impressed. This warrior's speed is almost on par with the legendary illusion sword. He parries and weaves through a flurry of attacks, the sound of ringing metal filling the air. Jin Pahong watches from the side, boasting that he brought proper fighters this time, not just grunts. Still, Pai effortlessly blocks the attack, insisting again that he has no ties to the Daggermaster. Unmoved, Jin Pahong and his subordinate exchange a look, ready to escalate things. The warrior draws his own blade, preparing to unleash a technique of his own. His sword begins to hum with a brilliant blue aura, as he asks if Pai remembers an old man he killed. A flicker of recognition crosses Pai's face. He remembers, and he knows exactly who this is now. The swordsman finally reveals their motive. They were the old man's loyal escorts. Pai scoffs internally. So this was never about a legendary technique, just simple revenge. The two warriors lunge forward as one, their glowing blue blades a blur of motion. But Pai meets the assault head-on, his own sword a dark streak against their light. He twists, deflecting a powerful downward slash charged with crackling energy. The relentless combination attack presses in, forcing him to parry at incredible speeds. In a flash, however, their coordinated assault pays off as a blade sinks deep into his shoulder. The impact drives Pai to his knee, clutching the wound as blood begins to flow freely. He looks up, not with fear, but with a wry grin, admitting their skills prove the old man's importance. A dark, demonic aura begins to bleed from him as his eyes flare with a terrifying red light. The vengeful swordsman analyzes Pai's weapon, believing its weight makes it slow and easy to break. But Pai, now cloaked in demonic energy, moves with terrifying speed, easily slipping under an attack. His partner's follow-up strike is met with a brutal parry, the impact ringing through the forest. Pai effortlessly weaves between the two, turning their pincer attack into a chaotic mess. He finally meets the vengeful swordsman's blade head-on, his own red sword humming with power. The demonic energy grinds against the pure blue aura of his opponent's sword. Cracks begin to form as the superior weapon starts to buckle under the immense pressure. With a surge of strength, Pai pushes forward, a feral grin spreading across his face. Hes no longer just surviving. Hes dominating, enjoying the shift in power. And in a flash of light, his opponent's blade shatters, leaving him completely defenseless. The swordsman's partner grits his teeth, refusing to give up even after seeing his leader disarmed. But the vengeful swordsman isn't out of the fight yet, gripping his sheathed sword like a club. With a ferocious roar, he swings the makeshift weapon right at Pai Wolreo's head. But Pai ducks under the blow, the partner's follow-up attack barely missing him. Undeterred, the swordsman grips his scabbard with both hands, readying another powerful strike. He brings it down, but Pai meets the attack with his own glowing blade. The clash sends sparks flying as the three fighters are locked in a chaotic melee. Pai feels the immense pressure. The weight of their combined assault is heavy, and he knows he'll go berserk if this drags on. He leaps back, narrowly dodging another coordinated pincer attack from the duo. Panting, he realizes he's in trouble, desperately wishing the shadowless Daggermaster would arrive to help. Seeing their chance, the two swordsmen regroup, the vengeful one readying his glowing blue blade. He lunges forward, bringing the sword down in a powerful, sweeping arc aimed directly at Pai Wolreo. His partner moves in sync, darting around the other side with a confident smirk, ready to strike. But Pai's demonic sword flares to life, rising to meet the attack head-on. His glowing eyes narrow, analyzing their every move, his mind racing faster than their blades. The partner's sword clashes against Pai's, the impact sending a jarring shock through his arms. He stares in disbelief as Pai stands firm, effortlessly neutralizing their combined assault. A new strategy forms in Pai's mind. He'll disrupt the big guy's trajectory, and take them down one at a time. The younger partner pants, noticing a flicker in his opponent's aura. He realizes Pai can't maintain that energy continuously. Taking advantage of their brief hesitation, Pai Wolreo explodes into motion, becoming a crimson blur as he repositions for the kill. The two swordsmen lunge forward, ready to overwhelm the crimson demon. But in a flash, Pai Wolreo's battle-ready stance falters, his eyes widening in shock. He feels an unexpected presence, a sudden, deadly intervention that wasn't part of his plan. The confusion instantly melts into a predatory grin. This chaotic twist is an opportunity. His opponents grind to a halt, their expressions shifting from confidence to utter confusion. A new player has entered the field, his fingers wrapped around a near-invisible, razor-sharp wire. The blue-haired hunter calmly informs his former allies that their luck has just run out. An enraged elder points a trembling finger, accusing the man of betraying the killing curtain, but the hunter just smirks, mocking their arrogance for picking a fight with the heavenly demon sect. The elder explodes in fury, realizing the horrifying truth. They've had a spy in their midst all along. The hunter tries to play it off, claiming he's just trying to avoid a bigger disaster. But the enraged elder isn't buying it for a second. He's done with words and ready to kill them both. With his former allies now dead set on his destruction, the hunter knows there's no talking his way out. He turns to Pai Wolreo, proposing a temporary truce, better to fight together than die alone. Pai Wolreo flashes a demonic grin, agreeing to the chaos and telling the hunter to keep the big guy busy. In a flash of red demonic energy, he rockets forward to engage his own chosen targets. The blue-haired hunter breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he's been left with a very difficult assignment. His former comrades don't hesitate, splitting up and charging forward to meet the two-pronged assault. The vengeful swordsman closes in on the traitor, his blade glowing with a deadly blue aura. But the hunter's fear gives way to a smirk. He might not be able to win, but he can definitely avoid losing. The hunter effortlessly evades, lashing out with his own razor-sharp wire. His opponent unleashes a furious strike, his blade humming with a deadly blue energy. But the swordsman is immediately forced onto the defensive by a hail of projectiles. He parries them with a desperate swing, the impact ringing through the air. Just as he recovers, he feels a sudden and unexpected tug from below. The hunter's wires have already found their mark, snaking tightly around his legs. He stumbles, completely ensnared in a trap he never even saw coming. A look of pure disbelief and rage crosses his face. He's been outplayed. Meanwhile, his partner faces his own demonic opponent, sword drawn and ready. He steels his resolve, preparing to enter the deadly dance. Pai Wolreo's demonic power surges, his eyes glowing with a menacing orange light. The draconic slits in his pupils flare, a clear sign that he is done playing games. His opponent charges forward, pouring all his energy into a single, desperate sword strike. But Pai Wolreo meets the attack head-on, his own blade a blur of crimson energy. Their swords collide in a deafening crash of steel and raw power. The swordsman's attack is utterly shattered, his blade knocked clean from its path. He stumbles back, his stance broken, and his confidence along with it. A cruel, knowing smirk spreads across Pai Wolreo's face. He casually inspects his opponent's sword, which is now somehow in his hand. The swordsman can only stare in disbelief, completely disarmed and outclassed. Before his ally can even process what happened, Pai Wolreo is already moving on to his next target. The second swordsman frantically parries, his blade ringing against the furious assault. But he's immediately on the back foot, struggling to keep up with the sheer speed and power. Pai Wolreo's sword dances around his defense, a whirlwind of crimson energy that's impossible to track. He moves with a chilling grace, his afterimages surrounding the swordsman in a deadly illusion. Then, in a stunning reversal, the man's own sword is plunged deep into his chest. He looks down in shock, recognizing the perfect execution of his own quick sword technique. It's a fatal mistake. He realizes too late that he should never have let his guard down. With a cold, impassive gaze, Pai Wolreo rips the blade free from his body. The swordsman collapses to the ground, his life ending in a violent, bloody spray. Pai Wolreo stands over the corpse, claiming the fallen man's sword with a chilling promise to use it well. Elsewhere in the chaos, the vengeful swordsman adapts to his own power, his blade crackling with violet energy. Their other opponent, the blue-haired hunter, is getting tossed around, growing tired of this endless battle. He twists through the air, narrowly dodging a heavy strike from the swordsman. But before he can land, Pai Wolreo intercepts him, a crimson comet of pure killing intent. His demonic eyes flare to life, locking onto his next target with cold precision. He adjusts his grip on the new blade, getting a feel for its weight and balance. The vengeful swordsman sees this and roars, his rage now completely focused on the young demon. A predatory grin spreads across Pai Wolreo's face as he swings the sword with terrifying speed. The swordsman braces himself, his own energy flaring as he prepares to meet the attack head-on. His demonic eyes burn with a cold, predatory light. He lunges forward in a blur, crashing his new blade against the swordsman's defense. The older warrior grunts, barely holding the line as a thin spray of red erupts from his shoulder. But Pai Wolreo's assault is relentless, driving the man back with overwhelming force. The swordsman is sent stumbling away, his guard completely shattered by the demon's raw power. But before the fight can continue, a sharp sound cuts through the night air. The two fighters pause, but the blue-haired hunter's attention is drawn elsewhere. From a distance, an elder from the killing curtain fires a brilliant signal flare into the sky. The hunter recognizes the call instantly, a clear request for backup. He tries to dismiss it as a bluff, but the doubt creeping into his eyes says otherwise. But Pai Wolreo's demonic eyes suddenly flare. He's sensing something far more significant. The forest itself seems to hold its breath as dozens of figures begin to close in. The blue-haired hunter asks if he sees a path to escape, but Pai Wolreo is already assessing the threat. With his dragon's eye, he calmly counts the approaching enemies hidden in the darkness. He reports there are 30 of them, and worse, at least 5 are as strong as the swordsman he just fought. The hunter's face drains of all color, the sheer absurdity of their situation finally sinking in. He screams at Pai Wolreo to run, already turning to bolt into the woods himself. But as they begin to move, the sharp ring of clashing steel echoes from nearby. The killing curtain's reinforcements have already arrived and engaged their own targets. One of the elders casually cleans his blade, remarking how lucky they were not to face any real trouble. Meanwhile, 2 figures break through the encirclement, running over a carpet of fallen warriors. The blue-haired hunter is already at his limit, panting that they've barely shaken their pursuers. He pathetically suggests Pai Wolreo abandon him, knowing he's just slowing the demonic arts user down. Then he tries a different tactic, claiming he wants to create a debt with the heavenly demon sect. Pai Wolreo just smirks, seeing right through the flimsy excuse the man is just begging to be forgiven. With his eyes glowing, he offers the hunter a simple deal: help him, and he'll put in a good word. The hunter seems confused, but Pai Wolreo coldly reminds him that he's already helping by keeping him alive. He clarifies that this mission is his own personal debt, not something the entire sect is involved in. Finally, he gets to the point. He's looking for the Divine Object Master, and the hunter admits to holding him captive. But going there now would be trouble, he warns, because a hidden emissary also knows the location. Despite the danger, Pai Wolreo decides he has to go, hoping this mission will put him in the sect's good graces. The blue-haired hunter, now a reluctant guide, tells him to pick up the pace and follow. Their journey takes them deep into the mountains under the cover of night. Finally, the hunter raises a hand, pointing towards a specific spot in the distance. He indicates a dark cave entrance, the place where the Divine Object Master is being held. But as they approach, a blade flashes out of the darkness, aimed right for Pai Wolreo's head. In that split second, his dragon's eye flares to life, granting him a vision of the immediate future. He reacts instantly, his sword a blur of motion as he moves to block the lethal strike. An enraged swordsman lunges forward, demanding to know why Pai Wolreo is with the hunter. But Pai Wolreo, blocking the attack, has no idea who this man is or what he's talking about. The swordsman snarls, claiming he should recognize Pai Wolreo, even without a mask. The hunter frantically tries to stop him, insisting they are all on the same side now. But Pai Wolreo simply holds him at bay, a knowing, almost mocking look on his face. The man then reveals his true confusion, asking what Pai Wolreo plans to do as the Divine Object Master. Pai Wolreo is baffled by the question, bluntly stating that the swordsman himself is the master they came to rescue. Before anyone can process this revelation, a storm of daggers and blades erupts from the darkness. Instinct takes over as the 2 former enemies instantly turn back to back, deflecting the surprise attack. From the shadows, 4 new figures emerge, their blades gleaming in the moonlight. The swordsman stares at the newcomers, a grim realization dawning on his face. In an instant, their small group is completely surrounded, a warrior with a burning red aura taking center stage. Pai Wolreo's eyes blaze with a demonic light, his red aura flaring as he prepares to meet the attack. The masked assassins descend upon them in a wave, their swords glinting with deadly intent. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, his blade deflecting multiple attacks in a shower of sparks. While Pai Wolreo carves a path, the Divine Object Master and the blue-haired warrior also leap into the fray. The small clearing becomes a chaotic dance of death, with the 3 warriors holding the line against a sea of enemies. The Divine Object Master finds himself locked in a desperate clash, steel grinding against steel. His face is a mask of grim determination as he parries a vicious downward strike. For a moment, he's caught in a deadlock, pushing back with all his might against his masked foe. But with a surge of strength, he overpowers the assassin, his blade slicing through cleanly. All around them, the assassins fall as Pai Wolreo and his newfound allies cut them down one by one. But their respite is cut short as a fresh wave of assassins materializes from the darkness. At that very moment, the blue-haired hunter makes a grim decision, declaring he can't throw his life away here. He explains he can't risk trying to escape while burdened with their 2 weakened companions. Offering a hollow wish that they might meet again alive, he makes a swift exit, leaving Pai Wolreo and the Divine Object Master completely dumbfounded. The old swordsman turns to Pai, asking if he has any brilliant ideas now that they're outnumbered. With demonic energy flaring in his eyes, Pai admits his demonic arts are already running wild. As if on cue, another squad of killers leaps from the trees, descending upon them like vultures. The Divine Object Master and Pai Wolreo stand back to back, their blades crossing in defense. With a roar, Pai Wolreo surges forward, unleashing his barely contained power on the incoming assassins. Giving into his rage, Pai Wolreo cuts down his foes without mercy. The Divine Object Master struggles to hold the line, fighting with a more measured defense. But Pai is a whirlwind of destruction, taking devastating wounds with a manic grin on his face. Far from the battle, a powerful figure steps to the edge of a cliff. He leaps, launching himself toward the distant chaos. The ground shatters as he makes his thunderous arrival. It's Ga Domu, and as the dust settles, he recognizes the familiar, violent aura. A wry smile crosses his face. It would be a waste if that boy died now. In a flash, he closes the distance between them. He appears right beside Pai, grabbing his arm and halting his berserker rage in an instant. Pai Wolreo is frozen in place, the demonic frenzy completely suppressed by Ga Domu's grip. The surrounding assassins stare, baffled by this sudden and powerful interruption. Their leader, a man wielding a massive broadsword, eyes the newcomer with caution. He notes Ga Domu's physique but can't sense his energy, demanding to know who he is. Ga Domu just smirks, finding the question pointless when a man is clearly hiding his strength. The leader tries a different tactic, offering to withdraw if they just hand over Pai. But Ga Domu scoffs at the proposal, as if they're a bunch of children making demands. The assassin insists, pointing at Pai, declaring that they have business with him. With a flick of his wrist, Ga Domu shows them he's done talking. He unleashes a crushing wave of invisible force, a simple gesture of absolute power. The assassins are thrown into disarray, one man's broadsword shattering as he's sent flying. The remaining men can only think of one thing: to run for their lives. Ga Domu stands with his arms open, a violet aura flaring around him with palpable force. He muses that fleeing is exactly what they should have done from the start. The Divine Object Master is paralyzed by a sudden, horrifying realization of who this man is. He whirls on Pai, demanding to know his connection to the infamous heavenly killing Groundmaster. But Ga Domu turns to him first, asking if they know each other or if he's from his sect. The Divine Object Master is left speechless, clenching his fist as he tries to understand the question. Ga Domu seems to consider him for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face. Then, with a simple, deliberate gesture, he reasserts his absolute authority. Ga Domu casually covers the man's face, confirming his identity as the Divine Object Master. But the master ignores him, instead glaring at Pai Wolreo with a damning accusation. He questions how long Pai has been in the sect to have already fallen in with the blood cult. Pai looks back, completely baffled, having no idea what a blood cultist even is. Unfazed, Ga Domu issues a simple, chilling command. He orders Pai to kill the Divine Object Master. Pai is stunned, but Ga Domu explains that helping him now means being branded a cultist anyway. He even suggests it might be useful to have a blood cultist in a high position. When Pai protests that he must bring the man back, Ga Domu just repeats his order with a grin. His expression darkens, warning Pai not to make him say it a third time. Pai falls silent, sweat beading on his brow, trapped by an impossible command. Ga Domu lays down the final, chilling choice: kill the man, or die himself. Pai Wolreo is in agony, clutching his stomach as he's forced into an impossible corner. The Divine Object Master, however, has no intention of going down quietly, drawing his blade. With a heavy heart, Pai draws his own sword, apologizing for what he is about to do. Ga Domu watches like a spectator at a play, mocking the weakened state of his target. The young man lets out a sigh, the exhaustion and pain of the situation catching up to him. But his master just scoffs, telling him not to worry about scratches from handling such energy. With no other option, Pai begins to channel his power, a dark red aura flaring around him. His eyes ignite, shifting into a blazing, demonic golden red hue. Ga Domu smirks, pleased to see that Pai is finally making progress and controlling the demonic arts. The Divine Object Master sighs, telling the boy to prepare himself for a real attack. Without a word, Pai Wolreo, wreathed in demonic ki, closes the distance in an instant. Their swords meet with a deafening clang, sparks flying from the impact. The master unleashes a blindingly fast series of strikes, a whirlwind of steel. But Pai meets every single blow, his demonic power matching the veteran's raw skill. He smirks, realizing that pure speed alone won't be enough to win this fight. So he unleashes a powerful, swirling vortex of energy from his blade. The raw force slams into the Divine Object Master, throwing him off balance. He digs his sword into the ground, desperately trying to halt his momentum. The two warriors pause, locked in a tense standoff as the dust settles. Pai's demonic eyes flare with killing intent. The standoff is officially over. He closes the distance in an instant, his blade screaming as it meets the master's. Every movement is now a blur of red and black, fueled by pure demonic power. With a deft flick of his wrist, he slides his sword down his opponent's blade. The Divine Object Master swings for a desperate counter, but Pai is already past his guard. A look of pure, unadulterated shock spreads across the veteran's face. His fingers go limp, and his legendary sword falls from his grasp. He looks down in horror at the fatal wound now carved into his chest. Pai stands with his back to him, the battle already decided in his mind. Yet, a gash on his own chest reveals the master's final strike found its mark. But as the adrenaline fades, a dark memory surfaces of him facing one of his own. The smug voice of Ga Domu echoes in his mind, praising him for a job well done. The memory shows the grim result: his former comrade lying dead, a sword buried in his back. Even in the vision, his hand trembles as the demonic energy threatens to overwhelm him. Ga Domu's words cut deep, mocking him for finally learning to kill an ally without hesitation. The red-haired master had asked if this was the power he truly sought. Had seen the signs even then, how Pi's eyes were clouding over at the edge of control. Ga Domu had correctly deduced he was using a mind technique to suppress the rampage, and Pai, his voice strained, could only confirm that it was true. The master muses that even with such a technique, there's a limit to holding back the beast within. Ga Domu correctly guesses that Pai was pushing his mental limits, testing how much he could endure. The master then reveals a dark pill, mocking that without it, Pai's lack of fear will lead to a full-blown rampage. With a grim and possessed look, Pai can only admit that his master's assessment is correct. Ga Domu places the medicine in his student's hand, warning him that he can't be generous with his limited supply. Still, he has some faith, believing Pai's mind technique is strong enough to get him back to the branch safely. The master remarks that he's curious about the technique, but further experiments will have to wait. Now, his priority is to keep Pai alive, which means he has to go clean up anyone who might have escaped. He gives his final order. Once Pai finishes circulating his energy, he is to return to the branch immediately. Bowing his head in deep gratitude, Pai thanks his master for the lifeline he's just been given, and with a single leap, the red-haired master vanishes into the night, leaving his student alone. Meanwhile, a lone figure tears through the forest, running for his life. It's the Killing Curtain Elder, panicked and gasping for breath as he flees. He knows the monster behind him is an unstoppable force, an absolute nightmare. With every ounce of strength, he pushes his tired body onward. But in his frantic escape, his foot catches on an unseen rock. The old man stumbles, crashing violently to the ground. He looks up, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. A sharp pain lances through his leg. He's been wounded in the fall. With his escape route cut short, the elder finally collapses, strength failing him. As the sun begins to rise, the long, bloody night finally comes to a close. And when the light of dawn finally breaks, it reveals a field of absolute carnage. The assassins of the Killing Curtain lay scattered and broken, their lives extinguished. Amidst the slaughter, Pai Wolyo sits, absorbing the lingering demonic energy. His eyes snap open, glowing with a sinister, otherworldly power. With the job done, he's confident he has just enough strength to report back. Soon, he arrives at the imposing structure of his organization's branch. He plays it cool, but internally admits that using so much power nearly broke him. Standing before his superior, he prepares to deliver the news. The sectmaster confirms the grim rumor. The divine object master has been found dead. Pai Wolreo explains they found their target already stabbed to death, a convenient end to a bloody affair. The sectmaster finds this convenient death a bit too complicated, demanding to know how they can be sure it was him. Pai Wolreo admits he never saw the man's face, but another assassin confirmed the identity before dying. With that business concluded, the sectmaster informs him that a certain elder has been eagerly awaiting his return. The name clearly catches Pai Wolreo off guard, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His report finished, the sectmaster dismisses him with a simple wave. Pai Wolreo gives a formal salute, accepting the new directive without question. He makes his way down the long, empty corridor, the meeting finally over, but his body is clearly at its limit, as he stumbles just as he runs into someone. It's Ju-ha, and he's visibly shocked to see her, quickly covering his mouth. He questions her presence, wondering why she wasn't still hiding as planned. She casually informs him that, as of yesterday, his surveillance has been officially lifted. Pai Wolreo seems almost disappointed, asking if this means their partnership is over. Ju-ha gives him a sly look, teasingly asking if he's sad to see her go. He admits with a small smile that he'll certainly miss having her help. She explains her next mission is to watch over someone until their family arrives. With a genuine, grateful smile, he thanks her for all her support up to this point. Business concluded, he asks for the location of the elder he was told to meet. Her expression hardens slightly, as she seems to point him in the right direction. The scene cuts to a large, imposing door, clearly the elder's private quarters. Pai Wolreo announces his arrival, and a voice from inside beckons him to enter. With a soft creak, Pai Wolreo pushes the heavy doors inward. He steps into the room, where two figures are waiting for him at a table. The hooded elder's eyes immediately narrow, her gaze sharp and discerning. Without any greeting, she declares that he's come back with something odd attached to him. As if summoned by her words, dark, ethereal butterflies begin to flutter around Pai Wolreo. He tries to ignore the strange comment, offering a formal greeting to Hallmaster Monero, but the Hallmaster just waves a dismissive hand, telling him to forget the formalities and sit. Taking his seat, he asks what she meant about something being attached to him. She specifies the black butterfly, but he looks around, confused, unable to see anything at all. Monero's expression shifts with a flash of memory, and she abruptly changes the subject, asking about the divine objects. Pai Wolrio's eyes widen as he recalls reading about them in the Heavenly Demon Divine Sex Lawbook. The text explains that the mystic butterfly and black butterfly are a pair of spiritual creatures. To protect the system, the sect employs a shield known as the Divine Object Master. The rule is absolute. Only by killing the master and claiming the divine object can one challenge the sect leader. This means anyone aspiring to the throne must first face this designated guardian. He facepalms, realizing this was the exact section he skipped because he didn't understand it back then. A memory surfaces of the underworld boss, musing how useful a divine object master would be for their own side. The sheer complexity of his situation starts to weigh on him, and he can't help but feel exhausted. Monero smirks, seeing from his pained expression that he finally understands the butterfly's purpose. He quietly confirms, his mind racing, wondering if she wants something in exchange for her silence. Bracing himself for a high price, he cautiously asks the elder what she requires. Monero lays out her first condition. She wants to take his companion, Seol Rin, as her disciple. She explains that the girl is too loyal to accept without his express permission. Pai Wolreo is momentarily stunned, as this was the last thing he expected to hear. The girl eagerly turns to him, confirming that Monero sees great talent in her. He falls silent, trying to process this bizarre and disarming request. Seol Rin smirks, playfully admitting that while she has no gift for martial arts, her talents clearly lie elsewhere. Deciding to play along, he puts on a gracious smile and gives his full permission. She beams with genuine happiness, thanking him for the opportunity. But he keeps his guard up, casually asking why his permission was even necessary in the first place. With a sly grin, Hallmaster Monero reveals the catch. Teaching Seol Rin magic will amplify her yin energy, and to balance that out, she'll need a whole lot more of his yang energy to stay stable. The realization dawns on Pai Wolreo this whole arrangement just put him in even more danger. Seol Rin quickly interjects, trying to assure him it's not that serious and will only slow her own progress. But he knows better. This is a favor big enough to hide a divine object, and it's far from simple. Still, he agrees. Monero seems pleased by his acceptance and smoothly transitions to her second, more personal request. She unrolls a scroll, revealing a task she wants him to complete for her. Pai Wolreo just stares at the strange drawing of a humanoid root, utterly confused. The old woman identifies it as a ginseng mandrake, a precious item that was recently stolen. He immediately questions her motives, asking why she isn't using her own powerful forces to get it back. She simply claims it's a personal matter, one she can't use her own forces for. Seeing he's cornered, Pai Wolreo sighs and agrees to her terms. Later, back in the relative peace of the sect's main compound, he's already feeling the drain as the divine object saps his inner energy. A sect messenger suddenly appears with an official order. Hunt down rogue demonic practitioners within 10 days. With a tired salute, Pai Wolreo has no choice but to obey. He questions the mission's simplicity, finding it a bit too straightforward. The messenger suddenly grabs him, sneeringly asking if he should just use the demonic nest. This is the sect's infamous, inescapable prison for demonic cultivators. With his tasks piling up, Pai Wolreo sets out once more. To start his hunt, Pai Wolreo decides to gather some intel first. He approaches a sect official, requesting information on all rogue demonic practitioners who entered the city recently. After some thought, he narrows the search to anyone who arrived within the last month. The official returns with a scroll, revealing there are 3 targets in total. The last name on the list, Mad Laugh Reaching Heaven, makes him pause. The official notices his reaction, curiously asking if he knows the man. A flicker of recognition crosses Pai Wolreo's face as he asks for the full name. Ji Myung Mu. The official confirms it, rolling up the scroll with a knowing look. He adds that after being spotted at the North Gate, the man's whereabouts have become a complete mystery. The name echoes in Pai Wolreo's mind. This mission just became deeply personal. Following a new lead, Pai Wolreo arrives at a remote blacksmith shop, but something is clearly wrong. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he senses the unsettling atmosphere. The forge is a complete mess, with tools and debris scattered all over the ground. He finds the blacksmith inside, slumped on the floor, and quietly wonders what could have happened. The man is the picture of despair, his eyes hollow and his spirit seemingly crushed. He just sits there, lost in a daze, completely unresponsive to his surroundings. A couple of empty jugs lie nearby, suggesting he's been trying to drink away his troubles. But then, a wicked purple aura begins to emanate from a sword resting beside the blacksmith. Recognizing the demonic energy, Pai Wolreo is startled and demands to know what happened here. The blacksmith finally stirs, his eyes lifting with a look of utter defeat. Pai Wolreo explains he came to buy a sword, but the man just waves him off, telling him to take anything. He doesn't hesitate, pulling the very blade that was radiating that sinister demonic energy. Still, he's no thief. He leaves a payment on a barrel, wishing the broken man good luck. As he turns to leave, the blacksmith begins to speak, confessing the guilt he's always felt forging weapons. He admits that the massive profits eventually silenced any moral objections he had. Now, he's convinced this crushing despair is his long overdue divine punishment. The man warns him that the blood of martial artists inevitably stains everyone around them. He hopes Pai Wolreo can escape that world, as the empty jugs beside him suddenly shatter. But the blacksmith's despair finally ignites into something new, a burning desire for revenge. Pai Wolreo acknowledges this dark awakening, welcoming him to the martial world with a simple command: don't die. The blacksmith just laughs, a raw, manic sound at the absurdity of it all. And with that, Pai Wolreo turns his back, leaving the broken man to his newfound purpose. His thoughts shift to his next destination, Pohan Tower, where he knows a few old friends are staying. The tower looms in the distance, a grand building promising conflict. And sure enough, inside, a fight is already underway as someone is violently thrown through a wall. On the floor is the heavenly killing groundmaster, Ga Domu, completely humbled by a powerful new foe. From a distance, Pai Wolreo watches, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he studies the scene. The victor, a brutish staff wielder, roars as he attacks his fallen opponent. He scoffs at the mongrel on the ground, disgusted by his very presence. But from the shadows, Pai Wolreo watches with a slight smile. He's found his target. His mind flashes back to the brawler's past, receiving orders from a sect official. He even remembers a time when the man fought alongside a partner. Back in the present, Ga Domu spits out the truth: he was backstabbed by a coward. The brawler laughs off the accusation, raising his staff to deliver the final blow. With his last bit of strength, Ga Domu desperately raises his sword to block the strike. The gruesome result makes Pai Wolreo grimace, clearly not a fan of such messy work. Pai Wolreo flinches, his attention suddenly snapped towards a nearby commotion. He spots a long-haired man confidently explaining a plan to his eager companion. The man points towards their presumed target, his focus absolute. With a smug grin, he taps his own chest, sure of his brilliant strategy. Pai Wolreo watches with a tired expression. He realizes they're on the same mission. He gives a small nod, acknowledging the unexpected, and frankly, amateur competition. The schemer's companion then charges forward, ready to put the plan into action. But in an instant, he's betrayed, sent flying helplessly by the staff brawler. Pai Wolreo isn't surprised, finally putting a name to the infamous backstabber, mad laugh reaching heaven. The story flashes back to a chaotic battle, with Ronin mercenaries clashing in a bloody free-for-all. A young fighter recalls how the Wudang sect hired them all, treating Ronin like disposable pawns. He glares at the pittance he was paid, realizing his life was being sold for next to nothing. A quiet determination settles over him. He knows he can't die for this. But before he can act, Mad Laugh reaching heaven makes his move, his blade glowing with a sinister aura. The young Ronin can only watch, stunned by the sudden, shocking betrayal. With brutal efficiency, Mad Laugh cuts down his own supposed comrades in a flash. He stands alone amidst the bodies, the sole survivor of a fight he ended himself. Sword held ready, he proved that day that he would carve his own path, no matter who he had to cut down. But the young Ronin refuses to be next. Lunging forward with everything he has left, the betrayer, Mad Laugh, parries the desperate strike with casual ease. A strange power flares in the young man's eyes, but it's met with overwhelming force. Their blades clash in a flurry, but the fight is hopelessly one-sided. With a flick of his wrist, Mad Laugh sends the boy stumbling back toward the bodies of his fallen comrades. The killer flashes a cruel, confident smirk, enjoying the final moments of the hunt. Pure terror dawns on the young Ronin's face as he finally understands the gap in their power. Deciding he's had enough fun, Mad Laugh closes the distance for the final blow. But instinct screams louder than pride, and the boy turns to run for his life. He scrambles behind a tree, only to see another figure already there, calmly surveying the area. The newcomer seems to be searching for this exact spot. Terrified of being found by either his pursuer or this stranger, the young Ronin stifles a gasp. But another warrior suddenly appears, demanding to know who dares trespass here. The newcomer draws his blade, completely unimpressed by the man's arrogant tone. He scoffs at the mention of the Wudang sect, and lunges forward without hesitation. Steel rings out as their swords clash in a blinding flash of light. The mysterious Ronin smirks, easily matching the disciple's technique. From his hiding spot, the boy watches in awe, realizing a wandering swordsman can indeed rival a major sect. The Wudang disciple finds himself completely overwhelmed by the Ronin's ferocious swordplay. He can't believe it. His inner energy is stronger, yet every block results in another shallow wound. Panic sets in as he realizes his defense is about to crumble if he doesn't end this now. But the Ronin reads his desperation. a slight smirk playing on his lips. He calmly begins to sheathe his sword with a deliberate click. The disciple scoffs, assuming this is an act of surrender from someone who finally knows his place. Suddenly, a dark, potent aura flares to life around the Ronin in his draw stance. Thinking he has the upper hand, the disciple leaps forward, declaring it's already too late. In a blinding flash, the Ronin's blade reappears, unleashing a devastating counterattack. The overconfident disciple is sent flying, his attack completely broken by the Ronin's superior skill. The disciple clutches his bleeding arm, shocked by the speed of the attack. But the Ronin suddenly stops, looking down at a fresh wound on his own leg. He grits his teeth, forced to admit the Wudang sect isn't just an empty name. With a sharp click, he sheathes his sword, signaling the end of their duel. The disciple glares back, his pride clearly wounded far worse than his arm. He tries to save face with a threat, warning that he's now an enemy of the Wudang sect. After his parting shot, he makes a hasty retreat, leaping away from the battlefield. The Ronin just scoffs, calling out that the boy should consider himself lucky today. He reveals that if it wasn't for the injury to his leg, escape would have been impossible. Left alone, the Ronin glares at his own wound, annoyed that he even got scratched. But his moment of solitude is interrupted when he calls out to a figure hiding nearby. The young Ronin who was spying on the fight freezes, knowing he's been caught. He nervously emerges as the wounded man tells him to come over and help. Using a torn piece of fabric, the older Ronin prepares a makeshift bandage. He then grabs the kid, forcing him to tie the bandage tightly around his leg. This interaction sends the young man spiraling into a memory of their shared past. He recalls how the Wudang sect's harassment grew worse, forcing them into endless fights for survival. And in the present, he admits to himself that he eventually abandoned his partner, fleeing out of fear. So he can't help but wonder why that same man would show up in a place like this. His eyes drift towards a local tavern, a clear sign of where his former companion might be. He muses that even while being hunted, his old partner couldn't break his habit of visiting taverns. The young man's eyes narrow, a cold and calculating look settling on his face. Startled, the Ronin looks up, barely recognizing the man he once called brother. He's a complete mess, stunned into disbelief by this sudden and unwelcome reunion. The young man confirms his identity, stating his name is Yi Myung-so. The older Ronin flinches away, the name hitting him like a physical blow. He stammers, completely thrown off guard and unsure what to say or do. Fear and confusion are plain on his face as sweat beads on his brow. The two stand in a heavy silence, the air thick with years of resentment and betrayal. Yi Myung-so smirks, explaining he heard his old friend was in town and came looking for him. The Ronin, Pai Wolreo, finally speaks, his voice trembling as he asks if the young man is here to kill him. But Yi Myung-so simply gives a short, dismissive no. He can't help but think how the monster he once knew has become such a weak, pathetic human being. Suddenly seeing an opening, Pai Wolreo grabs his arm, nervously asking for a favor. Yi Myung-so looks down, calmly inquiring what it is he could possibly want. The older man sweats, admitting it's awkward to ask for anything after they've been apart for so long. With a deadpan expression, Yi Myung-so cuts right through the nonsense, guessing that he needs money. Pai Wolreo's face lights up as he launches into a story about a sure-win gamble that he just needs a little funding for. He practically begs, promising to pay back double if Yi Myung-so will just lend him the cash. His old partner simply stares back, a cold, unreadable expression on his face. His mind flashes back to his own training, remembering his clumsy attempts with a sword. He can still recall the feeling that something about the technique just wasn't right. He was just a confused kid, trying to learn the blade. And then there was Pai Wolreo, whose hands once wielded monstrous swordsmanship. Now, those very same hands seem far more accustomed to begging for money. The jarring difference hangs in the air as Yi Myung-so watches him quietly. Without warning, Pai Wolreo throws himself to the ground in a desperate bow. He looks up, his face a mask of humiliation and frantic hope. Clutching at his leg, he swears this gamble is a sure thing, promising to pay back triple what he owes. But Yi Myung-so just smiles gently, telling him to forget the debt and asking if he's hungry. Pai Wolreo awkwardly admits he's skipped a couple of meals, latching onto the excuse. Yi Myung-so plays along, suggesting that hunger was the problem, and a good meal might change his luck. The two begin walking through the quiet, moonlit streets of the town. But as they walk, their peaceful moment is about to be shattered. They both stop in their tracks, their attention suddenly caught by figures emerging from the shadows. A group of thugs blocks their path, the leader smirking as he asks where they're off to in such a hurry. Pai Wolreo's face drains of color. He can't believe his creditors followed him all the way here. The thug scoffs, reminding him that the real problem is his failure to pay up and that the Wudang sect would love to know his location. He warns Pai Wolreo not to try anything foolish, sneering that his pathetic martial arts won't save him this time either. All the while, Yi Myung-so just listens, his expression shifting to one of cold, quiet observation. Realizing he's cornered, Pai Wolreo sinks to his knees in a desperate plea. He tries to bargain, swearing he'll pay back the debt if they just keep the Wudang sect out of it. But Yi Myung-so has heard enough. The man Pai Wolrio once knew is long gone. His hand silently finds the hilt of his sword. A cold decision made in an instant. Before anyone can even react, a flash of steel cuts through the night air. The lead thug is frozen in shock, a thin red line blossoming across his face. Yi Myung-so stands calmly amidst the carnage, the alley now littered with bodies. His expression is completely blank, the blood on his face the only sign of what just happened. He casually flicks his blade clean as the last man falls, the problem now permanently solved. And just like that, the quiet, moonlit night returns. Having cleaned up the streets, Yi Myung-so now stands before one of his superiors. The official informs him that while the branch master is away, he left very specific orders. Yi Myung-so simply waits, his expression calm and ready to receive his next task. The news is grim. The investigation teams sent to the demonic nest were almost completely wiped out. Worse, 60 masters from another sect were slaughtered by a single man, the Luoyang Black Sword, who is now believed to be Ga Domu. With this monster on the loose, the standing order to hunt down demonic practitioners has been officially cancelled. Instead, Yi Myung-so is given a far more covert mission: infiltrate the subjugation force and create chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepts the order, his loyalty absolute. The official, however, has his own agenda, believing their sect must be the one to kill Ga Domu and seize a divine object. He knows that to pull it off, they'll need to create a distraction big enough to keep the watchful eyes of Shaolin looking the other way. The plan is laid bare. An agent will impersonate the Black Sword to draw Shaolin's eye, leaving their sect free to hunt Ga Domu. Yi Myung-so lets out a weary sigh, the weight of this dangerous, convoluted mission finally sinking in. As a new day dawns, he sets out to begin his infiltration. He soon arrives at a large tavern, the unofficial gathering point for the subjugation force. Inside, the place is already teeming with loud, boisterous warriors preparing for the hunt. But as he moves to enter the main room, a wooden staff slams down, blocking his path. A brutish-looking guard glares at him, stating flatly that he can't come in. Playing the part of an eager newcomer, Yi Myung-so asks if this is where the heroes have gathered. The guard scoffs, sneering that they're already full and errant, accepting just any random nobody. Oh, a nobody? A sly grin spreads across Yi Myung-so's face. It's time to introduce them to the Black Ghost. The guard bursts out laughing, finding the name Black Ghost absolutely pathetic. He sneers, questioning if this kid thinks the famed Luoyang Black Sword is just child's play. Losing his temper completely, he screams at Yi Myung-so to get lost before he gets beaten. But Yi Myung-so just keeps smiling, casually suggesting that more people would be helpful. That's it. The thug has had enough, and throws a powerful punch right at his face. But the fist stops dead, caught effortlessly by Yi Myung-so, whose smile never wavers. With a simple, fluid motion, he twists the man's arm and sweeps his leg. The guard crashes to the floor, his body suddenly locked in place by a dark, paralyzing key. Looking down at the neutralized thug, Yi Myung-so calmly states that he'll be grateful later. He then turns to the stunned crowd, announcing that it looks like a spot just opened up. Having successfully joined the ranks, Yi Myung-so is led to a fortified wooden outpost. An official from the Cheonggul sect welcomes the new recruits to their temporary base. He makes it clear that since his sect is organizing this hunt, they'll be the ones paying the reward. Yi Myung-so blends in with the other warriors, listening as the briefing begins. The official then introduces the captain of the subjugation force, who steps forward to address the men. The captain walks confidently toward the assembled warriors, his expression grim and determined. He welcomes them all, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of hired hands and sect members. He reminds them that their target single-handedly defeated all of the sect's masters. But now, with their finest gathered for revenge, he promises 20 taels for the man's head. He describes their target, a beast shrouded in demonic energy, who carries a sword but fights like a monster, completely out of his mind. Suddenly, the captain's gaze sharpens, his attention snagged by someone in the crowd. It's Yi Myung-so, who grits his teeth as his demonic energy starts to leak uncontrollably. He knows that trying to suppress his power under the bright sun is a fool's errand. An official points him out, telling the captain this new face is called Black Ghost. The captain scoffs internally. A skilled warrior wouldn't hide behind such a generic alias. Still, he can't shake the feeling that there's something deeply unsettling about this man. Realizing he's been made, Yi Myung-so's aura flares as he grips the hilt of his sword. The captain and the official yell out in alarm, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. But their questions are met with a smirk as Yi Myung-so begins to draw his blade. In a flash, he moves, leaving the two leaders frozen in shock and disbelief. Panic erupts as the sect members scream assassin, their comrades falling before they can even react. Yi Myung-so's eyes burn with a demonic light, his expression locked in deadly focus. The remaining guards scramble into formation, surrounding him with swords and drawn bows. He knows he took out the strongest ones first, but this is still a numbers game. His gaze fixes on the archers. He needs to deal with them before they can fire a second volley. But a direct charge is a fool's gambit. leaving his back completely exposed to the swordsman. A wicked smile spreads across his lips. He decides there's no need to be elegant about this. In a flash, he whips his arm forward, releasing the very sword he was holding. The blade soars through the air, impaling an archer through the neck, just as he loosed his arrow. He's a blur of motion, using the split second of shock to close the distance instantly, but another archer manages to loose his arrow just as his comrade falls. The projectile whistles through the air, aimed directly at its target. Yi Myung-so turns, but there's no time to fully evade the shot. It punches straight through his forearm, a spray of blood marking the hit. He doesn't even flinch, using the impact to propel himself toward the nearest swordsman. Before the man can react, a hand is already crushing his throat. A sadistic grin spreads across Yi Myung-so's face, his eyes glowing with malice. The remaining guards can only watch in horror, completely outmatched. As another archer draws his bow, the weapon is simply torn from his grasp. Yi Myung-so casually plucks the arrow from his own arm, a clear message to the others. He casually snaps the arrow shaft, pulling the arrowhead from his flesh. The wound steams, the hole in his arm already closing up. With a wicked grin, Yi Myung-so's demonic aura begins to pulse violently. The remaining warriors see his unnatural recovery and scream for a final, desperate charge. They swarm him from all sides, a wave of steel against a single man. He smirks, acknowledging that his swordsmanship is indeed still unrefined, but he sees no reason why he can't channel that same energy into his bare hands. The first swordsman brings his blade down with everything he's got. A demonic sigil flares within Yi Myung-so's glowing red eyes, and his fist, wreathed in dark energy, meets the cold steel without a shred of hesitation. The warrior's sword instantly shatters against the demonic fist. Before he can even process his shock, the punch caves his face in completely. His comrades scream in absolute fury, charging in from all sides. But Yi Myung-so is already moving, a blur of motion they can't possibly track. He casually sidesteps another clumsy, telegraphed overhead swing. The blade slams into the empty ground, its wielder stumbling forward. A flicker of sheer enjoyment flashes in Yi Myung-so's glowing eyes. He dips and weaves through the chaos, a predator toying with its prey. With a graceful leap, he evades their pathetic attempt at a pincer attack. Yet another sect member lunges forward, determined to land a single blow. But Yi Myung-so simply leans back, the blade whistling harmlessly past his face. He slams his fist into the ground, not to attack, but to pivot his entire body. The motion flows into a devastating uppercut that shatters the man's jaw. As the warrior falls, Yi Myung-so calmly kneels and picks up his discarded sword. A wicked grin spreads across his face. The warm-up is officially over. He meets the next attacker's blade, not with force, but with perfect redirection. Ducking under the wild swing, he uses the momentum to spin past his clumsy foe. The sect member can't even react as Yi Myung-so's new blade sweeps towards him. Surrounded by fallen comrades, the remaining warriors finally halt their charge. The fury in their eyes has vanished, replaced by the cold dread of reality. Yi Myung-so senses suddenly flare, detecting an ominous new presence. In the distance, a colossal pillar of sinister purple energy erupts into the sky. The dark key explodes from the fortress, a wave of pure malevolence washing over the battlefield. From the heart of that storm, a hulking, monstrous figure tears its way into the open. It's a berserker, roaring with untamed power, his eyes glowing with purple light. Yi Myung-so squints, thinking he recognizes the man for a second, but then dismisses the thought. No, this newcomer is different. The sheer density of his demonic energy is suffocating. He realizes this warrior must have sensed his own power, and this must be the real Luoyang Black Sword. A cold sweat breaks out as the terrifying truth hits him. This is not an enemy they can possibly defeat. Before anyone can react, the berserker is already moving, tearing into the terrified sect members. A fist coated in violet demonic energy smashes through the first unfortunate soul in his path. From the sidelines, Yi Myung-so realizes this beast is hunting for demonic arts and desperately tries to suppress his own aura. Another warrior falls, his chest completely caved in by a single, brutal strike. But as Yi Myung-so watches, his eyes are drawn to the creature's strange, jagged sword. He's suddenly hit with a memory of a haggard blacksmith, the very man now on this rampage. It all clicks into place. That blade is clearly the source of this overwhelming power. The slaughter continues without a moment's pause, bodies flying through the air like broken dolls. A monstrous roar tears from the berserker's throat, completely lost to the bloodlust. He moves like a storm of death, a blur of purple energy cutting down anyone in his way. Amidst the carnage, he stands tall, an avatar of destruction fueled by that cursed sword. And then it truly clicks for Yi Myung-so. The blacksmith was never a martial artist. He watches the rampaging figure, realizing all this power flows from that single cursed sword. A desperate plan forms in his mind. He has to separate the man from his weapon. But before he can act, the berserker closes the distance in an instant, roaring with rage. He doesn't even swing the sword, just cocks back a fist glowing with raw, destructive energy. Yi Myung-so grits his teeth, raising his own blade to defend against the crushing blow. The impact is overwhelming, blasting him off his feet and sending him flying backward. His arm is torn open from the sheer force, but he desperately holds onto his sword. The monster, however, gives him absolutely no time to recover. Another devastating, energy-infused punch slams right into him, with no chance to escape. The raw, demonic energy slams into him, and he feels his insides rupture. There's no defense, no technique, just a fist of pure destruction driving into his gut. He's blasted backward, leaving a deep trench in the earth as he skids to a halt. But the berserker's triumph turns to agony as the very power he wields consumes him. In a horrifying moment, his body withers and shrivels, the dark ki burning him out into a husk. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Yi Myung-soo knows he has only seconds to act. He forces himself into a kneeling position, using his sword for support as he tries to circulate his energy. But what erupts from him is not his usual aura, but a terrifying, ominous demonic presence. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes this dark power is completely beyond his control. Yet through the pain, his instincts analyze the fallen berserker's technique, finding it strangely familiar. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appears, sensing a demonic energy even stronger than the berserker's. She looks down, a smirk playing on her lips, impressed that he's still clinging to his sanity. To her, this isn't a crisis, it's just an interesting new development. She calmly reaches out, a serene blue aura gathering at her fingertip. Leaning in, she tells him to consider himself lucky as she touches his forehead. His demonic eyes flare, slitted and wild, fighting against her intervention. But the pressure is too immense, and he feels his consciousness begin to fade. The world goes black as his body finally gives out, slumping into unconsciousness. In the darkness, a memory surfaces of him wishing a man a peaceful life, far from the martial world. He remembers the face of that man. It was the very same warrior who became the purple berserker. Yi Myung-soo is left utterly speechless, the weight of the man's past now resting on his shoulders. In the final throes of consciousness, the berserker's mind screamed for revenge, the one desire that consumed him. Yi Myung-soo sees it all with a horrifying clarity. He remembers his own words, welcoming the man to the martial world and telling him to achieve his goal. But that same world had twisted him into this broken, laughing mockery of his former self. The memory shifts, showing the man's true calling, the rhythmic strike of a hammer at the forge. He was a blacksmith, a simple craftsman trying to build a peaceful life, until a dark power found a crack in his spirit, warping his very hand. He recalls a moment of utter despair, believing he was about to fail at something crucial. And in that moment of weakness, a sinister voice appeared, telling him his despair was just a lie. This voice belonged to a red-bearded fiend from a horrifying memory, tormenting a child who could only cry out for her dad. That father was the blacksmith, channeling his grief and fury into his forge, his eyes glowing with a cursed purple light. His terrified daughter could only cower in the corner as the hammering echoed. With every strike, he poured his very soul and a festering curse into the blade. The demonic energy soon consumed the entire workshop. His mind finally snapped, twisted into a vessel of pure, agonizing rage. Yi Myung-soo's eyes shoot open, the nightmarish vision finally breaking. He lies there, processing the truth, a sword forged from yin materials, but tainted by its creator's curse into a weapon of yang. He finally understands what it is, the reverse flame sword, standing ominously in the corner of the room. A moment later, a woman enters, surprised to find him conscious, and he recognizes her as Miss Jin. Jin Seolrin dryly informs him that the sect leader brought him back, adding a pointed jab about him being carried in by another woman. Yi Myung-soo flinches, a flash of the powerful, white-haired woman filling his mind. He stammers nervously, trying to explain that his life was in serious danger. With that, he quickly tries to excuse himself, saying he must go and report immediately. But she stops him, revealing with a smirk that she was only joking. The sect leader would never carry him herself. Hess told to get some rest, as his master has already said he'll be busy again soon enough. But rest is the last thing on his mind, as he instead finds his way to the forgotten workshop from his vision. He steps inside the dusty, abandoned building, the air thick with old memories and sorrow. Looking at the cold, silent furnace, he can feel it in his bones. The forge is dying along with its master. And there it is, he reaches out and takes hold of the reverse flame sword, its dark, cursed energy coiling around his hand. He finds a scabbard, a small victory in this desolate place. But as he sheathes the blade, a problem immediately becomes clear. The scabbard does nothing to contain the thick, demonic energy pouring from the sword. His eyes drift to a dark corner, and a memory, not his own, floods his mind. He sees a vision of the blacksmith's other child, forgotten and starving on the floor. A whisper from the sword asks if he's wavering, witnessing a man so lost in revenge he let his own son die. The memory deepens, replaying the blacksmith's desperate attempt to bargain with the blade's spirit. But the bargaining quickly sours into a vile, desperate threat. He would break the sword's will, even if it meant corrupting his own children's souls with its energy. Snapping back to the present, Yi Myung-soo's eyes blaze with defiance. He is not that man and will not be underestimated. He has seen the cursed blades past, and now he makes his move. His hand closes around the hilt, ready to impose his own will upon the weapon. The demonic sword slides free from its scabbard, its purple aura flaring. With the blade fully drawn, he takes a moment to feel its wicked energy. He unleashes a test swing, a swift arc of dark, crackling power. But he stops short, realizing this brute force approach won't work. He sheathes the blade again, knowing simple swordsmanship is not the answer. The only evidence of his swing is a tiny, precise slice left behind. A clean cut, showing skill, but not the overwhelming dominance required. He turns and walks away, heading toward the coast with a new plan in mind. But as he stands there, a flicker of killing intent touches his senses. His dragon's eye immediately activates, locking onto an unseen projectile. A dagger, thrown with blinding speed, comes whistling out of the darkness. He reacts instantly, his demonic hand flashing up to intercept the attack. The deadly blade is stopped cold, just inches from his throat. From the shadows, a man with blue hair steps out, complimenting his improved skills. Pai Wolreo smirks, retorting that the throw didn't seem very serious to begin with. The assassin casually waves it off, calling it a unique greeting from his sect. He puts a hand on Pai Wolreo's shoulder, glad he's alive and sorry for running away last time. But Pai Wolreo isn't letting him forget, reminding him he ran with his tail between his legs. The assassin reveals that the hidden emissary's brief disappearance allowed them to seize some control. Pai Wolreo is floored by this news. From his perspective, that man should be dead. But the assassin continues, explaining the emissary has returned with righteous faction masters to reclaim the area. He then pivots, offering a proposal to make up for his past cowardice. All he needs is a place to hold a formal negotiation. Then comes the bombshell. His sect is willing to come under the Heavenly Demon Sect's authority. The scene transitions to the majestic headquarters of the demonic sect itself. Inside, Diwolyo sits calmly at his desk, flipping through a book. Pai Wolreo enters the room, having been summoned by his leader. Diwolryo lays out the terms. The Baido Blood Sect wants an alliance, offering their forces in exchange for help. Pai Wolreo confirms their leader has agreed to the alliance to keep the righteous faction in check. With a sly grin, Diwolyo gives him his mission: aid the Baido Blood Sect and eliminate their enemies. Pai Wolreo accepts the command but cheekily asks if he's expected to go in alone. His master casually dismisses the concern, assuring him that reinforcements will follow eventually. With that settled, Pai Wolreo formally acknowledges and accepts his orders. He then leans in, ready to discuss the finer details of the upcoming operation. Later, Pai Wolreo waits patiently at a table in a quiet restaurant, the meeting place now set. The sound of footsteps on the wooden stairs echoes through the room. Someone is making their way up, their approach steady and purposeful. He looks over as the blue-haired assassin finally arrives for their clandestine meeting. The blue-haired assassin sits down, immediately remarking on how loud the establishment is. The source of the commotion is a nearby table filled with a group of boisterous young martial artists. They're celebrating loudly, a young woman excitedly asking one of the men for a favor. Pai Wolreo shoots them an irritated glance, but the assassin simply dismisses them as kids. He even knows their ages, which surprises Pai Wolreo, who asks who they are. The assassin explains they are the remnants of the once great Nine-Dragon 4 Phoenix, now just a bunch of brats. He then leans in conspiratorially, bringing up a rumor that the demonic cult has already dealt with them. Pai Wolreo masterfully deflects the question, simply asking if his companion has eaten. Before the assassin can react, Pai Wolreo calmly states that he himself is hungry. He stands and calls for a waiter, leaving the assassin to marvel at his infuriatingly carefree attitude. Meanwhile, the group of young martial artists drink together, completely oblivious. With the waiter at his table, Pai Wolreo casually orders dumplings and noodle soup for one. The blue-haired assassin just takes a swig from his flask, stating he's not eating. A small, smug smile creeps onto Pai Wolreo's face as he clarifies he never intended to share. The waiter freezes, confused, until Pai Wolreo glares at him to hurry up and get the food. Noticing his companion's sour mood, the assassin asks if something is bothering him. Pai Wolreo glances over at the other table, admitting that just looking at those brats irritates him. The assassin playfully asks if he's jealous of their privileged upbringing, only to be stunned when Pai Wolreo agrees without hesitation. Changing the subject, Pai Wolreo asks why they're even still hanging around Luoyang. His companion explains they're seeking the truth about their dead friends, but Pai Wolreo scoffs, dismissing it as an excuse to mess around. Pai Wolreo continues to slurp down his noodles, completely ignoring his companion's complaints. The blue-haired assassin sighs, asking why he can't even share a little bit of the food, but he quickly shifts to the real topic, asking if Pai Wolreo has the secret manual to complete their demonic art. Pausing his meal, Pai Wolreo looks up, stating there's something he needs to confirm first. He then drops a new condition. He needs to meet the elders of the assassin's clan in person. The assassin is stunned, explaining that his branch leader needs to personally verify the clan before handing over the manual. He argues that this demand was never part of their original agreement for the alliance. With a smug grin, Pai Wolyo declares that it's a condition now, mocking him for getting so worked up over a small request. The assassin grits his teeth, reminding him that the elders are unwell and cannot travel. But Pai Wolryo's smile only widens as he clarifies he's not asking them to come here, he'll go to them himself. Pai Wolryo slams his hand down, explaining that it's only natural for him to meet their leader in an alliance of this scale. But the assassin retorts, pointing out the hypocrisy since Pai Wolryo has never even met his own cult leader. With a condescending sneer, Pai Wolryo scoffs at the comparison, saying he'll simply represent his branch leader. The assassin is livid, unable to believe his entire clan is being equated to a mere branch office. Pai Wolryo just smirks, savoring the insult and enjoying how much it's getting under the assassin's skin. A tense silence hangs between them, thick with the assassin's barely contained fury. Trying to make him understand, he explains that the last time an outsider was allowed in was 50 years ago. He recounts a painful history of being betrayed by someone they trusted, who sold them out to their enemies. That one act of treachery nearly got their entire clan annihilated, a wound that clearly hasn't healed. His composure finally cracks as he desperately tries to convey the lost glory and pride of his people, the Baido Gate. His clan was reborn as the Baido blood sect, their promising successors becoming the ruthless Muyang Biju. A dark smile spreads across his face as he recalls how they finally got their revenge on the traitor. They didn't just kill him, they tracked down and slaughtered his entire hometown, over 200 people. Then, as a final insult, they sent all the severed heads to the Tang clan, igniting a full-blown war. He grimaces at the memory, bitterly calling those brutal times nothing but interesting. The assassin describes the constant threats they faced, like orthodox warriors sensing their demonic aura. These righteous martial artists, hungry for vengeance, would offer no mercy, demanding a fight to the death. Pai Wolryo sits quietly for a moment, letting the grim tale hang in the air. He then looks up with a sinister grin, confirming that these were indeed the interesting stories he'd heard about. The tension finally shatters as both men burst into laughter, finding a shared, dark amusement in the bloody history. Suddenly, the memory of one such encounter flashes back, an orthodox warrior charging in, consumed by rage. The man screams that for the grave insult of looking down on him, the assassin will pay with his life. He unleashes his technique, a spinning blur of motion meant to overwhelm his opponent. A spray of hidden daggers flies from his sleeves, a surprise killing blow. But the blue-haired assassin is completely unfazed, his fingers weaving threads of shimmering energy. He effortlessly snatches every single projectile out of the air, neutralizing the attack instantly. With a flick of his wrists, he forms an intricate net of ki, a perfect defensive web. The orthodox warrior's furious energy blast crashes directly into the glowing barrier. The assassin grunts, forced to brace against the raw power of the impact. Blind with fury, his opponent howls for his death, completely failing to notice a small pouch has just been snatched away. The warrior's face twists in agony, the poison coursing through his veins. He looks down at the dagger buried in his chest, blood spilling from his lips. His killer, however, simply smirks, offering a condescending compliment on his technique. The dying man realizes he's facing a shadowless dagger, sputtering that the assassin will soon follow him to the grave. But the assassin calmly refutes this, popping a small leaf into his mouth. His opponent's eyes widen in dawning horror. He's already chewing the detox herbs. With a final, lifeless thud, the warrior collapses as the other patrons watch in terror. A dark aura swirls around the assassin as he explains this was simply a matter between warring clans. He warns the onlookers that he only got involved because their suspicious actions drew his eye. And from a nearby table, Pai Wolyo quietly observes the aftermath of the swift execution. From the second floor, a woman with dark hair smirks, having watched the whole thing unfold. Pai Wolryo approaches the assassin, surprised by the brazen kill, and urges a hasty retreat before the Tang clan arrives. The two quickly depart, disappearing into the cover of the surrounding forest. However, the assassin stops him, explaining that the Baido clan's hideout is a secret he cannot reveal. This leaves Pai Wolyo baffled, wondering how he's supposed to get there then. With a disarming smile, the assassin reveals his simple solution. He'll just knock him out and take him. Pai Wolryo sighs in resignation, his concern now shifting to whether the assassin can handle the Tang clan's retaliation. The blue-haired assassin is utterly confident, boasting of stealth techniques that can defeat even a transcendent master. Unconvinced, Pai Wolyo nervously closes his eyes and just asks him to go easy. The assassin offers a final, mocking reassurance before a swift chop to the neck sends Pai Wolryo into darkness. And with that, a sharp blow sends Pai Wolryo falling into unconsciousness. Sometime later, his senses slowly begin to return in the disorienting darkness. His eyes snap open, a nervous sweat breaking as he tries to figure out where he is. He finds himself standing in a grim, blood-stained place before two strangers. The smaller of the two bows his head, offering a quiet word of thanks. Beside him, a larger, weary-looking man watches Pai Wolyo with a somber expression. The young man looks up, explaining his gratitude is for burying his fallen brother. Moved, Pai Wolreo offers a comforting pat on the young man's head. But the quiet moment is shattered as the older man suddenly grabs his wrist. The aggressive gesture catches Pai Wolreo completely off guard, his confusion turning to alarm. The man's voice is grim, asking if Pai Wolreo is going to kill the one named Domu. Pai Wolreo sweats, completely baffled by the question and wondering how he could possibly do that. But the man's gaze intensifies, his grief twisting into a desperate, repeated demand. Our hero is totally lost, unable to comprehend the situation he's been thrown into. Suddenly, a violent purple aura explodes from the man's eyes as he roars for the kill. Pai Wolreo flinches back, stunned by the sudden eruption of demonic energy. The grieving man grabs him, insisting that he is the one who must deliver this vengeance. Before he can react, Pai Wolreo is sent flying, crashing hard against a stone wall. Dazed, he looks up to see he's no longer in the bloody field, but at the mouth of a cave. He covers his face with a trembling hand, breathing a sigh of relief as he hopes they've finally reached safety. But his moment of peace is shattered by the appearance of another man at the cave entrance. The blue-haired assassin brings grim news. Their pursuers from the Tang clan are already here. He looks desperate, admitting most of his own shadowless daggers are gone, and he needs help. Pai Wolreo rises with a cynical smirk, questioning the man's once boasted stealth techniques. But seeing the gravity of the situation, he places a hand on the man's shoulder and agrees to fight. Outside, the forest is already a whirlwind of flashing steel and deadly energy. The blue-haired man's remaining forces are being systematically slaughtered by a superior enemy. He watches with a grimace, realizing exactly who these attackers are. 4 figures emerge from the tree-lined top-tier assassins from another guild, now acting as lapdogs. As Pai Wolreo points them out, his voice turns deadly serious. 3 of them are swordmasters. The blue-haired assassin leaps away, shouting for Pai Wolreo to handle the masters. The rival assassins are already tearing through the remaining shadowless daggers with brutal efficiency. One of the grunts is cut down in a spray of blood, completely outmatched. Another desperately tries to defend himself, but the skill gap is just too massive. Pai Wolreo calmly observes the unfolding slaughter, his own demonic aura flaring to life. He understands the Baido clan is fighting for its very survival, right here and now. The 3 swordmasters finally turn their attention to him, moving in to surround their real target. But Pai Wolreo just grins, relishing the thick yin energy that permeates the cave hideout. He materializes his jagged, dark energy blade, and swings it in a wide, intimidating arc. The first master lunges, only to be met by a casual, almost mocking parry from our hero. He doesn't even break a sweat, deflecting their frantic attacks with pure instinct. The second master comes crashing down, his blade whistling through the air. But Pai Wolreo just smirks, his glowing red eyes tracking every single move. He meets the blade with his own, the impact of dark energy on steel ringing out. A wicked grin spreads across his face. This is barely even a warm-up for him. The 3 so-called masters swarm him, but they're the ones who look hopelessly trapped. He finds their desperate, coordinated assault to be interesting, at best. Weaving through their clumsy strikes, his movements are a fluid dance of death. He practically sighs, letting them know he'd had such high hopes for swordmasters. And just like that, one of them goes down, not with a slash, but with a humiliating strike to the head. And as one fight ends so pathetically, another concludes with brutal efficiency. Yi Myungso stands alone, surrounded by the bodies of his would-be killers. He seems a little dazed by the violent aftermath he single-handedly created. The ambush was a complete failure, with every last assassin cut down. Just then, a voice calls out as his backup finally decides to make an appearance. A trio of powerful warriors emerges, looking calm and collected. The blue-haired man walks over, seeing the situation is already well under control. He then remarks that these men were from the inn, a fact Yi Myung-so realizes with a jolt. A flashback confirms it. He saw this very trio watching him there earlier. The man explains their whole plan has been compromised now that their hideout is exposed.